Then you have to. How do you guys feel about the 2026?
I just want to verify, I still get a little confused over which facilities are getting the benefit of the solar and which are not.
Well, the
And
the
the
jail
jail,
eventually will be, but it currently is not.
right, but that's not where the new array is ready, but not turned on
No,
yet.
That's at the.
That's
Sheriff's.
sheriff's office.
Yeah.
So my question on this line,
Yes.
that I had discussed was that, I've lost track of which dates, but as of the most recent report we had, spent to date 26,394, I think is what I'm looking at. And it, when I projected that, that was like at 80%, 88% spent. When I projected that out, it looked as if the 27.6 was too low for what this year's actual final bills are gonna be. And I had made a recommendation, which is the only one, to raise this to 30,000.
I did actually second view of that.
Well, I know, but we started on this line and I'm repeating because we started on this line.
Yeah.
Because we thought it was too low.
Too close to the, yeah, too low for next year's, okay,
You're gonna be there almost
Right.
this year.
right, yeah, it's really close this year, okay.
Which line was that? I'm sorry.
4302.
So we are increasing line 4302 by 2,400.
Yes. But we'll make up the cost in the next
Another
line.
place.
Yeah, yeah, it's the only one where I recommended an increase.
So it's 4303 with the fuel heating oil. So yes, this one, obviously, we can.
Good morning, Ray.
definitely have a conversation about.
We're doing the jail facilities.
Yeah, I figured I'd stop.
I appreciate that,
Yeah.
and they've increased your electricity line.
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing all this, increase. or
That's okay, my peepers.
Now, now, out of curiosity, where we're increasing the line, will the heat pumps also? Because we're increasing the electricity part, will that help bring the heat down for the other cost?
That building is, in my experience this year, that building in the winters.
It's always full.
From last year, yeah. so
It always has been.
Hard to tell, I don't have the data enough to. give
No
you a
worries. Well,
answer. I can find it
no,
out.
no, you're fine. I think that what we had talked about was that if we had went down to 15,000, that would offset our increase on the line above. That's what I.
Actually, after the conversation,
Yeah.
we went down to 13. We started at 15 as a recommendation.
Well, I guess
and went down to
I guess
13,
I fell off
think
the
you're
conversation.
I thought you were the one that took it down to 13. Because my recommendation on my notes here was 15.
Right, and then I had conceded to you.
Okay.
Okay, well, while you two argue back and forth, what are we doing on fuel and heating oil?
That's the one that we're.
Well, we've got year to date of like 6,260.
I'm good with the 15.
I think I get up to do with 15, because I know November bill at the end of the month. Come out, and then I'll take it in December, and that will still be. Barring craziness. I think 15 would be, doing perfect.
Can you live with 15?
Yes.
Okay, move on.
So just so we're clear, because Carrie's not here, so you gotta try to deal with my math.
Okay.
Yep.
Line 4303, we're decreasing
To
to
15.
5,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
The next item, one I am responsible for is 4308 sewage. I requested the same, I think. I am pretty on par with that, so as I spend it this year, I know it might even increase next year, sewage. But I think I'm pretty comfortable with saying 6,000.
Have the rates gone up or something? Because
Yeah.
Yes, they're
Yep.
going up every year. There's a 5-year
it
plan.
seems pretty consistent in the mid 400s, 4,000.
Well, it did seem like Belfast was doing a lot of work on their sewage this
Yeah,
year.
there
too.
is a 5-year plan.
Yeah,
increases every year.
Okay, so we're gonna leave line 4308 as it is.
Yep.
Okay,
Next line I responsible for is 4312, which is water. I could bring that down, I think. 2,000.
Down to 2,000.
so we're
4312.
4312, we're minusing 500. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
So
Well, the repairs, maintenance,
No,
lines, starting at 4601.
no, that's video.
4601, repairs and maintenance.
Fortunately, haven't had any AC repairs this year. Took a lot of other repairs, the jail has an old building. I would say that I'm definitely calling somebody over there all the time for what AC, I called it that one time this year, was it that 650?
So this one's gonna be rough for me because I do remember when we did put in all those heat pumps. A lot of that stuff is still fairly newer. I would actually like to see that line be cut in half. And that's, I mean, I was there a couple times during the summer when we had no AC,
Yeah,
and that's pretty miserable. It doesn't matter who you are.
yeah.
So, but I mean, those are all fairly newer systems. I can't. I think that can honestly get substantially
I'm
cut.
gonna recommend 2,000. In 21, they actually had 2022 in repairs. 651 was like one repair. I just think half is a little tight for unknown repairs.
You just caught them.
So we want to arm wrestle this one out?
Nope, I'll
No.
concede. I'll go with the 2.
Okay, so,
Minus 1,000, Amy.
okay, thank you.
And that's line 4601.
Yes.
Ma'am. 4602,
602 building structure, this is a one where, any type of major, this is one of the lines for major projects on building structure. I know we have a couple of projects coming up with the, intercom system. And we have a part of the plumbing that needs to be done, that's down there.
In this line item. Does this include the roof?
If need to be, yes. Which,
One thing that I think is a major concern that should be looked into is when I left back in 21,
Mhm.
your walls were leaking.
Yeah.
So that tells me that your roof is leaking. I'd actually prefer to see this line item not change, just in case.
I would like, and that was gonna be my recommendation.
Yeah.
I use this line quite often.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay,
okay,
Sorry.
4604,
And
there's nothing.
There's nothing
No,
there.
sorry.
Electrical-
4605,
Electrical work, again, old building, I call Max Electric all the time, let's see where I'm at, electrical. I'd like to say the same personally. Electrical work's always being done there.
would this fall under the intercoms?
I
It's
would probably do the
electrical, I'm
intercoms
just-
under the building structure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could split some of it up too, I could do it that way. The intercom that's gonna be a big project, when we price that out, it's gonna.
how much of the electrical is relating to the videos and cameras?
Not, no, I don't, the videos, I don't have that information, video cameras.
Darn it, Jason's not here. Sorry. I don't-
All right,
So how does him on Zoom work? Can he answer questions?
I don't know. I
Keep
can't, even-
listening.
Listening, yeah.
can you hear me, Jason?
So we have it like, people on Zoom have the ability to unmute themselves.
Yes.
I believe so, yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, sometimes it's.
Are you asking me a question?
Oh,
Yes.
there he is.
Where are you? Yeah, really. Jason, can you hear me?
he's in the cloud.
Yes, I can.
We were just asking, it was kind of a tricky question and we weren't sure. We were asking, with regards to repairs and stuff, we're at the electrical. And we're wondering if the video, cameras in the jail, would that fall under that line, do you suppose?
Yeah, there's no way to, so the video cameras come off a switch that's plugged into just a regular outlet there. So I don't think there's any way to break out the electricity that those use versus the rest of the building.
But any repairs,
Do you have any wiring projects? Do you have
that
to
was-
update?
Well, yeah, basically.
Any-
Basically, the video runs 24/7, so if there does need to be any repairs.
to the actual video equipment as opposed to the connection to the.
Yes,
video.
we have a yearly service contract with Seacoast, which covers any video repairs.
What line is that in? Do you-
That comes out of a technology reserve account.
Okay.
So there's a jump in expenses this year that have happened. What happened this year with your electric that it jumped up so much?
Hmm. There was, I know, I had to call Mac Electric to try to, fix the problem with the intercom, this is currently that we had, try to do that. And they were right after that, and that was a big, that was the biggest one. And then the typical, I had to change out some lights on my first, ballast outlets, things like that. But the big one was definitely the intercom, trying to get the one that's currently installed, working until we can get the new intercom system in place.
If I may add to
Mr.
that,
Chair.
if I may add to that, we also had with the front door to the building.
Yep.
Which is, powered, and that went down.
Yep.
And it was something else
Yeah.
trying to put in to figure that out. I mean, it's,
We call it.
that wiring in there is from 1976. It's just, so they ended up, I think, in the end, switching it using.
We
another-
had called Bill,
Yeah,
he was there when Keith was here,
yeah.
and Bill really couldn't figure it out,
Yeah.
he was kind of the jail lock guy.
We went old school for
Yeah.
years, just using the big old jail key to unlock that door and let somebody in. And I mean, obviously that added to it, zapping, everything else, but.
So this is an older building that repairs are starting to mount.
It's a money pit, Mary. Yep, yep.
But it still seems like the electrical could come down 1,000.
That was my original number, but I'm hearing things that I didn't know the backup information also.
Right, but if you look at the history, even with the extras this year, they're still under 3,000.
I'd go
So-
with 3.
Yeah,
Could you go with 3?
So line 4605, we're
Minus
gonna take 1,000. Thank you.
Here's maintenance elevator, part of that is also under contract, quarterly bill comes out of that, and for inspections, and stuff. Didn't have to call them this year or something. I'd like to keep that the same.
I would leave that one
Yeah.
alone.
Yeah. I would like to keep that. That's it, that's
Okay.
under contract anyway. Farm, that was also partly under contract, pay a quarterly bill for that, and also, anything happens at all with that fire alarm, there's only one company to call. And then it's on once this year, I'd like to keep that one the same too.
I'm good with that one.
The general maintenance contract, that's the contract itself.
how often is it paid? Is it monthly, quarterly?
That one is, until something happens, that's serviced, I think it's yearly or semi-annually, something like that.
And once a month it fires up. but-
Right, we test it every month. So far, so
Bless
so
you.
good. So-
Bless you.
Sorry. Repairs, maintenance, heating, this winter we complete, I have been calling a lot of, they are a lot to come down and fix something to heating there. A problem with the front zone being heated for, I don't know how long now.
Ever.
We've tried, I've tried everything.
It snows in the staff support room every once in a while. They were just there.
Yeah, twice, they've been there twice this week to try to fix that. I'd like to keep that the same, possible.
Considering you're over it
Yeah.
already this year and you just had 2 calls.
Yep.
I'm for leaving that one.
Okay.
Then the parking lot grounds. First, was done this year, that's the other day, snowstorm, whereas I'd like to keep that one the same, I don't have the information regarding last year, like I wasn't in this position, I'd like to keep it the same, and really get an idea. And in the first meeting, in that first hour, so we talked about me looking into, for next year, trying to get not per push, but a contract or something.
Right.
And I really, I talked to Carrie about that as well, after that, and I'm gonna look into that next year, but I just want to kind of get some data for myself this year, see how much it is, and kind of,
You're already overspent, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, January, February, this, in early 2022,
Right.
it's almost every week, it felt like.
Right. Well, there was 1 year for us back in 13 and 14 where we had a snowstorm every other day.
Yeah,
And it was, I remember this, just piled. We were using the snowblower to throw snow over.
Right,
right along.
do
repair maintenance plumbing,
plumbing, I am always calling a plumber. We have a big plumbing project as well coming up. With moving of cells and
With
toilets and things like that.
the project is under the building the 20,000 for repairs, maintenance and building structure, or is it under plumbing?
What I would try to do, obviously I'd look at it and see where I could split, I would try to split it up as best I could between the plumbing and the building structure, because the building structure obviously has more funds, and that's more of a through project thing.
Oh, I still wouldn't change this one. People are flushing stuff down the toilet all the time.
Yeah, and I've come in a couple times already this year at night, just trying to fix issues or active emergency call a plumber.
Okay,
Then trash removal, I'd like to keep that the same. Right now it says we're over, but I figured out that when I first got into, position here, that on the bills, 10 public safety way is the jail and 6 public safety way is, the sheriff's office. And, so that is all, that could be all right there, and I think we'd say we'd be right aligned perfectly.
no problem.
Then the next one I responsible for is line 5,227 maintenance supplies.
Which number?
5227.
5227,
This is a line every year that, and this is anything, and minor fixes, supplies, paint, tools, really anything, it all comes out here for anything that needs to be fixed over that jail. Also the WB, all the stuff that they order for their supplies, napkins, whatever, what else have you for the jail. Those expenses add up, and I think I'd like to keep that the same as possible.
It's the average of the last 2 years. 3 years, actually.
okay,
And the next one is the capital outlay, and that's 7323. And this is another one, this would be kind of, if there's a major roof, for instance, if we had to really look at that roof, this is where that line. Really big projects.
Well, my only question is, it seems like the big bump up is for the roof, and I have a feeling for how much roofs cost. But if we're not planning to do it this year, I wouldn't want to budget for it. So,
I know we had preliminary talked about it, I don't, we've been kind of
Yeah.
focusing on, obviously, like, the thing, because like,
Right.
we need the plumbing done. And
Yeah,
the water
right,
correct, but
but
electrical.
there is a, and Mr. Parker's correct, that, especially in the springtime, rains come. The water does out in our 72, and we call it the, 3-man area, where there's 3 cells there, and it does come down that wall, which then we have to vacate. And, until we get it cleaned up, it is a struggle, yeah, so it's something that we can take care of.
well, is it feasible for you guys to put it out to bid and get it done this year,
As long as,
if we budget it?
I think, so, I believe so, as long as someone would take the project, yeah, but it's possible to do it.
I don't do roofing.
I wasn't looking at you as a contractor.
is this a flat one?
Yes.
Because isn't that what you have in Maine?
Yeah, right, or. But it's also other things too that just happen throughout the year, that's another line, any repairs, honestly, I had to fix the building for the generator, that roof. You know, how to get that updated, that comes out of that line, things like that, it's really any structural as well.
So $15,000 would only do a repair. It's nowhere near enough to replace.
Right, right.
Sounds like that line should stay the same. Because I
Well,
think
that-
about doing that because if you got, the longer you guys wait to get that done, the more it's gonna cost. Right. So.
As long as you are planning to get it done this year. That would be, my input. If it's, that the 15,000 should be contingent upon them actually doing the roof this year.
Although.
How much was that, Tom? Were you figuring 15,000 to do the roof?
$15,000.
What they've to leave it at the, I mean, it's their bump up.
Do we leave the number the same,
Mhm.
contingent that they get the roof repaired this year?
I'm not really sure that you can, that there's no teeth to a contingent that they get the roof repaired. All it means is we're less likely to
No,
do
but I mean,
funding next year.
we're true to our word, Robin. And that's a good recommendation. I think we could feel good about that.
That doesn't need that, it's just.
Yeah,
hallucinating.
just to get the materials and the
Let's get the roof
contractor will
done
be
first.
challenged enough right now.
Let's move on.
Write it in your book and you can
Absolutely.
challenge them next year.
That is, oh, I am responsible for that. Okay.
Thank you.
You guys. Nice meeting you all the last 3 Saturdays.
Thank
My first time doing it. I appreciate everybody being patient and everything.
Thank you for all your work.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a great holidays.
You too.
So,
Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. Thank you. So overall, I wound up with a difference, we're minusing 4,100 more out of that. 24 was a plus for the electricity, 5,000 minus for the oil, 500 for the water minus, and 1,000 for electric repairs, balanced out to be a minus of 4,100 for that account.
What's the new number that you?
Hang on one second, I'm sorry, please.
Well, we previously had 6,500 for the decrease. That's 10,600.
That's, I must have done the numbers. Did you include the other?
Yes, that included the changes that we made last. I come up with 3,636,575.70.
I know what I did wrong, no, okay.
Nope, that's
If-
okay.
The number in
Amy,
the
could you
original.
say it back, say it back again.
I'm sorry, I come up with 3,636,575.70. It was a minus, a wash of, a minus of 4,100.
And that was starting from the 3,640,000.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And that's a little bit less than the current year's budget. Which
Yep.
is interesting.
Sounds good.
If that is. We have our director, Mr. Larrabee, here today. Good day, sir. How are you?
Had better days, but I'm good.
This is our what, third, fourth Saturday we get to hang out
Yes.
together. Yeah. Mike is the director of our communications center.
How we all doing this morning?
Great.
1076, it's in orange.
How would you folks like to start? I'll get this list here that I can go over that you sent.
Yeah.
If you want to do that, or
Probably might be the easiest stuff, but Tom near the fair.
Lines that you had.
okay. Perfect. Okay, so the first one, explain how wages work. I guess I was confused on just this statement. What are you looking for on that?
Well, Mike, if you take a look down the, current year expended line and you go to 3,200 shift differentials, you see $180,000 with a budget of, a current year budget of 0.
Yep.
And then you see, I'm just wondering how all of that kind of fits
So,
together.
Previous.
And then you're only asking for 10,000.
Correct, so
for next
previous HR had taken all of that and thrown it into my regular line for some reason, I don't know what the reasoning was behind that. And then, I found out that when we got new finance, new HR, that it started coming out of my differential lines. So we've always had roughly around 10,000 for shift differentials. And when you look at that 180, I believe that is taking the shift differential plus their regular pay out of that whole entire line.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, that was
Yeah, so
what
that's,
I guessed, because that other line is pretty.
yeah, that's why I put the 10,000 back in, so the differentials were separated.
And can you're not at full staffing?
I'm down one right now.
Down one.
Yep, they're doing
Okay.
pretty good for
Pretty good,
staff.
pretty good. And so that should lower your overtime and stuff like
should,
that over
yes.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have anybody in the pipeline for that?
No, we're waiting after the first of the year. I'm trying to give my trainers a break because they've been straightforward for the last 3 years training. I've got one that's still in training that should be done by the end of December. And then I will be short on dispatching, so.
So let's, unless anybody has any questions, any more questions on wages, I think we got that worked out. How about a clothing allowance? When I think of a call center, I'm trying to think, okay, well, what the heck do you need a clothing allowance for a call center for?
Yep.
Is it contractual? The
So
union?
what I require when they go to trainings to wear something with our logo on it.
Gotcha.
And that's what that is for. We have a company that we contract with called FY2024, and they're actually very inexpensive and allows the dispatchers to buy like a jacket or a polo for when they go to training. It shows who we are.
All right. You want to keep going with 4,100 travel? I suggested that maybe we could drop that to 1,000.
Okay.
Cause you
So,
only.
Travel and the training all budget kind of go hand in hand. With COVID, our training kind of went downhill. The dispatchers right now are required to 24 hours for, it comes out 36 hours that they have to do for CPHs. When COVID hit, we could start doing them all online, which was great because we didn't have to pay travel, we didn't have to pay any of those expenses. Over the last few years, it's become hybrid, where some classes were in person, some classes were Zoom.
Yeah.
Now they're all going back to in-person classes, which means a lot more of sending these dispatches to classes.
Do they offer Zoom options also?
No, some of them they are, yes. Some of them then they are not.
Which I think one of the good things about COVID is that we got to learn how to use technology
Correct.
a little bit more. The bad thing is now that I know that personal contact gives you a lot of helps you out a lot.
Yeah.
I think in the long run. All right.
Can I just ask one question, go back for 1 second, because we are talking training.
Yes,
And the clothing allowance was 100 per person.
yes.
But I mean, are people getting trained every year? I mean, that works out to 17 people going to training
Yes.
this year. Okay.
So they have to get those hours every 2 years, so they're constantly going to trainings. Now, the academy, not the Maine Academy, but the medical academy that we use does send us some trainings. And out of that training budget, I also pay for a training course that gets mailed to us, which does offset some of that. But when you asked about a new dispatcher, I have to send a new dispatcher to the academy. The good thing about it, the state pays for that. I have to pay for all their expenses back and forth and meals and all that stuff.
So that's why my only question is, don't people get to wear the same shirt again?
Oh, they do.
Like,
Yes.
So we're getting 17 new shirts or jackets or whatever. It just seems like
And the
like you've got a much bigger department than I'm picturing or something. I mean, do you really? everybody needs
It's-
17 of them?
So,
It
all right,
seems
so
like
for
a
right
lot.
now, I have, most of my dispatches also weather to work as well.
Oh.
So that's, but, I put in, because we would be fully staffed with that one other person, 17. That doesn't include myself, so we have 16 dispatchers plus myself. Most of them are outfitted pretty good, but I also have 4 or 5 new dispatchers that have nothing right now. So if it were to be reduced, I could outfit them for this year, and then we could do something different again next year.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
So we,
Go ahead.
you know, we're at travel, you believe you need to keep the travel at the same amount?
I would like to, yes. I can't remember if you. Where's the,
I mean, I looked at it, you spent year to date, 746, and you're asking, you know, and that the year's almost over. You're asking for 2,000, and I thought 1,000 would be reasonable, but
I mean, we can bring that, if we keep the training line the same,
yeah,
then I can manage, with bringing that down.
oh, so you want to keep training
If
at
I can keep the training line where
15,000?
it is, then I can manage with the travel line coming down.
What line number is training?
Training is 5378.
Thanks.
But what did I say about training?
We didn't
I
get
said-
there yet.
We haven't got there.
I know we haven't got there, and I asked if it could be reduced, how much for new, no, how much for new hires, how much for existing employees, and you kind of touched on that a little bit when you were.
Does this training include like the conferences that dispatchers,
Yes.
you folks go to? And
Yeah. So they'll go, we try to send them down to the NINA conference in Portland. That's starting back up again. It started last year. I didn't send anybody down because our staffing levels.
Yeah.
But they offer 3 days of training down in Portland, so I'd like to send them to that. Because that's a quick way for them to get their CEHs. That's all included in that training line.
It's also a more relevant.
It is, it is.
And
Training's
When you're stuck in a dispatch room, sometimes for 14 to 18 hours a shift, it's,
nice to have a little
it
recognition.
is.
So what's hard here is we're looking also at some history
Mhm.
of 2 years that are coming out of COVID that are not normal.
Correct.
We're not looking at going back to 2019. Do you
Correct.
by any chance have that information?
I don't, because I wasn't director then. I don't know if the commissioners do.
What do you want to know?
It's like Amy's got.
Well, you know, we're looking at numbers of 4,000 and 9,000 and 6,000 spent this year. They're asking for 15. It's hard to make a justification there with what we're looking at. I don't want to cut off anybody's nose or bite their face, but I want reality.
Yep, nope, I get that.
In 2019, they were allotted, and I don't have the year-to-date of what was expended, they were allotted 13,000 for training.
Pre-COVID.
Yes, ma'am, 5378, 13,000. In 2018, they were 12,300, and in 2017, they were 43.
So 15.
My number is gonna be 13,000.
Agreed. 13 for training,
Yes. Line. Training all, line 5378. New number 13,000. That's a reduction, Amy, of 2,000.
so then are you suggesting you keep the travel at the 2?
So, yes, because there's history in our sheets that it should be 2.
Okay,
Very good.
That gives some extra.
great,
I'm not into this playing games of moving money behind
Right.
lines.
yeah, I'm not either, but I think that's fair. 42. 10 vehicle fuel.
Yep.
What vehicles do you use at that center?
Didn't we just skip over 4,200?
Yes.
we're gonna take those two lines together, actually,
Oh, okay.
because in line 4200, you have fuel listed there as well, gas.
Yeah, I don't know why that's listed. The 4200 is supposed to be just the maintenance line, and the 4210 was supposed to be just the fuel line.
You only have one vehicle.
One vehicle, correct.
And how's that used to check on your towers and things
Yeah,
like that?
That's, it's my take-home vehicle, because I'm on call 24/7.
Gotcha.
So if there's an issue at a tower site, we call the radio repair. If they have to come out, then I'll go up there, make sure that the building's open for them, and clear it out, so they can get in, and
What happened, this past year that it was nearly $6,000? That must have been something pretty significant.
What are you looking at? The year before?
991,
The-
I did last year. Let me back up, what year's the vehicle?
21.
So it's only 3 years old.
Maybe the maintenance for the previous.
That would
vehicle.
probably be the new, tires, the lift kit.
Yes,
For outfitting.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what that was.
It's a Toyota Tacoma.
Line 4200.
Yeah.
How many miles did you put on last year, do you know?
It's roughly, I know there's roughly 40,000 on the truck right now.
Is that, since it's a vehicle that's provided, is that vehicle in that list that we had of that we got at the first meeting of the capital plan for replacing?
No, ma'am, that was Sheriff's Department.
Oh, that was just the sheriff.
Yeah, we've got historically in the past, when we had two facilities employees, one facility employee would do tower checks. But then when we got to one, and we made Chris run everywhere, he has one of the old vehicles, and, we purchased a Toyota Tacoma for Mike, the director, so that he had the ability to go here and there, and it was just supposed to be used back and forth to work. But that isn't included in the sheriff's department budget. This is separate.
But are we planning for replacing that vehicle?
No,
like
my
3
thought
years
would
down
be
the
he
road?
would drive it till it dies. I just,
Which it's a Tacoma,
Usually-
what, 15 years?
yeah, usually admin staff is stuck driving the yucky vehicles anyway, but, you know, as I say, no, we don't have a plan there.
Okay.
I would think that the maintenance could be reduced to 1,000 on that. That's a fairly new vehicle.
Mhm.
If you don't need tires this year, it shouldn't be impacted that much.
I'm gonna support that recommendation.
So that's minus 1,000.
Yes.
4,200.
And how about fuel?
Which line is that again?
Well, year before.
That would have been
30,
4,200.
spent
42.
37 something, so they've already spent as of middle of November 26, 29, but they had year before 37 something already. Fuels, you know. I'm not inclined to reduce that
You
one.
don't wanna change that one? All right. Anybody else?
Price feels kind of volatile.
So 4210, we're leaving the same, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Telephone is out of that budget now.
What is NCIC?
That's the fee I have to pay to the state for, teletype. For, driver's license queries and all that stuff.
And it seems abnormally high this year. Am I reading this right? Oh, no, the budget this year was out of line. 4,300, was that, did anything change where you thought the expense was gonna be greater, but
Which line?
same line, 4,320?
4320.
Oh, the NC, actually, I dropped that down.
1,800.
I brought it down by 1,800.
Right,
Yeah.
I just wondered if the budget for this year seemed
No,
higher than the last two
I
were
went-
spending too, like.
I
did
knew
it-
this year was gonna be a bad year for budgets. And I actually went through all my lines beforehand and reduced like whatever fluff I had in there. I brought it, so any of those negatives that's the reason why.
Thank you.
Some of it was over budgeted and didn't need to be. Funny enough that I reduced that one. And then the state sent me the new bill that it was even reduced on their end, so I was able to pull more from that. So that's why that's down so much. But yeah, so like the little ones that you see like negative, like $285 on dues and licenses, because there was excess in that one, so I brought that one down, and there was a bunch that just weren't needed anymore.
Line 4325, I am responding. For anybody that doesn't know that's on this budget committee, that aids and assists all of your volunteer and your local fire departments. I am responding. It's an extraordinary program that we've taken great pride in. It allows, we all struggle with volunteer firefighters, and it allows the firefighters to have a program on their phone, because everybody nowadays has a phone, that gives them the information as they're heading to the scene. They can press a button and it lets somebody know that they're on their way, so they're not trying to call or figure out who gets here.
It also helps sometimes when it is.
Yeah.
Right?
We invested in that. Mike was really wise when that came around to encourage us to it. And we try to do as much as we can for the firefighters, because God knows we're all. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
So are we on to radio repair and maintenance?
Radio repair maintenance.
Yes.
That looks like quite a jump.
Note that with the radio repair maintenance, I dropped by 500.
From the budget, yeah.
Yeah,
the
13.
budget.
Looking at
Yeah,
these
30.
numbers,
But I'm looking at the
huge.
expended. Compared
Oh,
to the
yes,
budget.
yes. So what that covers is, my radio consoles within the building. They're getting old, already had to replace 2 computers on them. The next couple of years, we're due for a complete refresh on that.
Okay,
That's
so-
not part of this
so the-
budget, but that's what that covers.
In expectation.
Yep,
replacement.
That also covers the headsets for the dispatchers. The mic packs are about 500 a piece, which I do need to replace this year because they're starting to fail on me. So that's why that line is,
So your year-to-date expense has been 9,800. And you're asking for 13,000.
yes.
Mike, is any of this equipment included in the 165,000?
It is not.
Grant that you
No,
got from.
that was just for the consoles.
You don't think you can drop that any?
I
Because the next line is radio maintenance
know,
contract,
and that's
and
the
I'm trying to
bone of
understand.
contention.
Okay. So maybe you could talk to us about how those 2 lines.
Well, so I got 3 radio lines and I can kind of go over all 3 at the same time if that helps.
Sure.
So we put in a brand new radio system over the last 2 years. RCM a guy out of Portland did it from start to finish. New radios in all the towers, new cabling, new antennas, new microwave dishes. The old system was so old that we couldn't even get parts. I was trying to scrounge on eBay for parts for it. So with that came maintenance contracts, just like IT has for their servers and everything. Each piece of equipment has its own maintenance. It covers patch upgrades. It covers, if it breaks, and anything that's not active nature. So if a lightning strike, obviously our insurance would cover that, but it covers everything else. So middle of the night it fails, it's fixed. We have to replace it. I have a spare. They put it in, they take that one back. It's no cost, it's fixed. Also part of that is 24-hour coverage. So I get the 24-hour coverage where I call them up. They're like, yep, we'll look at it right now. They remote in, they do what they need to do. If they have to come out, they come out. If I have to meet them at tower site, I meet them at tower site. Without that, goes down on a Friday night, I could wait till Monday morning before they call me back. So that's what that 66,000, that covers all of the maintenance for it.
Is this gonna be ongoing?
It is, yes.
Every year.
The, and then it also has, one of the other things to it, that it comes with a, almost like cleaning your furnace every year. They come out, they go to every single tower site, they test every piece of equipment, they test every line going up the tower, every antenna, to make sure that it doesn't need to be fixed to replace it. If it does, they replace it. And that doesn't cost us anything. Other than the upfront cost. So then the tower site operations, that covers all my leases for the tower sites. We have 8 different sites, some of which I have leases, some of them I don't have any leases on, some of them we actually own. So that covers the leases, that covers plowing, that covers the actual structure of the tower, the ones that we do own. So if a section bends on the tower and we have to replace it, that's where that comes from. And then the radio repair maintenance, that is all, as of right now, would be all in-house stuff, meaning in the 911 center, the Zetron radios, so anything that breaks on those, that covers that, like I said, the headsets, that covers the mic packs.
They're not covered under the maintenance contract.
They are not, no.
So it's really 4605 and 4620. Kind of go together, the tower site operations and radio
Correct,
maintenance
yes.
contracts.
Yeah.
Okay. So the tower site operations seem to be running a good 15,000 lower than what the budget is.
Mhm.
Is there a reason why that's?
So we had, during this radio upgrade, we had tower sites that failed. We had to go to different tower sites. And there was a bunch of that. So we had, right now I am at 50,000. I'm at 50,000 right now. I mean, I've used 92% of that line. So we ended up on new tower sites that the leases are a little bit more than where we were before.
Okay.
I calculated it out while I was sitting over there. I am at just about 45,000 in just leases.
And that's every year.
That's every year, and they increase by 3%, some of them every year. I'm sorry, every couple of years.
So if you're at 45 now, and you're asking for 55, could you settle for 50?
I think he said he was at 48 or something. No, the 45
Yeah,
is
I've
just
already
the leasing.
spent 50 this year.
And that 66,000 in the contracts is a contracted
Yes,
expense.
Yep.
That's,
Who actually owns the towers?
depends on which one. So Liberty's owned by American Tower Company. We have a tower on Mount View High School, which we don't pay anything there. Aborn, we own. Stockton, the water district owns, but we own the tower. Belfast, the water district owns, tower, the land, we own the building. Point Lookout, we own the tower, the building, but not the land.
No.
What am I missing? Oh, and then Mount Waldo, we own just the equipment. Yeah, it's, trying to find tower space is tricky. I wish we owned all of them, it'd be so much easier.
Okay, moving right along.
So we're suggesting no change to these 4 lines.
Okay.
There's a new tower at the EMA site in Swanville.
There is.
Is there any possibility that you can cheapen things by moving some transmitters from there?
Have you seen that tower to see what they've got on it?
Not yet, I have,
They've-
well, not the
they've-
last few weeks.
They've got it full. But it all depends on the study. So when we did this, we wanted to make sure we had the optimal coverage for the county. And they did a study and they said, this is where your tower needs to be. This is where your tower, and that's what we went on.
Okay.
So,
Scheduling express.
yeah,
Okay, so Schedule Express is a program that we've had for years. What's happened is over the last couple of years, it had been cut by the commissioners to save money. And we were asked to use iSolved, which was the HR program, payroll program, it had its own scheduling portion in it. Each year that we didn't have it, we went back and asked the commissioners if we could have it again, and they graciously gave it back to us. After the beginning of the year, because we just couldn't make that iSolved work. iSolved was a program designed for Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, not for 24-hour coverage.
Not for 24/7.
So rather than go back with Schedule Express because of the price, we found a different company that was half of the price that we're gonna hopefully switch over to, hence the 2,500.
But you're calling it schedule.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
That's
working
just the
here.
line.
Yeah,
So is there any opportunity to get money out of ISOL
no, because that's a package deal that HR has.
with HR?
Yeah,
Yes, I'm not familiar, where I do, I'm not familiar with the scheduling. Mike had shared with me when I started about that, and it just didn't work. And it fell off the wayside.
When ISOL is a HR program,
It's a payroll
Yeah,
program.
payroll.
That's our
program.
payroll and
Yeah.
And so,
the other 24-hour departments, the jail and the sheriff's
Yeah.
department, do an Excel sheet
Yeah.
and manage to do it.
but so what I'm asking, is there a separate module in ISOL that you were using for the comm center? Or is that all part of just the HR
It was-
program that you're
my
buying?
understanding was just part of, it was one whole package they bought, that it was all part of it.
I haven't touched the
Yeah.
scheduling express on that one, Bob, at all. Mike was the only department that I knew anything.
Yeah, we didn't even know we had scheduling until the previous HR said, oh, look at this.
Oh,
So, yeah,
Look how we can help you.
yes.
We're from the county and we're here to help.
Well,
Oh,
I
sorry.
mean, not to sound too, just wondering if the jail is managing to use an Excel spreadsheet, why can't we do that?
The difference is they have
There's
two shifts.
Huge difference.
Oh,
Yeah, two shifts, they have, what are the shifts? They're on?
It's 6 to 1,800.
So, yeah, so 6 to 6 and 6 to 6, and the sheriff's department has 6 to 4 and 4 to 2. I have 8 different shifts that overlap. And then we use it when somebody calls out sick, it automatically notifies the dispatcher so they can. What's happening before is when we had paper schedule, is now I'm taking a dispatcher away from dispatching to sit there, try to make phone calls. To try to find someone to come in, and it was wasting way too much time.
All right.
thanks.
I'm okay.
Me 3.
Critic call, that sounds kind of interesting.
If Critical is the testing program that we use for testing new hires. So what they do is they come in, they sit in front of a computer for about 3 hours. And they go through scenarios, and then it gives us a score at the end on where they sit on multitasking and all that stuff.
And actually weeds a lot out because
It
folks,
does.
it takes him 6 to 9 months to get a dispatcher trained and up and going. And at least if we found with this program, you can kind of nip it at the bud right off.
I've actually had people walk in, sit down at the test and go, nope, sorry. And
Yep.
leave.
At least, yeah.
Yep, it's worked out well.
So for 3 years to this year to date, it's been $35.95. Why the bump up to 39?
I don't know. Where am I looking? There
How
it
could
is.
I, Mary?
Yeah, I don't know what the,
Is it a program that we
it
use?
is a program, and I didn't realize that there was a difference there.
Well, then my vote is the number be $35.95.
So it's a minus of $305 on that line.
We're talking 4822, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
That's it. And the amount again,
305 minus.
put it up to 35.90.
One of the ones that you had here, you would ask about in your emails, copy release.
Yeah,
We don't have that anymore, so that can be cut right out.
Line 4610.
Yeah.
Taking that to zero, that's a minus
Yeah.
1,700.
What do you have in this place?
We don't do a ton of copying anymore, so we bought an all-in-one. We do more scanning and do digital stuff than anything, so. It didn't make sense to have that big machine there.
okay, good, thank you, Mike.
So, there's a number difference here on paperwork. Maybe you can explain. Year to date, as of, I think it's November 17th, is showing 1,327.37 spent. And on our sheets in the book, budget for 24, it's showing year to date.
What number? What?
This is line 45, I'm sorry, 4840, new recruitment, retention,
Yep.
whatever. So it's showing on our page in the book, expended current year, 3,114.32. And on the appropriations chart, as of, I think it's November 17th, it's showing 1,327.37 spent.
Yep, I can explain that.
Please.
So we have a hiring bonus. Oh, we did, that's been now suspended. But when we did, I talked to finance and she was supposed to remove the 2,000 from that line. It
Okay.
got taken out of there instead of, I think it was supposed, I don't know if it was supposed to come out as severance.
Correct.
Yeah,
So you're saying, Mike, that we can zero this line?
no, that's the new recruitment line that's what we use for telecommunicator week. And that's also the line that, I use if we have a storm or something like that and the dispatchers are stuck there, I'll go buy food on that line and bring that to them so they have food there.
Is 1,500 a reasonable number for that line instead of 2,000? Or is that cutting it too close? It's looking at previous years along with
I
it.
could probably make that work.
What's that one?
That's line 4840. And you wanna deduct 500 from it, is that correct?
Yes, bringing the number down to 1,500.
Uh-oh. We've already talked about training. And
Well, 5325 is the next line, isn't it?
It is.
I'm actually good on that, because when you look at averages, I'm happy with that.
I'm okay too.
Meaning all we already did.
I'm curious about the difference in the capital outlay.
Well, can we go to 5,600 first?
Sure.
Yep, so we have a new recorder. The recorder has, 1 year free maintenance. So that's why that is not in there. And then I'm not sure going forward for next year, if that will fall under IT or if that will still fall under me, so that's why that was zeroed out.
All right,
Good.
that makes sense.
And then the lines above it, the books and periodicals, we never use, the statutes I never use, so those are all pulled.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then the capital.
Yep.
Yeah. So
What's it for?
Oh,
commissioners cut one of your requests out of that line.
Yep. So I asked in the capital outlay, I asked for a new chair. They're 24-hour chairs. They're not cheap. They're 24/7 chairs.
So the chair got left. The chair got left in, it looks like.
It did, yep.
Yeah.
So that's why that amount is so high, because the one that we're getting rid of is 23 years old. So it's been recovered, but it's just, I can't get parts for it anymore. But they last.
So the question seems to be this, whatever power DMS
Yep.
is.
Power DMS is a policy program that the sheriff's department has. That I could put a policy in, I write a policy right into the program. And then the policy gets pushed out to all the dispatchers via cell phone, via email, however they choose. They have,
Immediately.
correct. So they know that there's a change. They know that this change affects them. They have to sign off on the policy.
What happens without the software,
Oh, we just continue the way we're doing it now.
which is what?
I take the policy, I put it in a book out there and I put a piece of paper out there for all of them to sign off on it.
You think that's bad? You should have stayed in jail for 10 years.
How often do you have policy up there?
Well, I've been trying to go through the book to update because our policies are very old and very outdated, so I'm trying to rewrite all of them right now. But the state changes what we do and how we do it, so a lot of times the state will come up with, okay, this is how you're gonna do this now for emergency medical dispatch. So then I would have to go and change the policy, or the sheriff's department says, hey, we want to do this now instead of this, so I'd have to go and change the policy. What we do now is, like I said, I'll put in the book, I'll put a sheet there for them to sign off on it, send them a message in either Outlook or our CAD system, let them know that it's there.
So any of the state mandated changes, are they covered by the state? When the state mandates you do something differently?
Yes.
So you get funded by the state for that?
Well, no, not funded, but everything is covered by, they dictate the policy. But
They dictate.
they don't give us any money for it.
Yeah,
So if you had to make a value judgment about how much the value of this software is bureaucracy, checking boxes versus saving lives, how would you break that out?
The problem I have right now is I have a dispatcher that, and I don't mean a dispatcher, but dispatcher comes in, the policy has changed. They sit down for their shift, it gets busy. Now they sit there for 3 hours busy, not realizing that a policy changed, which could have affected those first 3 hours of them sitting there. Because they haven't had a chance to sit and read through Spillman. They don't know that there's an update in that book that could affect them that night. So.
so can you give an example of what?
Yeah,
what
what
that
sort
might
of
be?
policies like that? Yeah.
It could be, so I just changed, and this is just an example, but it's not a life-threatening example. So one of the things that was wasting a lot of time is we have to go through this EFD policy for car deer accidents, which you know how many we probably get of those a day, especially this time of year. So right now they go through this full process of EFD for this one car deer accident, which we laxed just recently, that they don't have to do the full. You ask if they have injuries, you ask if, you know,
How the
airbags.
deer is feeling?
Yeah. You know, you add, it's, you know, is there property damage? Is anybody hurt? Yes, okay, we'll go through the process. No, then we can skip the process.
Sure.
So we just, so
But the
dispatcher,
process changed so that they would ask
Yeah.
our question.
so a dispatcher could have come in and for the first 3 hours, they get these car deer accidents, and now they're still going through the process. But now we've got these other life-threatening calls coming in that they could
Could have been working. on.
putting more attention, not that they should be putting more attention on car
Prioritize.
deer, but
Triage.
yeah,
You still have a written SOP that they're required to read.
yes,
So all this is.
it's very outdated, but yes,
But it has to be updated.
yeah, and that's what I've been working on.
No, but I mean, when changes are made and they should be notified that they need to read the
Correct.
changes. right?
Yep.
So I can't see where justifying sending them an individual change, because I'm gonna read that change and go, yeah. And I'm gonna sit down and go to work, and I'm probably gonna forget it anyway.
It's, so the change, when they get that, they can choose to ignore it. Or they can choose to acknowledge it, from what I understand. It just gives them that immediate notice that a policy's changed, is what it is.
You're talking about the list of questions that they ask. They don't have all this memorized, right?
No,
So are you saying they've got a book like this where
no,
they
it's an online program for all
It is
that.
an online
Yeah.
program. So when a policy changes, isn't the real thing, you wanna just update that online program immediately.
No, cause
Yeah.
that's set for the whole entire state. And then you have certain guidelines that you can make changes to based on your own policies.
Can I give an example, Mike?
Go ahead, please.
So in the jail, when I was running it, we would have a checklist. The checklist is obviously to be there for a reminder of all the things that I need to get done. If I do the checklist and get it all done, that doesn't mean the job's over. I still have other things that I have to do. All this is for them is just a flag saying, hey, this needs your attention. And there's so many policies. I mean, when I was in the jail, there was still policies from when the building was made that they were following. So it's the reason I think for them though, on the other side, they're more technology based than the jail was obviously. So they're doing so much with these computers. Like if I sit down and I'm screening you, I'm going through Spellman and you're coming in, I'm asking all the medical questionnaire stuff. I know that I have about 106 questions that I need to ask you that are medical related. But if you're a man. Let me backtrack. If you are a man who identifies as a man, I don't have to ask you if you're pregnant. So then I can skip it.
Yeah.
It's the same idea of what they're doing. But when there's a policy change, maybe that policy is going to be affecting this subsection, this, and then this at the end. And basically all they're doing is electronically updating a lot of their policies and procedures and how they're doing stuff.
And that's what this Power DMS is that it would take that layer that your actual call center
Yes.
people are looking at to automatically
Yes,
boot up the current thing that they're supposed to be.
correct.
So Mike, if you don't get it this year, is that something you'll ask for next year?
Probably, yeah.
So now this is where I'm going to jump on the other side of the sword.
Yep.
How does this affect us when we're doing things for Knox? You know what I mean? Like, because they must have their own
No,
policies,
nothing. We
procedures.
still have to follow the state policies
Okay,
for this, and we're following our own policies for what we're currently doing for Knox.
because right now we're making money off of that situation, right?
Yeah.
Because we're getting money coming in, so that's a good thing for us.
Yes.
So our people are
Um,
protected as long as they're following the state stuff.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
because we're not dispatching, we're
Perfect.
not looking at their individual protocols there.
Good.
We're taking the call in.
Yep.
We process the call based on state mandates,
So we're basically subcontracting. it,
and then
right?
we
Yes.
put it into the system,
Perfect.
and then
I
it
like
goes
that.
out.
So that was my last question too. Are we getting revenue from Knox County, and how is that reflected in this budget?
I don't know if the commission.
That's a wicked good
That's a
question.
great
Bob.
question.
Wicked good, and I'm going to turn you to the payroll
Wow.
assistant who will
You just got
explain
thrown on the spot.
our monthly,
I have the answer.
our monthly billing.
So we do a monthly billing and we're just breaking even on that unless, to my knowledge, for payroll, what we're paying the staff is a direct bill and a direct reimbursement. There's no money to be made. Now, if there's anything above and beyond, like an IT type situation, Jason's on the phone or Commissioner Story can answer, but to my knowledge, we are not making money.
Initially, when we took on Knox to do just their 911 calls, we said we need to update this phone system and some technology here. This is what it's gonna cost.
And they paid for that.
And they paid
Yeah.
for that, and then we charged them an hourly fee for you or you sitting there taking the calls.
So, but and it is a full direct cost too. So when we pay this employee a stipend of X dollars, any direct cost to us as an employer, like for retirement, social security, workers' comp, because we do get charged based on salary, that's a direct cost to Knox.
So even though even though we're breaking out evenly, would you say that there's equity that we're making in this
No,
transaction?
I really wouldn't, and I don't think this is a long-term.
Okay.
We did it because they needed 911.
Oh, so you think this is a temporary fix for Knox County, that we're helping them out?
I shouldn't answer. The last thing we want to do is overburden our own staff.
Right, right.
But Knox was in a situation where they needed it.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is if our staff isn't being used for Knox County, then they're available for those same
Yeah.
people are available for Waldo County.
Certainly, yeah, absolutely.
So to the extent that we're not overwhelmed by calls from Knox County,
Mike would have to answer that. My understanding is, no, there may be busy periods, but no, we have adequate staff and we build that forward. So let me might confirm, but if Mike has to schedule an employee to help cover a particular holiday weekend, that's a direct cost to Knox too. So the overtime rate, everything that's associated to it. And we have invoiced them for overtime for staff that he typically would not normally have based on Waldo's needs. But no, everything is direct billed. That was part of the contract with them.
Okay, so, now we're trying to manage another process. Do we feel comfortable that we've got all of the tools we need to manage that process?
Oh,
So
yeah.
that we are billing Knox everything that we are contractually. We can contractually claim from Knox.
Absolutely, Bob,
And we have more
absolutely.
tools
I
on the
saw
way
this.
too.
I'm sorry?
I was gonna say, and we have more tools on the way that they are putting into place to make this even easier.
Good.
So.
No, our self payroll program, I set it up so we can build a direct cost.
So the capital outlay discussion, I would like to recommend that we support the commissioner's request of the 2,600 for chair replacement only this year, and hope, Mike, that you will re-request for next year the software.
I have one question though, on your actual supporting sheet, you asked for 2,800. Are you okay with the 2,600?
I gotta look.
And you get another one.
Are we on 7011 capital?
Yes.
outlay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Just wanna make sure. Thinking of the DMF. So that 2,600 was for chair and DMS, Mike?
No,
No,
just the chair.
Oh,
No.
okay, gotcha. Sorry, I was thinking that was.
But the details show
The
28.
detail shows.
Yeah,
28.
his backup shows 28, but
Oh, yeah.
budget shows 26.
Well, I guess you just don't get the heater in it.
Yeah.
Right.
I can see.
No wheels.
I can't recall why it was put to 26, but,
It was minus $5,970 was reduced from that 8,700.
right, but why did we minus the chair? If the chair was 20, there was a reason that, maybe they only get 3 wheels, I don't know. But
Just.
We don't
looking
get the
at
big
Dave.
cover.
No adjustments.
I mean, I'm just
It's
wondering
that
if it
tight.
was pipeline.
It's very possible when my math was off.
Well, these two numbers do add, I think, to the 8770.
Yeah.
Okay.
But which two? The 5970 for power DMS and 2,800 for the chair.
So the 26 is incorrect.
Well, that was my
Looks that
question.
way.
Yeah, it should be 28 would be my assumption.
Well, let's
Yeah,
just make,
it's,
let's
let's just
recommend
make-
28 and.
The
Let
quote I got on the chair was 2767
28 's the number.
92.
so we're
So plus
increasing.
200.
Okay, thank you.
And you also on the radio maintenance contracts line, the supporting documentation, I'm pretty sure says.
It has a different, it has a different number.
565, not 66, 65, 565, as opposed to 66065. Is it just that there's an extra 500 in there for
What is it?
unexpected stuff? Sorry to go back to that one,
No,
but
no.
I noticed it when I was looking up the hair thing.
I don't have it in front of me.
I'd leave it, Robin. I see what you mean, but
Sorry about that.
So it looks like in that contract, there's somewhere $500 was left off.
Well, added in, actually.
Left
Number
off
of
of the
added.
request.
Like,
what's that, Bob?
I said left off of the request.
Yeah.
The request was for 66,065.
And this is 55,560,
Yeah.
right?
So, I mean, I'm okay with that because, well, I don't think, I'm okay leaving it.
Yep.
Cause I think there might be other areas where you can make up that 500.
So you're saying don't worry about that 500.
That's right.
Okay.
And it's gonna stay at 66,065.
I guess he just got a wheel back to
Yep.
share.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
All right, I didn't have the other 500 separate.
I see the pencil moving and calculators going.
Mr. Chair, yes, sir.
Does that give us
Okay.
the total for the bottom line?
I do, the total bottom line for this is 1,232,618. And it was a difference of 55. Oops. 55. So you decreased this budget by 5,305.
Yes.
And then you increased by 200, which gave you 1,232,618. You have the same number, Linda?
Yeah, but I was working off from the department requested total, not the commissioners.
The only changes that I show 2,000 from training minus.
Yep.
Minus 1,000 fuel and maintenance.
Yep.
Minus 305 critical cob.
Okay.
Minus 1,700 capital copier lease. And then a plus 200 for the capital overlay.
What's 4840, I had a $500 decrease in there.
Yeah, 4840 had a
4840 had a $500 increase.
40.
Decrease.
Oh goodness, I don't have that.
Down to 1500.
Oh,
Right,
goodness.
so we've done another.
Come on, Amy, pay attention.
I know, you're right.
Where's Carrie?
So it would be-
You're screwed.
It would be the 5305 because is the total decrease from the commissioner requested total.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. What, Annette?
So what was critical testing? 3595, right?
2323.
Yes,
That's $400 decrease. Which is number
4822.
4822, that's a $400 decrease, not five. No.
No, we took it down 300.
305 was the decrease.
It went from 3,900 to 3,595.
Oh.
So for travel, for 4100 travel, did you decrease that by 500?
No,
No.
Left it at 2,000?
yes,
Okay, so then I went down through, so for vehicle 4200, minus $1,000, leaving the budget at 1,000.
Yep.
I had
Correct.
copier lease minus up to 1,700, so that put it to 0.
Correct.
I had the 4620, it stayed at 55. I had, the next one I show as a decrease was the critical testing, 4822, I minus 305.
Yes.
I have 4840 new recruitments, I minus 500, leaving it at 1,500. Then the next one I had as a decrease was training all, 5378. I have it, leaving it at 15,000, a minus of 2,000.
so it's at
You
13.
get-
Oh, sorry,
13.
13, sorry, I did that backwards. Thank you for checking that. And I had we had a total, let me add that. whole total.
But
Did
you
you
have
get-
one more,
One
Capital.
capital outlay.
Oh,
There
can
was
mine,
200 onto that,
Okay.
right?
mine, Excel that Carrie had shared with me had 2,600, so let me put that.
So it's
Yeah.
went up to 20.
So that's
So
20.
2,600 that
It's
you
going
wanted.
up to 28.
so it's going up to 28.
Oh, sorry.
So technically, we have
Oh, okay.
5,505 in cuts for this
Right.
department.
Right. And 200.
Then we add back in
So it's
200.
a total adjustment of 5305.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so my numbers were right.
Yeah.
How you feeling about that, Tom?
So for the
Eat a
commissioner,
grid.
but for the commissioner requested amount, I have 1,232,318. No,
Well, with the changes.
with the changes.
Not what Amy said, right?
She ended with 318.
1,232,318.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I came up with.
So we're all on the same page.
Okay. Glad my pencil and my calculator.
That's right. I don't care what they say about it. We can add.
You said 618 before.
So we beat that number.
Yeah.
So the correct number is 1,232,318 dollars. Total cuts to that department is 5,305.
Motion to accept the,
Yeah, no. go ahead.
motion to accept the budget for, the communication center. Number 1076 for $1,232. $1,200,000.
I like that first number.
18, sorry.
Second.
Second, all right, I have a motion of receiving for the communication center, 1 million. Go ahead, say the number.
$1,232,318.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed.
It posts everything.
Yeah, he does. And Mary wasn't here to balance it off, so.
All right.
Mike, thank you very, very much, sir.
Thank you.
I would have kept the program in there.
Yeah,
So
it's all good.
Well,
Well,
thank you.
We never voted on the jail.
And actually,
Right.
Can I
that's why I
ask
was
this?
hesitant.
can I ask us to go through those numbers, the changes? Oh, shoot.
That's okay. What
I
ones
just.
for the
which one?
facilities?
When,
Which-
no, when we did the jail, when we did the total.
Okay, got it right here, but so we'll go back, that's
Right.
1050.
Could have been my dumb calculator. but It's very sensitive to that precedent lines. I just want to make sure.
Be nice to
I've got
have
it.
Excel spreadsheets and
I know,
update them
that's-
as we go along.
Well, I think
Sorry.
that's what,
What do you mean?
That's
if you
she's
just
doing.
carry?
Well, but
Pardon?
she's doing her own. See, normally, I mean, Carrie, you know, everybody knows with technology, you
Yeah.
all have your own little squirrel hut, and we're not gonna touch her technology to try to get in there. I shouldn't anyway, but so we're trying to wing it. The first thing I have on the jail that was a change was we added, this is a plus, 2,400 to electricity.
Yes.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. That's
What number is that?
that's a plus.
4302.
4302.
And that was 30,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Came up to 30.
The next one that I have is a decrease, which would be the next line, 4303. I show a decrease of 5,000.
Correct.
Yes.
To 15,000.
Yes. The next one. Now, this I think was from the last time, live scan.
Yes.
I show a decrease in that of 1,000.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next one on the same page under water, I have a decrease of 500.
Correct.
On the following page, and some of these might have been done the other day, I show a decrease of 1,000 on line 4601.
Correct.
The next decrease I see is line 4605, and that's for 1,000.
Decrease. Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
A decrease. The next one, and this is going back.
Yeah.
A couple days, okay, a couple meetings, was line 5101. Food was 2,000 decrease.
Right.
The next one is 5330, office supplies,
5230.
5230, thank you, Robin. I show a decrease of 1,000.
Correct.
The next line, 5243, training, I show a decrease of 2,500.
Correct.
The next note for the record that I have is under line 7323, dedicate 15,000 to a roof. And that's,
But that's no change.
correct, that is no change. That is a no for the commissioners could reset. So I show a difference in the jail, as of today, that was made today of 4,100. Which took into consideration, I had to add in 2,400. Which I'm showing that budget at. And feel free to check me. I'm showing that budget at $3,636,575.70.
That's what you said before.
Yes.
3,629,079,079.
3,636,575.70. We
But
can
isn't
match
the net
sheets on-
change 11,000?
10,600.
We have it, all the negatives. Are.
I have 14,000 in negatives.
And then you have the 2,400 in positive.
Yeah, and then I have the 2,400.
Which goes to 11,600 as a net.
Okay.
Right.
So change
And if
of
it's, so
11,000.
if you're taking 40,000 and taking out 11,000, doesn't that get you to 29 and not 36?
Where are you getting the 40?
Oh, maybe that's where I got the wrong number. I had 3,640,675 as the budget on that most recent sheet you gave us.
Right, $3,640,000,
Thousand.
$1,675.70. Yep.
And if we take 11,600 from that.
You can't take
But
11,000
we
from
only
that
made-
because you're already taking 6,500
Right.
off.
Oh,
that.
that already has.
You're
it.
about
Remember
taking
some-
4,100.
That's
off.
the part I didn't.
That
Yeah.
reflected the
Okay.
changes. So the
Okay.
only changes that were
Thanks.
made today were 4,100.
Okay,
Do you understand, Robin? Those
Yeah,
others were
now-
reflected.
yeah, that helps.
Yep.
I didn't realize that number was. already-
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the total?
So the total with today's changes, which was 4,100. With today's changes, Bob,
Yeah.
brought the jail budget from $3,640,675.70. With today's changes of 4,100, it brought the jail's budget to $3,636,575.70.
Are you okay with that, Linda?
That's right on.
I was the
And
one that
Robin?
was having trouble, yeah.
No, sorry about that, Robin. No,
I just,
Carrie
yeah.
was good because any changes that you made the other day, she immediately implemented them on the sheet.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
do we need to vote on this?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
Okay, so we're open for motion.
Make a motion that we approve the budget for Department 1050 corrections
Yes, ma'am.
in the amount of $3,636,575.70. Second.
Okay, we have a motion before us for the jail corrections line 1050 of. David, I'm gonna say the number.
$3,636,575.70.
Something like that.
70 cents.
Oh, sorry, that's it.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Passed unanimously. What number?
Currently, we are on number 70. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you Sharon Peavy, our register of probate, and Judge Owen.
Good morning, I'm Sharon.
Good morning.
Budget 1070.
I'm not sure how many you are familiar with probate court, if you've ever had to use our services, mostly. I got a lot of what does probate do? So our court is where you would come to probate somebody to estate and they pass on. We also do guardianship, incapacitated adults or minors who have been conservatives. We do adoptions because they're a really happy part of our existence. Name changes. Outside of the probate world, we also are acceptance agency, agents for passport services. You can come to us if you need a passport, if you need help getting information on how to do a renewal. That brings in a pretty good amount of revenue for the county. Once we need to do that.
So if I have a living trust and my son, who's my executor, besides I'm incapacitated, and he goes to 2 marijuana doctors and gets their permission, he has to come to the court.
Well, that's something a little bit different. If there is an advanced medical care director, which I think is what you're talking about, the doctors and hospitals should recognize that.
He's talking about being able to manage my estate.
Oh my God, he's gonna kill you off, Bob?
Yeah.
See, competency.
I thought we had you for a couple more years.
You wouldn't have to worry about that. And then you would have to worry about that.
That's right. All right. Anyhow. sorry.
Okay, so, I'm not sure where you folks are starting. Are you still going line by line?
Yeah.
The very first one is the personnel line, and that's, the only increase in the personnel services is the salaries that are based on the pay scales that are in place, with the approved COLA from the commissioners, and any pay steps that might have been reached by my staff.
Although the commissioners roll with that.
They did, I had asked for a bump in the judge of probate salary. It's severely underpaid and the pay scale has not been updated in about 10 years for that position. So the only increase that position has ever had is the COLAs that were approved.
So I don't understand. It says on this sheet that the department requested 256,000 and that the commissioners requested 256.
No,
No.
247,
47, yeah.
I'm gonna redirect this. How come you guys are requesting lower?
What line
Is
is
on, it says that you guys are requesting 247,949. The department's requesting 256.
when we, so we did a 4% COLA for all staff.
Yeah.
And mind you, there's union contracts and stuff. And Sharon had put in for a significant bump to the judges, which I don't doubt the placement in the pecking order of judges across the state, but again, we had said a COLA, that was the COLA for everyone, period. Everybody is overworked and stressed and whatever, so we recommended that it go back down to what a 4% COLA would be. It would be the difference.
How did you get how does that number, the reduction of 8980 relate to the detail that she gave us? I mean, we're not running afoul of any 4% raise things, right?
No. Quite frankly, and I'd have to look. Robin, I think the only change is that
It's that increasing
Is-
caseload.
the register of
Fine.
probate will bring you one of the tightest, best budgets ever. I mean that.
Well, I guess the
She's
reason I ask
exceptional.
is,
I think the only thing that we, the commissioners, made a change on is because we said, we don't doubt that the judge doesn't put in additional hours. We all are right now. But what we said is 4%, it needs to be 4%.
but that's why I'm asking, because unless the 4%, I haven't tried that, but we're talking about the judge of probate, that's
Yes, ma'am.
right. The only number in there that isn't identified as the 4% is the increasing caseload, and it's 8,675, but you reduced it 8,980. I just, maybe that included maybe the 4% is.
I think
I
think,
just-
Robin, yeah, I think, I don't only know just some of the information Sharon maybe have. She came in at a certain rate that also increased plus the 4% that the commissioners had approved for the COLA. So the decrease, only thing that correct me if I'm wrong, that was decreased was just the additional increase outside of the 4%. So I think what you're seeing here, the commissioner's approval is just less that additional increase in the salary.
And yet on
Except the
next
numbers don't add up.
Okay,
next
So I'm
line,
looking
quarter
up-
20,
Oh,
we're showing an increase in hourly wage from $80 to $150 an hour.
what line are you on, Tom? I'm
Next
sorry.
line, court appointment,
Court appointments, okay.
which is an increase from $80 to $150 an hour for court appointed attorneys.
that would be Sharon's.
So, the court appointments are for anyone that appears in our court that is entitled to counsel. If they can't afford it, then the judge is obligated to appoint counsel for them. If they can't afford to pay for it, then the court has to absorb those costs. We've been very lucky since from 2009 to 2021, that line was $12,000. I got an increase last year up to $22,000 for the first time because we needed to get an hourly fee from $30. We worked it up to $50. Just this past year, we started paying $80 an hour. What we would like to do is get it up to $150 an hour for court appointments, which would match the state rate that they allow with their court appointments.
How does it work? with
It is,
court appointed
because-
attorneys? Is that, obviously, they don't volunteer for that.
They do not, and I have always said the Waldo County attorneys have been very good to Waldo County citizens because for so long, from 2009 to 2021, they were willing to take $30 an hour and then $50 an hour. And even $80 an hour, I'm having a hard time finding people. Because we're competing with the state rate. If they can take a state appointment at $150 an hour, they're likely to say, I'm gonna pass on that $80 an hour appointment. So I have a couple of attorneys here in Waldo County who are very good that I can call on. Otherwise, I have to go out of county. Sometimes Rockland, I have an attorney in Exeter that I can depend on. I would really like to be able to use our Waldo County attorneys. It's more convenient for the parties who are in Waldo County that need these services. I think $150 an hour is, very good rate.
I have a stupid question, but it's not gonna be directed
Good.
for you.
Good, it's good.
Thanks.
Me too.
So
He's good at asking.
I'll wait till he's paying attention. So Bill, so we're having the conversation about how it's hard for us to find court appointed attorneys. I remember at one point you had brought up a conversation about us working as a district with the other counties. Was it Lincoln, Sag?
That's
No,
with regards to the
right?
jail,
Yeah, but no, that was in regards to the
prosecutorial district.
Right, so will us working as a district make it easier for her to find court appointed employers or? No.
You can turn on the news almost every night and you hear even the state talking about how for the longest time, they had no funding for indigent people or anything else. I mean, Sharon is, again, this is one of the tightest budgets you'll see. So I mean, if she's been able to arm wrestle attorneys to work for that, that's great. Again, it doesn't mean that there's more cases. It just means you can't get somebody to represent.
There's less people wanting to do
And
it.
I have two hard questions.
Okay,
At $80 an hour, are we getting less qualified? If that's what I gotta say.
Wow.
Attorneys who-
Wow.
I'm sorry.
all of our. Fair amount. Our local attorneys are like a general practice. I would describe them like a GP doctor. They do a little bit of everything. So I think everybody's very qualified to do the work that we send their way.
Don't we have sufficient numbers of lawyers at this point who would do it at $80 an hour?
No.
Tom, do not get us in trouble when I drive you home.
Sorry.
I
mean,
feel like.
just looked at 4% COLA
Right.
increase with others, and now we're looking at nearly 100% increase for somebody else who's already making, excuse my language, damn good money. Sorry. And I know it doesn't meet the state standard, but
right,
It's burdensome also, if I'm loading a bunch of cases onto a couple of attorneys. They're likely to be overburdened, you know, besides their regular law practice, I'm taking these court appointments that are much lower paid.
I will say in what I have seen, for, attorneys, they make more than $150 an hour. So
Yeah,
that's not a
This is
bad
a
rate.
reduced rate. Yes. Did you want to add something? Victor?
Well, I just think, it's important for you to understand, it's harder and harder to get somebody to take these cases. And if you have an attorney, let's say in Bangor, that can take a state appointed case or a probate case at $150 an hour, why would they come to Waldo County? We don't have enough attorneys in Waldo County right now. And, this is sort of the minimum benchmark, because that's, Commission on Indigent Legal Services has indicated that's the minimum rate for state appointed cases. And all of the probate courts have gone back to the drawing board and their budgets to meet that, because that's the pool of attorneys that are gonna go, that we pull from. And it's tough, it's tough.
So I'd like to make a suggestion if I could. 150 divided by 80 is a factor of 1.875. I took that, I took that and multiplied it times your I believe your year-to-date, times your year-to-date court appointments, and came up with, like 28,125.
I'm not sure what your year-to-date date is. My current balance in the court appointment line is $7,418.17.
Right, unencumbered, right, so we have the same expended number.
Got the same.
Yeah.
But I've got 7 appointments out there that have not yet submitted vouchers for this year.
They know that it's gotta be done.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And that's gonna total $7,200 when all those vouchers.
How much?
$7,200.
So it's gonna,
So.
So your numbers
I'm gonna
actually,
have a couple $100 left over in that line.
22.
that's really gonna be like 21,781. 21,782.
yeah.
And this is one of those things, I take it, it's difficult, because where we're getting over COVID, there are more actual cases that are requiring physical presence now.
Not necessarily, whether they're appearing by Zoom or in person, they're still generating hours. Yes, we are trying to be more in person now. The only Zoom appearances are mostly for people who are uncontested things that might be able to, if there's no testimony that needs to be taken, or no exhibits, no witnesses, things like that, the easier things we do allow by Zoom.
Do you have the same, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Do you have the same backlog that the court system has?
No,
No.
probate court is very efficient. Not to say that the district court isn't efficient.
Somebody else is getting
Robert, where'd you get to with?
She was kidding.
I got to 28,125,
No,
but I didn't.
when you take her actual.
What did you
year,
say your
it
actual
gets up
year
to
to
like
date?
41.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Your actual year to date will be
my,
Around 21,000.
It's gonna be,
21,780.
it's gonna, call it 22, it's gonna be
Yeah.
like 21,700.
Yeah,
So call it 22, Bob, which was her last year's budget.
and comes out to like.
it's like
41.
30 something like that.
Oh, I got, well,
Yeah.
maybe if you did, I did the 22.
I'll take 32.
It's gonna be 39. Yeah, oh, you mean take the 32.
Okay, so we're leaving that line at 32, is that what we're saying?
I would.
Okay,
Can we go back to the personnel line, please, because it still doesn't make sense to
We
me.
can't control
We can control that.
But I think,
it. We can't,
What they
we can't
took off-
control it though.
but what they took off, the only thing that we can't control in the detail that you gave us is this one line for Judge Owen for 8,675. But what they took off was 8,980. And that's why I'm saying it looks like they've taken off too much. And it starts digging into your 4% that has to be given. So there's a $305 over takeoff.
I think I have an explanation for
Okay.
that. when Judge Owen started, the salary for the judge of probate position was $34,928. That was based on the figure that Judge Osita had been making. He was my judge before Judge Owen for 3 years. So that's what his salary was, and that's the figure I picked up. The starting salary for the judge of probate is even lower than that, unfortunately. So I think the figure that the commissioners went by, was $33,960, which might be the difference that you're finding.
I just want to make sure that we're not setting the budget, too low.
Well, we don't set that budget one anyways.
My question is for the commissioners. When we make a motion to approve, are we using the commissioner requested column or are we using the department requested column?
No, you would use the commissioner request column.
Okay, thank you. Wanted clarity.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we are at,
Can I ask a question about the judge's salary? I know we don't have any control, but I just, from what you said there's been no raise there in 10 years.
Not over the COLA. There's been no increase to the base salary other than what COLA has been allowed.
But other people around in the,
we evaluate the positions in
Has
the
been-
county that are not union, generally every year, and make sure that everyone is adequately and satisfactorily funded.
is the
This
judge a union?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And that was a brand new judge that came in, and I wish I had the number in front of me that we started her at, because it was very fair and respectable. Speaking on behalf of myself, not my full board. So I almost find this conversation a little awkward and uncomfortable, but she does an outstanding job and we're thrilled. But when we said this is what the COLA will be for everyone, that's what it has to be.
Moving back on to line 4020. For appointments.
We're past that. We agreed 32.
We did.
We
Okay.
did.
All right, seeing how we are not doing anything else with personnel, let's move on.
And then the line 4080, it's not funded. We haven't used that in quite some time. The next 4 lines kind of go together: 4105, 4110, 4115, and 4125. I think you'll see that even though money was budgeted for those lines, not a lot was expended over the last year. And in fact, over the last 3 years, because of COVID, we couldn't travel, the judge couldn't go to seminars, couldn't fly anywhere, couldn't stay anywhere. So those lines were not used up until this year. Judge Owen has been able to take advantage of 1 seminar so far. There are a couple next year. So I see the lodging, the meals, the mileage, and the airfare. I did look back to 2018, when I had Judge Longley pre-COVID. She always used these lines and came within $100 of a balance remaining. He, like me, was very frugal.
Personally, I feel like this is just for Judge Owen, right? And we've already established that the salary for Judge Owen is frugal. I'm fine with leaving these.
Me too.
So that takes us to 4315, the telephone, which we are eliminating. Because that is gonna come out of the technology from here forward. 4630, the furniture, I have asked for $1,000 there. The judge's chair on the bench in the courtroom has had a wire poking through the seat. Oh my God, I know.
You better throw a pillow. Actually, I digress, but I have one, but every time I stand up, it would flip off.
And that chair in about 10 years. So I would like to be able to replace that. I think $1,000 is a really good estimate on a chair that would be decent for the bench.
Yes, a lot better than the
Yeah, with no wire.
sitting in it by 24/7, but there are very long days that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good with that.
Keep going.
Okay, copiers. So our copier, we have about $40 a month that we have to spend for, it's called a service contract.
Yep.
And they base it on the amount of copies that we make, which are a lot. So in the past, I've asked for $500. I'm estimating there'll be about $300 left in that account once I take out our December payment. So there's a couple $100 there that probably would be sendable.
So I was wondering if we could drop it to 250.
I don't think so. Right now,
Are you okay with 300?
It doesn't look like it's gone over 200 in the last 3 years, though.
and it's all big, yeah.
I mean, do you envision that you're going to be doing more copying?
I don't, we use our copier, a lot, we use it a lot, and, the amount that we do pay based on our amount of copies helps, what we call for maintenance, when it needs to be serviced, they come in no charge. So it's kind of covers that as well.
So would you be comfortable going down to the 300? I mean, going down to
Yes.
the amount of $200.
Okay, 300
A
is-
decrease of 200.
Sure.
I'm
Line
fine with that.
4635, reduction of 200.
Correct. 4650.
That would be used for, we also have, as part of our passport services, we have purchased a passport camera and a printer, and every once in a while those need some maintenance, rather than spending money for a new camera and a new printer, which is a little over $1,000. If we can just get the cartridges we need, keep it limping along, so that $200 is just to kind of help cover any costs that might be associated with, or even having to buy a new memory card for the camera, that kind of thing.
Next one.
Reduce building typewriters. A typewriter. So the next one is 4740, the liability insurance, and that's through the administrative office of reports, and that's the liability insurance policy for the church.
Yes.
That wouldn't be covered under the county's insurance.
Yeah, this is different.
You're
For what?
required by the state.
This is, what's that?
The state requires this.
So it's a
insurance.
state
All the
mandate.
judges have to pay.
How does it differ from the policy in which we cover all the employees? I'm serious, this is the first I've seen it.
Specific for the judges, for the probate judges. It's required by the,
And what does it
Board of
cover?
Overseers, and, is administered by the chief circuit clerk, and you have.
Right, what does it cover? I guess I never
can send
paid.
you- I can send the
So would-
policy up.
Okay, I'm
Would this-
sorry, I
would-
just.
Would
that's
this be
interesting.
like for me, I have snow plowing insurance and I have to be bonded. Is this like a special insurance for you
It's like
or?
commissions for judges,
Okay.
and it's actually very inexpensive, I can't understand why it's. so
Well, it's because of your chair.
How so?
Interesting.
Okay.
Let's not beat that one.
Yeah, let's move on.
So 4805.
Yep.
Publications.
Well, I just had a general question.
Okay. Yep.
So in your detail, you say that this expense is reimbursed to the county by the users of the court.
Yes.
So if the expense is reimbursed, why are we charging our towns?
Well, you'll see it back in the revenue in the front,
Right.
but your question is what?
Why would we charge the towns for that? What, in the budget when we?
Okay, I see what you mean. You feel as, because you're a town that
That
I shouldn't have it in the budget?
That's covered.
it should be a wash. fine.
That's what I think.
What, the 4805?
Yeah, that, there's, I mean, I'm not.
I mean, if
I have no-
if the users of the service are paying for that service,
Mm.
why
and it's
then,
reimbursed.
as a
Yeah.
town, am I
Ah.
asking to help pay for this
That gets
expense?
into a fund accounting question.
It does.
Of
They're
whether you
paying,
can-
they're paying, when filing fees are due, they are due at filing, so we have to collect all the fees up front. So when we collect $75 for publication costs, the paper is gonna bill us $56.
Yeah.
So we're actually turning an extra $21 over to the county.
Yeah.
So the cost for the publication is covered as part of the filing fees when somebody files.
I understand.
And then when we get billed by the newspaper, we pay
Pay that
reduced
off.
rate, right?
But
And the extra stays with the county.
So I mean, you're right, Bob, I get, but I think, and I'm gonna go out there, Tammy, help me out here, from an auditing standpoint. I mean, I'm just trying to think how you can make, we've tried to make sure everything is as transparent as it is.
right,
So you're right, this is basically an in and out
Yeah.
account, kind of like a detail. But in the front, you see in your revenue,
there's the revenue.
that she's generating revenue, and that's what it is between that or the passports.
So when you calculate the bill that comes out to the towns, do you reduce it by the revenue that's associated with this line item?
When the revenue formula is put into the amount of my budget, it has been, that has happened.
I'm not sure.
This-
When we send out your tax bill, Palermo, we say, okay, these are the revenues we're expecting.
Hmm.
We're not gonna charge you for the revenues that we expect to come in. This is the balance that we need to charge you for.
I don't believe we send our billing out that way.
So this is it, this, and I'm sorry, the
No.
late thing. This number here is part of the money that you're asking our towns to pay,
Yes, sir.
But
but it's
it's
paid by
reduced
somebody
by-
else.
no, but it's,
But they're already,
The number
they're already
they're-
showing it in revenues.
the number they're asking us to pay is net
Isn't it?
of the revenue
you've
that they
netted it?
receive.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Right.
And for everybody but Palermo.
For everybody but Blair.
Sorry. Bob.
That's because we have such rich
No,
revenue.
really. It's fruit.
All right.
So, the next finding is not funded, officers fees, 4815. This account pays for, when we have to have somebody served by a deputy sheriff, we have to pay those costs. So that's what this is used for, as well as, when we need court security in the courtroom, we sometimes receive a bill from that from the sheriff's department, which seems silly to be billing from department to department, but that's the way it's set up. So I did drop it to $250 this year. I asked for a little bit less because it didn't seem that we needed $750.
But we spent, year to date, we spent 150,
Yes.
and in the prior year, we spent 0.
Well, prior year would have been COVID, Bob. Nobody could come in. You couldn't come in.
Can we drop it more?
Well, it's your sheriff's department that Sharon
We
asked.
already
to-
took a vehicle away from them.
So they have to walk to the probate
Right.
court.
That's right. Depending on location, it could just be down the hill, but, or it could be from our area.
Well, no, if they have to serve papers, I mean, you know, we,
Right.
So the money that is paid to the sheriff's department is also included in revenues someplace else as well, correct?
I don't dare answer that, but I'm looking back in one of my old books.
You both are sharks today. I can't
Well,
be a
you know,
unit.
there
You guys
needs
are
to
hard.
be a consistency here.
So in 2019, which was before COVID. In 2019, she asked for 1,000. I don't have the numbers of as to what she expended. In
Mhm.
2018, I can tell you they asked for 1,000. And in 2017, they asked for 562. Now I don't,
I don't have a problem with that.
I'm gonna be okay with the 500.
all right, let's move on.
Let's move on.
Dues,
That one I didn't have a problem
okay.
with. Sorry.
Maybe they have some
So-
new things.
The dues, pay for the fees, the dues that are due for the Maine Association of Registered Probate and 501(c). It also pays for the Maine Probate Judges Assembly dues, those $275. The Maine Bar Association, which, the judge has to be in good standing with the Maine Bar in order to be the judge. So the
Preferably.
dues for that is
Really?
$265.
God, yes.
There's also the dues for Board of Overseers, the Maine Board of Overseers is $265. And it's, includes $165 for CLE credits, which is continuing legal education for the church.
So how come, have we just not been paying dues that we're supposed to be?
No, we have been, right now, we have spent, the only figure that has come out so far is the probate judges assembly dues for $275. But the rest of these will be, I'm expecting invoices for the rest of these before the end of the year.
But in the last 2 years, it's way lower.
It is Judge Osifa, no matter how much I prodded him, would never get me his invoices.
Okay.
So
He basically paid it himself.
He did.
Okay,
All right,
thank you. Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Our PO box rental, I think is pretty
Yeah.
self-explanatory. It's now $294 a year for the post office box rental, so I asked for $300. Postage is postage is going up next year. The increase I'm asking for is to cover the cost of increase in the postage, as well as when we send passport applications to the Department of State, they require, call it an unfunded mandate. They require us to submit those by traceable mail. Which right now is $9.65. It's going to go up to $9.85. We can only put 7 applications in one envelope. So some days, if we have more than 7 applications, that's 2 envelopes at $9.65 each. And that happens a lot. Expedited applications have to go in their own separate envelope. So it's very expensive and they do not allow us to pass that cost on to the customer.
But you think the increase in postage is due to the passports, basically?
A lot of it, yeah. But we do have to do certified mail. When we don't do personal service parties, we do have to do certified mail, return receipt, restricted delivery, and that's about $15 per person.
Because I noticed, I mean, you bumped up to year-to-date spending of $5,289. That's what I have.
Oh, yours is,
That was as of like November 17th.
yeah,
November
right now
17th.
it's $1,700 in the hole.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. But that has bumped up from the prior years, but are you telling me those are
Well,
COVID years and that's,
who was doing passports when we weren't traveling?
oh,
Maybe
Yeah,
the
neither.
passports are, maybe the passports have been bumped up because of the people that lapsed over. the
So then your
pandemic.
6,000 ask is too low.
But that's where I'm
Thank
hoping
you
that,
for noticing that.
well, I was hoping that maybe the post, oh, my language is failing me, that people are, the passport volume may drop off as we get farther along in.
We're not seeing
No.
that yet.
Yeah.
But to answer your question about the figure might be a little too low, earlier this year, before we got our great finance director that we have now, I had expenses that had been accrued in November and December of the previous year that should be out of the 22 budget that did not get taken out until 23's budget. So that was a total of $1,275.
so you had to carry.
So then this,
Yes.
So that came out of this year's budget. That's why they were the bridge.
so you really 6,000 is a good number then.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Next one.
Printing and engraving, this covers, we used self-ink stamps, so it covers things like that. It also covers our checks that we have to purchase from Deluxe. We do have a checking account. We purchase our letterhead and we, in some instances, use acid-free paper for court orders when we print them. That paper is kind of expensive, so I have not asked for any difference. Right now, I have a balance of $229, which I expect will be spent. We just found out just yesterday that our bank account has been compromised. So we're closing out our existing bank account, opening up another one.
That's really nervy of them.
What sorts of things do you have in the bank and why would the probate court need a separate bank account?
We have to, we pay our court visitors out of that account. We also write checks for the post office when we have to, take our certified mail over, we need to check for that. We also.
So do you get funds from the county and put it into your bank account there?
Those, we deposit into our checking account and we do a daily deposit, so we deposit into our checking account. And then the checks that we write over the month are not to go to the county, those amounts are not to go to the county. So anything that's left over in the checking account.
Recording fees?
Recording fees are when, basically for the registry of deeds, whenever we send an abstract, a certificate abstract, to be recorded in the registry of deeds, once in a while, we make a mistake. We'll have to have it redone. So, and the deeds can not take. That's not cover anything. Other supplies, is there. That's. And right now I have $177 balance. I've been holding off my deputy home ordering owner. Because it's gonna cost more than $177, but we do need some end of year supplies to start next year with. Folders, fasteners, calendars, things like that. Record books. $100 there. That does help pay for, our court calendars, which are different than the calendars that we have along the walls for parties to use. Our court calendars, a book I keep on my desk that can schedule all our visits in. Schools and training, that is staying the same. And again, even though we haven't spent it down in the past, I expect that account will start being used again for Judge Owen's training, and seminars. And then the next is 5510. We've done away with 5505 and 5510 were merged at one point a few years ago. So now it's all statutes and reference books. I've asked for $1,000 increase. That's based on Thompson Reuters, who we get our probate codes from in our main rules of court. They tell us to figure 20% increase over the previous year. So we get 3 probate codes. There's one for me, one for the judge in chambers, and one for the chief of the law office for when she's not on site. $250 for the main rules of court. Our subscription to the Republican Journal is paid for out of that account. I did ask $110 for Bangor Daily News online subscription. We have found that when someone files an estate, it's good to be able to check obituaries to match who they are naming on their paperwork to make sure it's not foolproof, but sometimes we'll say if they leave a son and the son's not listed on the paperwork, we can at least mention that. So it's handy to have that. It would be handy to have that.
Capital outlay.
Outlay pays for our annual fee through Icon. Icon is our doc management system. It's all electronic. Any attorney that files with us has to do so electronically. We no longer accept paper filings from attorneys over the counter. That annual fee is $3,050. We also have to pay for our QuickBooks. We have QuickBooks for our bookkeeping. They're going to start charging $450 a year subscription fee. So that will help cover that. This account we also would use for anything technology-wise that we need. If our printer goes, anything that used to come out of the technology budget now has to come out of our capital outlays. So that would be for we have three laser printers right now.
So again, that list that we
standards,
got at the very beginning of this process didn't include probate. in the list we got from the technology of,
Specific programs like that. I'm sorry.
And our scanners are specific to our icon, to our document management system. We have scanners, so when somebody does paper file, we put it through the scanner and it comes in through our electronic file. Those scanners are about $1,000 each, and I have the newest on the other three. I'm just looking. A couple of them go, there's a couple of others.
What do we have for a magic number?
So far, sir, the only change that I'm noting is 200, that was taken out of line, 4635. Which brings a grand total of $322,849.
Was it 200 taken out or
Taken out.
is
Yeah,
that the
taken out.
amount?
No, it's a minus 200.
It's a minus.
We leave
200. We
300.
Dropped it down
Leave
to
300.
the amount of 300.
I had it just the opposite.
So I make a motion that we accept. The probate court, department 1070 budget for 2024. At $322,849.
Motion's been made and seconded that we fund the probate court line 1070 in the amount of $322,849. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Sharon.
thank you.
And we'd like to invite you in to go and also, feel free to come in and see what we do. You know, we have court hearings generally on Tuesdays, sometimes more, but.
Bob, it sounds like you really ought to go in and talk to them about the whole.
About what my
kill
son's
you off
gonna do
and-
someday.
I don't know, maybe elder abuse or something like that, you know, but.
Yeah, it sounds like
It might be cheaper if you use a counselor.
a counselor.
Yeah.
We can get you a cheap one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to
see you, Joanna.
Good to see you.
The next department up is 1021 Human Resources. Folks, this is the first year that we have done this. 1021. This is the first year that we have done this. We've talked about it for a long time. Just haven't had the ability. In the past, HR and any assistant would have been in our budget. So this whole budget is new. I'll let Annette explain and jump in at any point, but
Where is the treasurer?
the treasurer is in its own, the finance department has its own department.
Oh, so it's out of finance.
Yeah, it's finance. See, before HR was under the commissioners.
Right, I
Finance has
understand.
always had its own.
Yeah.
But HR is bigger than should have been under our wing, if you will. So with that said, I will not explain. There's coffee and cookies behind you folks. I just want to remind you. And I'm gonna go stir the chop suey.
Oh, I just
Oh,
heard it.
God, that smells awfully
Yeah.
good.
That's okay.
Okay.
I might taste it. I'm just saying.
Actually, we should have 5-minute break. Oh,
Yeah.
please.
I see.
Bathroom break.
Bathroom, yeah.
I'll second that.
So I can't
All
figure out
favor.
how to get
All
hot
favor.
water. I stepped on someone's coffee, just kind of open this up.
Let's begin.
First sound on the tape is, I always want to say, pay no attention to that man behind the.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Annette McLagan. This is our HR director. She came to us. She worked for other agencies and retired from the state of Maine, where she did HR for the state police.
Wow,
So she'll keep you in line.
wow.
For a few years, and then I finished my career with state service at the attorney general's office. And there is
Good
a
resume.
director. So I come to Waldo County in hopes to, believe it or not, expand my skill sets in the HR world. I have my master's in HR, and there was just things that were, because the state's so big, I couldn't get for specific experience, and I'm getting it here, and I love it. So thank you so much.
Happy that they're testing your knowledge.
Giving me this opportunity. Well, I got my master's as a non-traditional student, so in 2012 from Thomas College, so I'm kind of passionate. I really too much so like HR, like employee development and
doing the right thing. So,
Sounds like you're the right fit.
oh, I love it. I do love it. I love the accounting. So I do have an associate from accounting. I went on to get my bachelor's in business management and hope this was my job. That's all. I'm hoping I can answer any questions. Instead of just getting book knowledge, I'm getting practical knowledge.
So in the past, so we've tried to move a portion of what we think is HR into this department. So I mean, first and foremost, you'll see there is a net salary. As we have struggled in the city of Belfast, man, you guys know what I'm talking about with finding employees and human beings, literally.
And we added HR this year as well.
Well, yeah, I went over to your not deeds, your mapping, assessing.
Yes.
And was needing information, and the woman was like, "Oh, you know what you're talking about, you want a job?" And I thought, good Lord, no, but anyway. Guys, we've lost an HR this year, and we lost finance. And thankfully, we have truly stumbled upon two of the greatest extraordinary people to replace them. But in doing that, we discovered that it was a butt kicking contest with one leg. We hired a part-time staff member. To your question that I know you had asked, why did part-time go? Because it wasn't planned. And when it like all hit the fan, like legit, I'm cleaning that up. You know what I mean?
I do.
We were fortunate enough to find a retired woman who worked for the court system out of state and was looking for part-time work. We've made her what we call a float, if you will. We've had her 1 day a week in finance, assisting, putting invoices in and everything else. We've had her 1 day a week in HR if she's working on something. And we've had her 1 day a week in the commissioner's office, you know, doing stuff. So that's another line in there that you'll see that was.
So, yeah, so you can see in my simplistic questions.
No,
that
they were very good.
what I did was, I said, okay, if we're creating an HR department and it had previously been in the commissioner
Certainly.
department, shouldn't that lower the commissioners by an equal amount? And so.
So that is to your point, Bob, we did, well, when I sat down to create this, I looked at what the predecessor had tried to establish as well. And then we just went down, and they said, is this relevant to HR, and figured it out, so that's how we come up with this.
So if we take anything out, it's not out of HR, it's out of the commission. Oh.
I like that where you're going, but I can address the one specific question with you, Bob, was the professional services.
Sure.
There we go.
So if we want to just jump right into that.
Yeah.
When you look at mine for professional services and looking at what commissioners had and what was actually billed to HR expenses when I was under the commissioner's budget, that included professional services for background checks. Anything that impacted the department came to us and it was taken out of the commissioner's budget. So for example, to do a background check on a sheriff, deputy at the sheriff's office, it would be $350 of a contractor. There's a lot more involved than HR can do. So it's a comprehensive background check. Plus, if they were they call it green pin or non-certified, non-blueprint, it included them having a psychological and going through the academy for training, including a polygraph test as well. So when the sheriff was even had 10 people that transitioned out of his department, we take that depending on who they hire with the background, depending on what type of background they got. So a lot of those fees for this particular year was part of HR was charged to the HR professional line. And also in part of that professional line that I pulled out, I'm anticipating for next year is, as you heard Director Larry mentioned, he has one vacant position. I'm projecting that what's buzz that's come to HR is we have another person who may retire. So I'm planning on filling 3 positions in this patch next year. They also get a background check of at least $350. So that includes 3 positions with them. I anticipate 2 positions because of retirements that I'm hearing of under the sheriff/jail. So I'm anticipating 2. I'm going to the far end on that. I'm including that the potential could be a green pin or non-certified, which would be the polygraph, background, and psychological. So I included that. Also, to be a part of MMA, who is our provider for our workers' comp program, we have to pay a membership for that fee. And they do wonderful services. You get discount for training. So many, I've gone to several, in finance, Carrie has already gone to several. So that $625 for 23, I pulled from yours and put it under HR because of the services it provides us.
As a professional services.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, so that's where my professional services kind of came into play for the 10,000. And the plus, and I think I understated it, but I think I can work with that based on, yet again, like I say, the known facts I have. If that one, if I can, makes sense. Of course, collaborating with committees and if they present their budget, I'm happy to, readdress it, but for mileage, do you mind if I'm sorry, I just kind of wanted to take over. I don't mean to, but I just know you folks want to hear the facts. So if we go to 4105 mileage, I had 500, and reevaluating this, when I think about what I have done for 2023, there was some trainings I go to that it wasn't charging mileage. But when I go to the SAMHSA, which is a huge training that they do for HR professionals, there's like 800 people that go to that. That included the mileage to there because I live in China, but I took it from, and do know, I want to caveat on this. I always took the lesser of mileage if it was, what was shorter, my home or work. And that's how I calculated the mileage when I did charge mileage. Sometimes I didn't just because I get so much out of the training that it was a reward for me to go. I'm also a member of several HR professional groups, and we have monthly meetings, but I'm not charging for mileage for that either. I'm gonna go to that during Augusta or Waterville, and I go to one in Rockland too. But I can. I thought it would be. I could drop that to 300.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For line 4105.
4105.
So
minus
it's
two.
It's
Yeah.
minus 200.
And 4110, I can drop that to 200. I wanted to pack a lunch or eat a yogurt, or eat it for free, meaning they provide it.
So for
So
meals,
that is just the safety net in case something odd comes up, because I really do,
4110 minus 300.
yes. Lodging, I can drop that to 0 and just travel. So the SAMHSA, that is a huge training for me. I can have the opportunity to stay on site instead of travel back and forth to China or from here every day. It's a 4-day training. And because I get the Alphon grant that you've heard us talk about, they pay for half of that training for me, that up to that 1,200. But they don't pay for lodging, but I'm willing to zero that out and just travel
But-
back and forth.
but then you just cut the mileage. The only thing I do
Yeah.
want to say is, I mean, she came back from this conference with some great ideas on, because you're always looking at other angles on benefits or whatever. I don't want to, she
Okay.
lives in China by
No, I
like
understand.
Erskine.
And I realized that the mileage from China round trip for 4 days is starting to get close to the lodging if you had stayed,
Yeah,
but,
that's what I mean.
but it's also
Sweet.
nicer to be home.
I get so much
It's not-
more when I stay, and
Yeah.
sometimes I will partner with another HR professional that I've known for 20 years, and we'll share a lodging, so I get pretty thrifty on some of this, but.
And there's stuff that happens at these things that's outside of what should be your commuting
Yeah.
day
Yeah, so
situation.
at the end of the day,
Is this-
they have sponsorships that a company will sponsor, like Freddie Flaherty, they offer networking, and we stay. So it's
Yeah.
like, I get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, or 7 actually, because I sign up for the morning breakfast lunch. And in work mode or learning mode, it could be 7 or 8 before I'm finished.
So
So-
one problem too is if you're tired and you've got a long.
Yeah,
long
Yeah, I
commute.
I don't think the lodging should be zeroed out.
No, I think we should just go ahead and drop that another 200 and keep the 300 in there.
You mean for the lodging, 1,500? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would.
For 4 nights in Auckland.
Yeah,
That's gonna be
I
less.
thought-
Sharing with the,
Just share it
Your
with someone
friend.
else.
and I do get, because of my memberships I have with other groups, I get 1 day free.
Okay.
I
okay,
do.
line
So once I stay on the-
4115,
Yeah.
we're reducing it 200.
Okay.
And then, but the telephone's no longer. Equipment repair, 4630. Yep, sorry, it's gonna get the right glasses on for reading those fine friends. So I can make sure I read you the right numbers.
There's multiple pairs. Don't
I
be afraid.
I know.
So, the equipment repairs. I do have an old printer, but I did share that with the finance line for that department and with the commissioner's line. I shared that, and that is, and Barb, help me on this. I think when we talked about that, it included the printer in my office because I print confidential documents, and then we have a shared printer. And so that expense, because it is like 13 years old, it's on its last leg, and we've been told that we can't get parts for it anymore. I think the county bought them all at the same time, because I'm hearing a comment thread on
Yeah.
that copier.
Yeah.
So that was to cover those type of expenses.
So it's a
We have like
three-way
a-
split.
Yeah,
A maintenance contract on it because it does, and we get charged for color copies. So that's all part of the cost to share between the three departments.
and we are very thrifty on it, believe it or not, the color copies. Like, for example, when I do onboarding, I print off black and white, but the paperwork comes through color, I would print black and white to eliminate that. So I think that's a safe bet, being this is my first year and seeing what is paired off with the HR piece.
Okay,
All right, and then 4730, that professional advertising is Indeed. Anytime I pay for posting a job, I have to pay, but I can help determine what a budget is, for example, on Indeed. So I can drop that to 1,500 based on, at the time of this, we still had some positions we were filling, but I can drop that to 1,500.
now, before you do that, I just wanna say, so last year, we've hired, what, 8 or 9 new deputies?
Yeah.
Mhm.
5 or 6 dispatch.
Yeah.
And everything else, and every time she would advertise on Indeed, which, cause I don't know, and she'd be like, oh my God, it's like $700, or it's
Yeah.
$900, or what, and it was just like, oh my God, I mean, the old days where you advertise for cheap or free were
Right, I mean,
gone.
you can't anticipate how many.
Right.
Yeah, no, so I mean, I'm just nervous when you say you
Yeah.
can drop it, I believe you.
And, you know, like, I get creative because I have a recruiter background too. You'll see probably our job postings at the corner store on a bulletin board, thinking someone may not be looking for a particular job, but if they're talking to someone over Christmas break, they may say, hey, you know, I heard this job is vacant. Jason, our IT guy, has been wonderful about getting our website updated, and I now have a capability of posting it on our website. And, of course, the Indeed and Facebook, but I do have to share with my background in recruiting, Indeed does seem for the state of Maine, you've heard ZipRecruiter and a couple others, but Indeed still is the go-to for people looking for jobs. And with the facilities technician that we're hiring now, we got 15 applications through Indeed. So it is, but I can sort of set it up on the budget and the demographics and the geographical area in which it goes to. So Tammy?
I just wanna. This is a brand new budget. I would agree with Amy on being careful about how short you cut yourself. You know, next year you can always make your things, but for this year, you really don't have any idea what's gonna happen. So if you cut yourself too short and say, I'm gonna do all this, you don't wanna burn yourself out.
See, and I actually,
So-
I completely agree with Tammy. Do you guys utilize like the Belfast Chamber of Commerce and the
Yes.
UVX?
She
and
uses
stuff like that?
everything, especially if it's free.
Chamber, you can post jobs for
Oh,
free. but-
yeah, I know.
So my history with the chamber too, I just want to share, definitely get it out there and get the word on, but I've yet to hire anyone in the years from someone who's applied to the chamber website. So, it's wonderful to get the word out, absolutely.
If they do it right, you shouldn't know anyways.
I'm sorry.
If they do it right, you shouldn't know anyways. Cause they would just be passing it on.
So when I looked at that, I just looked at, okay, if I need to participate and add a position for.
I think 1,500 is too low.
I do too. I think that you should probably be close to around 2,500.
Oh, thank you.
So line 4730.
Yep.
We're reducing it by 1,500.
And then, of course, the advertising. The advertising line I'm sharing with commissioners, and that could be for, Barb, you wanna just kind of elaborate a little bit on that one for me, because for advertising, for me, it would be more on the professional services like posting a job. So I was thinking if we had to do an employee recognition or had to print business on my business cards would be, but that would be under my professional office supply line.
I think you had a specific reason and I don't know what it was because I know when we talked about it. The only advertising the commissioners do is related to like. for the
Public hearings
hearings
and meetings.
Yes, stuff like that, public notices.
Yeah.
And in your case, there was a reason, and I don't recall what it was.
And I didn't make note on that one either. That was the only line that I questioned myself.
No, I can't find anything.
So if I can, I guess just because I haven't used that line to code any invoice to it, to keep it even at 100, to cover myself for 24.
I'd say just leave it at.
I say
200.
just leave it alone, you just, yeah, I guess I kind of look at the line item before it, and this one is almost the same,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so
Relationship.
Yeah.
let's just move on.
And for dues, the 500 that I'm requesting is this year for 23, I pay for all my dues for the HR memberships. And they can get to 300 for the National SHRM, National Society for Human Resources. And then my individual memberships for the local chapters of that charge us $60 per. And so 500 was just kind of.
And she
a little
did, she paid it
undercutting
on her
myself,
own this year.
but, just to help with these offset.
Well, how much are you paying?
Oh gosh, I never really added it up. I just felt because I get a lot out of it myself. so
Don't
I gotta
downplay it. How much, give me an estimate.
So the insurance is $360, $120, probably $610 for the 4 memberships that I'm.
You good if we raise this to 610?
What are the 4, you talked about like 3, I know the national one, but what about these 3 more
So
local?
under the SHRM umbrella, there's local chapters for the state of Maine.
Right.
So I'm a member of KBHRA that's out of Central Maine. I'm a member of Mid-Coast down here in Rockland. And the other 2 are from different affiliations within the SHRM umbrella, like for diversity and equity in hiring, we've got Portland. So, but those are all.
You guys okay if we go up on it, 110?
So this is a plus,
Yeah.
110.
Stop paying your own dues.
No, that's, I don't, it just gets so much out of it.
Let's move on.
Postage is shared again between all 3 of the offices, HR, finance, and commissioners.
Okay,
And printing and engraving?
Annette, isn't that like business cards and letterhead and
Yes.
envelopes and?
And also if there were an HR, if we were to acknowledge an employee, and I had a special plaque made, if we've got a couple potential retirees coming up and they've been with us 25 plus years. It's nice to give them a little something. It could be a little pin, just acknowledging the 35 years and, just a little token of appreciation.
Do we already do things like 5-year, 10-year, 15-year,
No.
certificate awards?
But when you retire, we'll come up with something. No. No, actually, we don't. I mean, we
Lots of
we're talking
time.
to our employees, make no mistake,
Yeah.
but I don't know is.
The private sector, I know, I've always worked in the private sector and you always got, recognizing you for
Yeah.
all those, 5,
I think
10,
department heads on their own
guess
and
you
they're
work better
within their
places than I
department
do.
might, but.
Yeah. Okay, moving right along.
Yeah, okay.
Say 4845 is the safety committee supplies. So part of our membership with MMA, the American School Association, we have to save, we get a discount if we maintain a safety committee and meet certain standards, and they come in yearly and do an inspection of our facility. And so we give employees, reward them, that if they come forth with a recommendation and it's voted on by the committee, we follow through with that, give them approval for the funding, even what it is. We give the employee a reward, a financial monetary reward.
I think that it is stacked because the maintenance guy always won.
well, Chris is on it.
Yeah, so it's not really supplies, it's more.
Safety committees,
Yeah.
correct. There again,
But
we
it's
do
safe
print,
for you.
we do print
Right,
certificates for it, yeah.
That's good, that's a good thing.
And we-
Okay, let's move on.
Postage meter and what it is.
And then the postage meter, again, is just a shared cost, and I would recommend moving that at 100. Then office supplies, my office supplies, did pair out, and I projected how many, cases of paper that I would use, and I feel that's appropriate, plus it would pay for anything directly related to the printer with ink cartridges and so forth. So, I thought, based on what I calculated for what I've used for paper this year, if we could drop it to 650, that would be very doable.
Okay, 650.
Line 5335.
A decrease of 350.
Correct.
And the training and education, that again is after the Alphon grant will pay for the training I take in May through the law publishers. And that would be what the cost would be for that. And any trainings that they usually charge me $35 for or $65 through MMA. So if I could, you know, wanted to go to $750, if you think that's reasonable. And that is taking into account that the outbound grant will pay,
So you're decreasing that line by 250, training and education?
yes.
Sounds good.
Okay, and that's right to my capital outlay.
Yes.
I have great news on this one. We can
Good.
zero that one right out.
Woo!
And why I say that, because I'm really excited, I'm so thrifty. Since I've started.
She's cheap like us.
Well, with working with facilities and IT and the movement with EMA, Dale, it's been great. We've been evaluating what's left over after this construction brawl have come up and moving. And I was able to repurpose a work surface from the EMA location to my receptionist office of work. So that can be zeroed right out. They will get her a full desk, new monitors. I don't have to have new monitors. We're able to repurpose some monitors.
Does that mean the technology is zeroed
Yeah.
out too?
That everything on that come down, so I don't need capital outlay, I don't need technology. Yeah, that was really exciting.
If we don't need those two things, can we please take the training and go back up to 1,000?
Support that.
I mean, we're saving thousands of dollars here. Under training and education, we were,
Leave it.
Oh, there.
we're,
Yeah, go back
yeah.
to 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, we cut off $250. If we're getting ready to save thousands of dollars, let's keep her training at 1,000.
But if you just need 750, why go to 1,000?
But if she only needs 750,
well,
so she's cheaper.
She's saying that,
Oh, well enough.
she's saying that she could live with 750.
And then that
And,
is,
and she's, are you absorbing that extra cost yourself? If you
Yeah.
Cut it,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I would, my assistant.
Yeah.
he's
1,000,
got-
yeah.
So-
I mean, unfortunately, and I'm not trying to beat the horse here, but you just seem too nice of somebody to tell us that, you know.
Background with state government, where things were really pretty tight.
That's good.
Yeah,
Keep
No,
that in touch.
that's a good thing, but
no, Mary, she's not coming to work for Belfast.
Maybe she'll come to
That
work for
also-
Fairmont. Shorter trip.
so what's our new total?
But an assistant, my assistant, wanted to take a training. I've talked to her about taking on a little more training. NGS or accounting program.
is.
That'd be great.
With the training program that Annette found through the Alphon grant, I don't know,
Yeah, we're, oh, yeah.
are you guys using it? They reimburse half,
And the first 6 months of it, they did everything.
you
Oh, they
know,
did-
so
Darn,
it's,
they did.
it's like, man.
All right, so let's go over this budget. I have changes to line 4105 from
Yep.
5 to 3.
Yes.
That's a reduction of 2.
Right,
4110 from 5 to 2, a reduction of 3.
Yes.
4115 from 5 to 3, a reduction
Yes.
of 2. 4730, a reduction of 1,500 to 2,500.
Yes.
4820, dues down to 610, up to
Increase.
610, I'm
Increase.
sorry.
Up 110.
Increase of 110. Office supplies down by 350 to 650. Training stays the same. And 0 for capital outlay and 0 for capital outlay technology.
correct. Which is a total deduction in that department of 6,160.
No, no,
No,
I think you did, no, it's 5,140. I think you added the 110 instead of subtracting it.
That's because I screwed it up.
$6,050 in cuts.
Right,
Plus 110 is 6160.
no, you don't add the 110 to the cuts, you subtract the 110
Right.
from the cuts.
Yeah.
Okay. And then our total line
Number
is,
5.
5940.
say that again, I'm gonna
The,
check.
the net reduction is 5,940.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which makes that department $115,029.
Yay. Get that again.
The number is 115,029.
I make a recommendation,
Yeah, go ahead.
I make a recommendation that we fund department,
Motion.
I make a motion. That we fund Department 1021 Human Resources. For 2024 at $115,029.
I second it.
Got a motion made and seconded that we fund human resources line 1021 in the amount of $115,029. Discussion? In favor? Opposed? Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go slice bread. Jason, I think is next.
And then, do we have bowls? Did they?
No, I had plates and I have a
Okay.
few pictures. Yeah.
Okay, no, I was just saying we could sit at the table and eat more. That's true. Next up is Jason Bailey. Jason is our IT director. I call him the media guru because he knows everything about IT and more. Jason came to us, what, 4 years ago?
4 years in February.
4 years in
Right before
February.
COVID.
And we are incredibly grateful. Jason takes care of our Spillman, which you hear us all talk about. Spillman is utilized by any of the local police departments, and Jason assists Belfast, Searsport, Stockton, Islesboro, you know, any of them with regards to our Spillman technology. New this year in his budget, you'll see, because we expect him to be everywhere and do everything. And it's not possible. We had to employ an assistant just to help him part-time because any changes in Spillman, which is by far higher technology than I'll ever understand. But we would have to send him off premises to assist if there's new officers hired or anything like that. So anyway, Jason, there you go.
Hello. I'll try to be quick so you can move on.
Yeah, good, we're hungry.
All right. All right, where would you like to start?
That's weird. Yes, Dave voice in the cloud.
As the what? The cloud?
Yeah,
Exactly.
well, just take us through the telephone.
Sure.
I think that's,
Yeah, really.
Yeah. So the phones, we consolidated from all other departments in technology. Now, the telephone line item also includes our internet access. So I printed out one of these for everybody, I believe.
Right.
So we have, so the telephone includes landlines, office phones at each location, internet at each location, cell phones, MiFi hotspot devices that the deputies and things like that use, or things, people like that, they can call them things. And iPads, anything that has internet access on it, that's a mobile device.
so where was the internet, where were the internet charges?
Those were out of technology reserve previously.
Out of technology reserve.
Yeah, so that's why you didn't see them in any budgets from previous years.
Why don't they come out of technology reserve this year?
I think we're trying to, and I don't want to speak for the commissioners, but I believe we're trying to build up the IT budget as a separate department's budget. And this was one part where we wanted to move it into that budget. But
Also in the past, he's right, we've paid for the majority of our technology out of our reserves. Times being tight, we're using as much of our reserves as we can safely use. So if, you know, we're trying to create a department and or a budget in technology, and we're still funding the majority of our technology through our reserves, which is a huge savings because technology is ridiculous. I hope that helped, Bob. I don't.
Well, it kind of does, but I mean, to me, a reserve is used for a specific purpose, not your operational expenses. And so.
I don't disagree.
You know.
I don't disagree, but and I think, and Bill, jump in anytime, but I know in years past, if you go way back, we used to have a separate technology budget within the county. We did, and technology is expensive and intimidating. And I know in years past, we've had budget committee members like myself that are technology not very good. You know what I mean? So when you see hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know, it was just like, what? Because I mean, probate or deeds might have a particular program. The DA's office has a particular program, but then it's gotta have updates and it's gotta have this and it's gotta have that and maintenance and blah, 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 blah. So, we've tried to cover as much as we could over the years from our reserves, and we've done a really good job, but at this point, we need to.
Probably next year. They've been working with, Jason on a budget, but it'll be completely different next year. It'll be probably 150 or 200,000, 225,000 more, because we will be taking out of reserves, will be funded in the package.
So are you gonna fund part of the technology?
This year?
This year out of the
Yes,
reserve?
yes, definitely.
Yes.
And how much of that are you gonna, like $100,000?
Probably closer to 150, 160.
So I have a question. That's great news, but I'm trying to associate it with this chart. And it's the one about reserve accounts, and it's showing technology as of 9/18. There was $25,078 available for technology reserve account.
Well,
So what
that's
am I-
gone now, because as of October, the balance was 0.
Right.
So
But-
where's this 100,000?
But also, if you go further down,
Yeah.
you'll see a line that says future technology
Okay,
that has $258,269.70.
thank you.
So we're talking about using that reserve line.
So that reserve line we would use for new computers and updates,
Or things that are
stuff-
not included here?
Stuff that are not.
We've always looked at technology as kind of a 5-year deal, and every about 5 years we have to upgrade it. This is about the 5th year that we're in using future technology.
We're required to do certain cell phones for certain departments, they have that.
We are, I don't know if it's like in the union agreements or anything else like that, but we kicked around and I have kicked around and I reached out to other agencies to see how they handle it. So we are required to abide by what's called CJIS, which is Criminal Justice Information Systems. One of those requirements is if you have anything that could be considered CJIS data, whether it be a criminal history, it could be, someone's criminal information, any of that, if that's on an electronic device, we have to control that device. So if that device were to be lost, we have to be able to wipe it remotely. We have to be able to delete it. We have to be able to find it, all that sort of stuff. Because of the mix and match of different departments, that could include email. If somebody's emailing a case report or anything else like that. So I spoke to the commissioners, I believe last year, and we came up with the new policy that if you want email on a device, it has to be a county-owned device. So you can't have email on your personal phone, personal iPad, anything else like that. They all have to be county-owned at this point. So then we supply those. That to me also, it protects the county. I feel like it also protects the employee because that stops and there was a FOA training that I had gone through, and I'm sure some of you have been through it as well, maybe all of you. But that also protects if they had county information on their cell phone that wouldn't be able to be subpoenaed, anything else like that, FOA requested. We try to draw that line between personal.
So then everybody who uses email needs to either have a telephone or a laptop?
No, so everyone like.
I meant a cell phone. Yeah.
Probate, for example.
Yeah.
They don't need access to their email off hours. So they don't have a cell phone or anything else.
But like Bob, the DA's office, we ran into the problem because God bless them, great staff. But if the DA was in court and she needed information, she'd text them. And Joe Blow would answer their personal cell phone and text the information back. And only to find out, you know, when Jason did some digging, it was like, oh dear God. I mean, it was completely innocent and nothing, thank God, ever happened, but you know, it's real easy to
I'm gonna
cloud the water
fall on
there.
my sword here. Many years, we would text using our personal phones.
Yeah,
Back and forth.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if they're, let's say they needed to take one of our personal devices, well,
I know, I'm,
Well, we end up with that whole freedom of access,
Mm.
whatever, you know, we're in
Yeah.
Right.
strict violation of all of those by having.
Well, and that's why we tried to
personal
say, if
devices.
you want email, it's on a county device,
Right.
please, you know,
Yeah.
try to do county business on a county device. Obviously, we can't enforce that 100%. We can only encourage it. Email, we can say, you know, I have to approve what devices get email on them. So if I get a request and it says Joe Blow's iPhone, I can say no, you know, sort of thing and stuff like that. So that's good. So we do have that. So all the deputies have cell phones. All the DA's office has cell phones. EMA has, the director of EMA has a cell phone. He has 2 employees out there that have old flip phones. They're like $7 a month, I think. We have a civil deputy that has a flip phone.
Royal Jail.
The jail, Ray and Bobby Walker both have cell phones over there, so we have 2 there. We have up at the sheriff's office, they either all have a hotspot where they can connect into the network or internet, so if they're out on the road, or we're starting to phase those out where they're getting vehicle cameras in their vehicle. It actually acts as a hotspot itself, so their vehicle has internet access. So it's the same price and everything, it's just a different device. Their cameras can upload while they're on the road and everything else like that, so it's just combining that system into one. So.
So I think I was still looking for my stuff while we were talking earlier, but so you don't have a capital outlay line here?
I do not, because that comes out of reserves, right?
Right.
Yes, yeah.
And how much are you planning to take out this year?
He submitted us a wicked, I call it the Christmas wish list. But
yeah, we've got computer purchases this year. Our computers are about 14 years old, the ones that we haven't replaced in the last couple of years. So we're looking to spend about 34,000 on that. That will bring all the county's computers up to date, minus the ones that the deputies use in their vehicles. I don't know if you guys have ever seen those ones. They're Panasonic Tough Books. They look like they're kind of like in a lead case, more or less. Those ones are probably 9 to 10 years old, and we're going to look at possibly going with a different option in 2025 for those. They're very nice machines, but they're like $3,000 a piece because apparently you can drive over them with a tank and they'll still work after that. I think that's a little bit of overkill. And Dell and some other companies have come out with what they call ruggedized options nowadays. So we're going to get some demo units in hopefully over this next year, test them out, that sort of thing, and before we make any decisions. But I felt like that was way too much to do in 1 year. Plus, being a person and a half in my department, I just don't have the bandwidth to do all of that in 1 year. So they would sit on the shelf for a year, and by the time I got them deployed, they'd be a year old anyway. So why pay for them in a year?
yeah, so your consolidated bill here for 38,000 is just landline?
Can I see that? Sorry, I gave my copy away. The consolidated is landlines. Yes, that's just landlines. And I will tell you that and I'm sure you've heard this before, but going through the kind of musical chairs that we did a little bit with finance directors, we ran into and finally discovered that our consolidated bill had been going up, and Karen had a spreadsheet that she broke down the consolidated bill by department, who used what, everything else, and our consolidated bill tripled, and we couldn't figure out what was going on, and we were trying to reverse engineer her spreadsheet. Come to find out, about 3 months into the year, we found out that we were under a contract until December of last year, and all of our lines were $15 a piece. That expired, and they were now $45 a piece. So it actually had tripled. I am working with Consolidated right now to get under a new contract to bring that down to $25.20 a piece. But I'm also trying to leverage them a little bit to get rid of some other services that we're under contract with. So we're under contract over at the court building for internet for another year.
Right.
We don't really use that internet. They use hotspots, and they have a phone system over there that they never use. So I'm trying to say, hey, if I sign this contract, can we get out of this one over here? So trying to leverage that before we sign it.
Any opportunity to switch the landlines to VoIP?
We're actually up in my office right now. We have 110 VoIP phones that we're working on. And we funded that with some of the money from Knox County with the call sharing agreement. So we're working on getting that installed. That will hopefully be done by the end of January. So we'll be swapping over to what's called SIP service. So it won't be copper lines, it will be fiber run into each building. And I've got a contract for that as well. The one thing that kind of frustrates me with it, and I'm a data guy, so I don't quite I get it, it's a cost, I guess, but you still have to pay long distance with consolidated, which frustrates me. I'm like, isn't data data? I mean, I can go up to a website and download something from California and I don't get charged, but if I call somebody in Camden, you're gonna charge me.
Yeah, I mean, you could FaceTime your family in Canada.
Exactly, so that annoys me, but they've got regulatory lobbyists and things like that. That means they get charged for that, so that's annoying. But yes, so we are moving over to a SIP service, which will be cheaper. I still don't have the exact totals on that, but it looks like it's gonna be about $700 a month, minus the long distance charges. We will still have to keep about 17 copper lines. The SIP service doesn't allow you to do fax lines. It doesn't allow you to do elevator lines. We have an elevator over at the jail that has to be an old fashioned line. Alarm systems have to be copper lines. And one of the ones that I found funny was the brand new solar array up at the sheriff's office has to have a copper line so CMT can connect to it. I kind of argued with them that it can be done over the internet, but I was told that. So
how can they read my electric bill remotely?
That's what I asked, but I was shot down.
So you don't think these changes have or have not been considered?
They have not been considered into that just because I don't know what the number we're gonna settle on is. So I left that as a high number and I'm hoping to come down much below, but without signing the contracts, I didn't feel comfortable just saying,
So
70.
So the fax lines have to be copper lines?
Fax lines?
And do we have to have fax lines?
That is a discussion that I have questioned many times. I know I will speak for at the reentry center. They quite often fax medical information to the hospital. And I believe I've been told at least, that's the only way certain providers will do that because it's considered secure.
So let me speak on the other half of that. When you're dealing with other facilities or other courthouses, you have to fax. So, I mean, unfortunately, a fax machine it's old technology. It's required.
It is. We're trying to phase out some of this stuff, and I will be the first to say that I'm sure people are probably annoyed with me saying it, but if something's there and I ask why we do it and they say, well, we've always done it this way, I really dislike that answer. But if there's justification, I also understand that. So.
So you're saying that the telephone line probably is, I don't want to use the word significant, but definitely higher than what you expect.
It's what we're paying this year.
Right.
For phones.
Because you have
I think it's going to come in lower next year on the contract, but it's kind of like the solar and the electric. I don't know.
When it's gonna
Yeah,
come
when
online.
we're signed the contract, then when we swap over to the new service. When we sign the contract, we can say, let's get rid of these other services and drop those. So it's a lot of jumbling right now.
I don't have.
Yes.
I'm questioned now.
All right, so I have no changes as of right now to this department. Okay, so for department number 1035, the total is $223,500. $484.
Just a quick question.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
So you got a grand total of $100,097 here,
Yes, sir.
but in the IT, we've got
800.
$100,800.
That is what we spent so far this year. The sheet that I gave you with the printout.
Well, there was oh, this is what you.
Yes,
spent
that's what we
so
spent
far
so far
year.
this year. That's just through November.
Okay.
So,
All right,
so that's not,
my question's over.
yeah, that's not projected or anything. That's just what we spent this year. So we haven't gotten our December bills yet.
Thank
So,
you, Jason.
yep, no problem.
So if we just shut down the whole county government for 3 or 4 months.
Maybe, sure.
It'd be interesting. It'd be an interesting experiment.
I'm sure. Perfectly.
Motion,
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the budget for,
Acknowledgement.
1035 for in the amount of $223,484.
Second.
we have a motion made and seconded for the IT department, line 1035 for $223,484. Discussion. Hearing none, vote. Favor? Opposed? Who opposed? It passes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe lunch is ready.
Yes.
So we're
Now
ready.
you're talking.
Can we take a break? Break time, guys. If you're ready to.
I guess we're back in motion. We had a request that Waldo can't be allowed to go next because they have other things to do and the commissioners don't mind waiting. So we will do that.
If you would come up to the podium and introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much. Up here, like. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We have holidays on the harbor today and a couple of other things going on. So just due to the scheduling, we really appreciate you talking to us.
Could you please speak up?
Sorry.
There we go.
Her hearing aids are bad.
I'm Monica Pettingill. I'm the development director at Waldo Pack.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. My name is Michael Helmbing. I'm the Director of Transit Systems, Transportation Programs at Waldo Community Action Partners. Thank you so much for taking the time to see us and for considering our request from the agency to the county. I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the agency and every one of us over there for the strong and long-term support in the past of the county of the agency. Not just financially, but in many other ways. Waldo Community Action Partners has, some of you may know, have been operating as a nonprofit entity in Waldo County, providing services to the good folks of Waldo County since 1965. We operate currently a budget of about $21 million of services to Waldo County and to some services outside of Waldo County. We have requested $5,000 from the county commissioners to support our programs. That funding is unrestricted funding. We are funded primarily by through federal and state contracts that are restricted to certain programs. And this type of funding from the county and from the municipalities provide us with a source of unrestricted funding that we can that can help us with things that come up, things that when things break that we can't take from programs and so on.
So how do you use the unrestricted funds?
So most of our funding is, and I'm talking 95+% of the money is from state and federal programs.
Right.
That's all restricted funding, so
Right.
it's to go in. So for instance, planning things that break, things that come up unexpectedly that we can't take funding out of the program.
So this would be like operational expenses?
No,
I'm sorry.
No, please. Go ahead.
So we use it for a number of different things. Operational expenses might be one of them. In particular, like Michael says, when unexpected, unanticipated expenses come up.
But another reason that we use it is because there are sometimes the restrictions in our funds might prohibit us from being able to help in a certain situation. And so it offers our program some flexibility. So we use it for a number of different reasons, but those are primarily the two things, operational and flexibility with our programming.
In your packages, I would like to draw attention if you have this particular letter for the request for support, and also a copy of what we call our time services report that looks like this. This is for Waldo.
We didn't get that.
Yeah.
Oh, I will tell you that. Sure. Sure. When you get it, what you'll see, I'll try to pull it up. This is a line by line breakdown of services we deliver in Waldo County.
Annette can make copies right now.
Yeah. So,
If you give it.
oh, sure. Thank you.
Oh, wait,
I'm sorry.
I'm meant to give them to you folks.
Oh,
Thank you.
You can
Very
take
much.
one and pass them.
Yeah, right.
Give it a second.
You just wanted to walk.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. These are, no, sorry, no,
No, you're fine.
so just, I can't go that way.
So what all these numbers mean is that essentially, if you look at the top, you can see a summary of services report period, September 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2023. That is the period that we count our town services reports every year. We generate one for each municipality that we provide services in Waldo County, and we send them to each of the municipalities. This is a total overview for the county in total. Total value of services in Waldo County in that period, 13,550,003. Of those, 4,223,510 for transportation services, 3,092,809 for home energy services, 3,506,930 for early childhood programs, our housing program services for $2,069,002, and what we call community services programs, which is a number of different programs. They are they're food programs, there are different types of programs that help the community in general, 288,601. Also underneath that line of specified services that have individuals and households attached to it are programs that are a little more nebulous and not 100% accurate in being able to report the individuals in the household, which is why they appear in a different way. Resource advocacy to the community members when people call and need help. We have resource advocates in the agency helping them navigate the availability of help to them. 154,152. And what we call other community services program, backpack programs, food assistance program, health insurance navigator program, help people find health insurance and through the marketplaces. 240,910. So this is just Waldo County. We do provide transportation services outside of Waldo County, but for the intent of you guys and for the individuals in Waldo County, we typically don't.
So you say this is just Waldo County, why would it be more than Waldo County if you're Waldo County Action Partner?
And it has to do with, about 10 years ago, the state of Maine decided to change some program zones of regions. So for instance, one of our transportation programs that was formerly in Waldo County, they said, we'd like you to keep doing it, but we want you to do it in 4 counties. So that's why we provide some services outside as well. But again, that's not included in this sheet here. just because it's easier to see this way.
I'm going to, cut to the chase. You're asking us for $5,000 from the county. You already received money from each individual town.
Right.
If we give you this additional $5,000, where do you think that's coming from? That's coming from those towns again.
Correct.
That's called double dipping in my opinion, and I'm not approving this. I'm sorry. I'm not in favor of this at all. I'm not saying your program isn't a good program, but I don't think that if you're getting money from the towns, especially the amount that we give you from the town of Searsport, I'm highly disappointed that you would go further and rebill us for more on top of what we already gave you.
But out of respect, I'm gonna go one step further. I actually dealt with one of your representatives last year in budget committee meeting, where we had annually give you 2,300, and you guys had asked us for 23,000. And I asked for numbers and statistics, and you guys were not able to provide them for me. Mainly I wanted to compare apples to oranges to a town that was similar. We've talked about it. I use your town as a reference because of population. I know there's some demographic differences, obviously. Short, cutting to the short of the chase as well. Basically, we get in front of town meeting. We decided to, I believe it was raised and appropriate around 5,000-6,000 for you. But I also do agree, if you're going to towns and asking for money, and then you're coming back and going to the county and asking for money, you're asking somebody to pay a bill twice. And you guys already at that local level couldn't provide the numbers. And I want to know what my return on my investment is as a taxpayer. And if you guys can't, not you two, I know that you're getting the blunt of this,
Sure.
but if you can't come to
Appreciate
our town and explain where the money's going to me, that's a red flag. Now, I'm gonna go one step further, and this is actually not geared towards you, but to you as an organization. And I can actually now speak this because we just had our doctor's appointment. Your early Head Start program actually diagnosed one of my kid. And we actually have our doctors that actually did the testing, and you guys were completely off. She was only 19-20 months years old. You guys are saying that she was autistic, and we actually have doctor's notes now saying that she's not. So I'm kind of concerned where you guys are pulling money from.
Sure.
And I mean, I still think that if you do need money, you should be going to the local level because they're the ones that honestly get the most served. But I'm not in favor.
We appreciate your comments, and we can provide any data for you that you will.
I think that if you're showing up to the meeting, you should be the one providing the data. I shouldn't be having to ask for it.
Sure. So what we do is, for instance, with this, just to explain a little bit.
Sure.
Just real short. I know you guys are short on time, and we appreciate it. But so we have attempted, and I believe succeeded in coming up with a funding request, a municipal funding request formula that is very equal and equitable in the sense that what we do, that's why we break everything out into individuals and by households and dollars. So when you look at the town funding report for the individual town, that is the number in that town, right? That receives services in each category. And then what we do is we ask each town for 2.5% of the value of that services. Now that's a request, right? It's not a demand. We're blind to the funding. It does help us continue to provide and help leverage other funds. Some of the funds that we apply for and receive are asking us what type of other funding is available to us and how we utilize that. Right? But essentially, every single thing, every dollar amount is broken out into the number of individuals, right? So if there's $1,000 worth of services spent, and 10 of them in your town are using $100, we ask you for 2.5% of $100, if that makes sense. And we do that for every town. So every town is always different, and they change. They change a lot. They go back and forth.
They don't change 2,000 percentage. So And when you're not able to provide the numbers, like I said, when you're just trying to think of money.
Yeah.
I think that the effort should be more on your local level.
Property, say,
Well, I don't wanna interrupt their conversation, though, it's share my experience after Tim and. I'm trying to.
So for my,
Are.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to?
Yes.
I,
Sorry, I do apologize. What town are you from?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Lincolnville, but, our experience has not been yours. I mean, we've gotten detailed, number of people using each specific program each year from you. I don't know whether your organization maybe has an issue with different people going out to different towns and maybe different people aren't as competent at explaining your ask. As it sounds like the Unity person was not as forthcoming as they could have been, or whoever handled your request for more information.
Presentations, everything.
But
So
but ours has always been very, very good. And just looking, you do have these countywide programs, which am I wrong to assume that part why you're coming to the county is for some underwriting of this bottom section that you can't
That's correct.
justify town specific?
That is absolutely correct, yeah. I would just also like to add, the town of Searsport has asked repeatedly when you have been at town meeting that we have had people stand up and request, for an example, how many students or clients that you have in the Head Start program, in the building that is in Searsport, how many of those children are actually from Searsport? And 3 years repeatedly, we have had no answers.
I do apologize about the misunderstanding about that. The answer is what's on the paper.
There is nothing on the paper that tells us how many students in that building are Searsport residents.
That's exactly what that piece of paper shows.
Not the paper that we get.
It does, actually. We sort them out by town.
I can't believe that everybody on our select board and our town manager is not reading that correctly.
I do apologize. That is how we do it. We take every single person that receives services and we split them out by zip code. That's how we count them individually. So when you see your town funding, this is everyone. So this is everyone in the county. When you see your individual town report, those are the residents of your municipalities that we count specifically and request funding for. The others, the other kids who go to that particular facility, those requests are included in the town services report of the towns that those kids live in. So they are represented that way. That's exactly the point.
That's not the explanation that we were given at town meetings.
I do apologize about that as well. And I would encourage any one of you to please reach out.
Well, regardless of that, I still think that this is
any other questions,
overlaying.
comments? Yeah, Bob. I have a comment I have actually two comments. This budget here, totals up more than $13 million, right? Okay, that's more than the county budget altogether. Last year, when your representative came to my town, which is Waldo, and addressed us, there was in excess of $400,000 for non-emergency medical transportation to my town. And there was, I guess, nearly 400 trips, which translates into more than $1,000 a trip. And I cannot get, I don't need any comments, I'm just making a statement. And coupled with that, and the fact that you're requesting money from the towns as well as the county, I can't get behind that at all either. If it's gonna be for the towns, then it's already been said, it's double dipping coming to the county as well. I get it that you guys need money, but I think you really need to look at how your money's being sent, because from everything I've seen right now, it is not effective. That's all I had for comment. If there's any other questions, Tim, if not, I'm open for motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny this request.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded that we deny the request for $5,000 for Waldo Cap. I don't feel it in front of me. Any discussion? Those in favor of denying the request? Those opposed to the mining request? It does pass.
Thank you for your time.
Were you able to get that
Policy,
motion?
I'm happy to-
Yeah.
Thank you.
Moving on. Now we're back to the county commissioners.
No, we've got some others here.
We're gonna keep going with the rest of that.
Well, the advertising and promotion.
If you would
Yeah,
like,
okay, yeah.
There's other, in,
there's,
there are several.
Yes, there are, but I was under the impression. that it was-
the Waldo County Extension, Cooperative Extension, Vina is here.
Come on up.
That is Department 2005. Can you come right up to the fancy podium right there? I know, it's very, we're gonna put jingle bells on it. We're gonna put jingle bells on it, but anyway.
Okay, all
Good
right.
day, ladies and gentlemen. This is Vina.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me come and, speak with you all and your consideration of our budget request. I am from Cooperative Extension of Waldo County. I'm the home horticulture professional for the county office. If I'm hoping that you all have, our annual report in your, many pages in your binders. And so Cooperative Extension is a branch of the University of Maine. We provide research-based information to the people of Waldo County related to food, farming, and families. We have about 10 staff in our office. We do direct programming in Waldo County. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have about what we do and the budget request that we submitted.
Is there a particular line for that?
Yeah,
Yeah, the section of the book.
it's 2005. Mike has orange,
There we go. Thank you.
but the letter that we sent to, that breaks out line numbers isn't the same as what we've got in the budget.
Yep, when I met with the commissioners, earlier this year, they suggested that we dial back what we were requesting for flat funding. So our original, request to the commissioners, I believe, was, $61,300. And, what they have returned is, $58,050 budget request.
So the contractual line is the wages line, although it's slightly different. And everything else is sort of in commodities, office supplies, etc.
Yep, the two things that, we essentially request funding for, the monies that we get from county dollars help to keep our office open. They pay for our admin staff, as well as office supplies, which are all in that, commodities line. I think what the commissioners looked at, they, reduced the amount that we asked for in commodities, but I think they bumped up, the contractual line by $300.
I have a question, just to do with the 4-H program, other than Kevin Englewood, is there any other 4-H activity in Waldo County?
There is, our 4-H professional is at a farmer's market right now doing activities with kids. They have some clubs and programs out at places like the library. We have, right now we just have one person. Typically we would have a 2-person staff. So we have had a little bit less, I would say less direct programming in the last couple of years, but we are looking to refill that position. they also send kids on trips. I think they help to facilitate sending, young people on trips to Washington DC and,
You send kids from Waldo County to Washington. I mean, I don't have my peepers in,
Sorry.
so I'm only getting a bit here and there.
Sorry, Amy, Commissioner Fowler, they do help. There are national trips that young people in Waldo County can,
Can maybe
attend.
do,
And sorry, say it again.
so as a commissioner, I can tell you, cause I hear you guys bits and pieces going back and forth on how we came up with what we came up with. And we came up with last year's funding.
Mhm.
We didn't pick a line, we
Yep.
just said last year's funding, and the reason why is one, we're very conscious, and that was very generous. We are very, very, very conscious of the taxpayer, and when you have taxpayers say, what do they do for us? We have to take that into consideration, and I struggled there. I really did. I struggled. I know the statute was brought to me, and I appreciate that, on funding for the extension office. And I always interpret a lot of statutes by the shall and the may that's in the wording. And I thought to myself, you know, in a time when literally taxpayers are struggling to pay their tax bills, I need to be able to say, what is the value, the worth, and the usage of a program? And as I said, that is how we came up with our initial number. But it's discouraging when I know of multiple programs that the Waldo County Extension participates in that are outside of Waldo County.
Yeah,
lot.
you bring up a really good point. We are, a much smaller organization. In the last few years, we've lost a great deal of our staff to retirements, and some retirement incentives that needed to happen on the university level. And so we have, had fewer staff needing to pick up more and more responsibilities outside of, their counties. I've had Knox, Lincoln, and Waldo as part of my responsibilities since I started with Extension 10 years ago. So I have historically done food preservation, specifically food preservation programming in all three of the counties, which does, I mean, I can certainly appreciate where that's a concern. This year, they've actually dialed that back, and I will no longer be offering services outside of Waldo County. I'll specifically be focused on horticulture programming in Waldo County. But that being said, the person that's picking up food preservation will cover Knox, Lincoln, Waldo, Washington, Hancock, Piscataquis, and Penobscot counties.
One person?
One person. So it is.
And we've also paid, and I wish I had the numbers in front of me to say, we spent, I think, $103,000 on the building in which we house these folks in, trying to do some updates and typical seller, you know, there's always like mold, I don't know where it comes from, you know, and you know, some groundwork and do some tremendous improvements there. And they were fortunate enough, their office, to be housed at the University of Maine's Hutchinson location, which, the University of Maine just closed. Interesting, but so as I say, I mean, that was.
Yeah, it's a fair, we appreciate your feedback, and it's something that we're really talking about as a staff and trying to figure out how we can make sure that we communicate with you all the things that we are doing in Waldo County moving forward, because we do have a lot of programs that directly support folks in Waldo County.
And years ago, been a while since I've been involved in big printing in the field now. But there used to be the cooperative extension had a very strong, at least in Winterport, the 4-H club with a lot of kids that were involved, and it was a big deal. And they took some of those trips like we were talking about. And the other one was we used to have somebody that went around, for nutritional training,
Mm,
because there was so much childhood obesity.
obesity, yeah.
And so does that still go on today?
So Joyce Weaver was previously,
Yeah.
previously our, 4-H CEA, so she was sort of the second person who did 4-H programming more directly. That position does a lot of direct programming. And Joyce happened to live in Winterport, so she was very involved, and I think personally had a club there and was very, very invested, and unfortunately, we, lost Joyce a couple of years ago. And so we haven't been able to really successfully replace that, position. It's a tough one. I apologize.
Good job, Tammy.
Just as background for me, when Joyce is doing one tough walk, you're like, did you? Sorry, did she, I might have missed it, did she like basically oversee the 4-H clubs that were happening in Waldo County?
Yeah.
She was very strong advocate. And because the annual report says there are 4 in Waldo County.
We've really dwindled. I mean, I don't program in 4-H directly, but I do know that COVID has had a big impact on a lot of things, on volunteerism, on how people are working, how people are spending their time. It's just the reality that it really did change the face of a lot of our programs, and so the club, I think club participation is generally down, and as we're able to refill that position, I do hope that that program will grow. I have seen they're like doing a lot more direct programming out in the county to try to drum up interest and appreciation for becoming involved as a volunteer.
Could you give me a breakdown on where the rest of your funding comes from?
You bet. So the majority of our funding comes through the University of Maine state dollars. The county of Waldo receives $570,657 in monies towards salaries. You can see the line items on page 20 of your annual report. Additionally, cooperative extension received federal dollars. So we think of ourselves as when we talk about extension, we talk about it as a three-legged stool that you receive funding from the state, federal, and local level to help support our programming.
So the $1,194,000 is the total expense.
Correct.
Of
I believe that 1.1 is the amount that we receive from the university level, and then that's further broken down into federal and state dollars.
I'm very disturbed at I don't mean to be picking, but I'm very disturbed at the amount, how low the amount is for the local program and supplies in comparison to all the other expenses on there. To me, if you're trying to stimulate children being involved in 4-H and all these other things, the food preservation and the good nutrition programs and things like this, that those supplies should have been higher, and maybe some of the other items a little less.
Absolutely. You definitely nail some of the challenges of working in extension. We are expected to sort of be in some ways, each of us our own small business, like we're expected to write grants and, come up with a fee structure for some of our programs to help support what we do. So there, we have, in the past, we have built in a little bit of money specifically for 4-H, because 4-H generally doesn't charge fees. If I'm teaching a canning class, I do charge a fee just to cover the supplies, the jars, that type of thing. But for 4-H, it's pretty difficult for them to recoup what it actually costs. So you're right, we don't get funds to provide supplies.
But that isn't the only line related to local programming, right? Like prorated support from the Maine. I would think that's local programming. It's not the salaries for the people, so it's money related to the other work that you're doing? Or is that rent and utilities and stuff like that?
The commission, this body is what sort of pays our rent. I mean, the county owns our building, but they provide it, so you all are sort of covering those utilities. Honestly, I don't. Prorated support, I think, is in all likelihood some of the, some of the support that we get from things like our grant writing office or our state level veterinary diagnosticians and different folks who are based at the state level who we tap into for resources and expertise.
So there's nothing that really breaks down the programming that's done as far as the financial resources used to fund 4-H versus,
No.
I noticed there was the childhood, the nutrition stuff you were talking about, and you said that the Maine food system, Waldo County Bounty is in here. There's nothing saying how much is being spent on these different programs.
None.
I would like to hear some more about the Hutchinson Center and what transpired for that.
I didn't hear.
I'd like to hear more about the Hutchinson Center, what transpired there. So this $50,000 odd, this is to support wages, or this supports the building out there?
Well,
Or just
we own the building.
We
We
own
charge them no rent.
Okay.
They're there and we
And that
pay
was all in facilities, right?
Yeah, we pay all the
most part.
expenses,
And
electricity,
this $50,000 is in addition.
and then
to
they
that.
want 58,000 on top.
Okay, now talking about the Hutchinson Center.
Well, no, the Hutchinson Center is gone now. They went out of business, I guess.
But
The
there's-
Hutchinson Center
There's a
was,
story behind that.
I'm sure, but the Hutchinson Center was kind enough to house these folks when we were trying to do some major repairs to their building. And then you guys moved out and the Hutchinson Center went under. What'd you do? Did you write on the walls?
That's above my pay grade, I think. The Hutchinson Center had a big note on it, is my understanding of what transpired, and the university is looking to, like you all, meet a pretty big shortfall, and they are trimming back wherever they can to try to meet that budget shortfall in the Hutchinson Center.
So the 3% that's represented here for county government, that includes the rent and the utilities and the other things that we donate to the building. Plus this 58.
Those are above and beyond. We spent and this is a rough number, but I think we spent 103,000 Waldo County, you folks, last year doing repairs and updates. And then when we figured in the phone bill, the utility, the lights, all that stuff, it was like 15,000 a year for the extensions building. And then it would be the 58 on top of that.
I hate to sound like Tim. But how does $150,000+, how does the town of Waldo, how does the town of Waldo benefit from that money?
That's a good question. So, some of the ways that the town of Waldo or any town in Waldo County benefits are that we, have staff to help support farmers in those towns. we have a Maine Families program that goes out and meets one-on-one with families who are pregnant or have a baby and help them with safety, developmental milestones, all sorts of
I
different.
have to request that, and I don't mean to interrupt, but
That's
I
okay.
will.
They get, either referred, they get at a doctor's appointment when when they, are meeting with their provider, they would get referred, or they can self-refer, and a lot of the folks who are in the program, I understand, are self-referring. They hear about it from a friend, or they see a poster, or what have you, and they sign up. It's a completely free, program, open to absolutely anyone who's pregnant or, has a baby up to 3 months of age.
What benefits do you offer to farmers in the area?
We have historically had, Rick Kurzbergen was our sustainable, who's gone, he retired a year ago. So we were without for about a year. We do now have a person who's just started with us, who's going to be covering Knox, Lincoln, and Waldo counties. And also has, a specialty area around business management, so he'll be able to provide, the same type of direct like on-farm support to farmers that Rick did. We continue to have soil testing. We have, diagnostic lab that does diagnoses of plant disease, animal diseases.
Go back to soil testing, and I'm sorry,
Sure.
because this is my area, I'm a
Yep.
producer.
Yep.
So how do you help with soil testing?
How do I personally help with soil testing? Those soil test results are sent to me when
Excuse me.
the University of Maine, the lab is where they're analyzed, and those results then are sent to the county level. So that, perhaps the producer doesn't need help, interpreting a soil test result, but oftentimes smaller, newer producers or home gardeners might need some help with interpreting those results, and that's where we would be able to provide assistance.
I don't want you to feel like I'm grilling you, but I pay for those tests.
Yes,
I pay for those tests.
I do too. I just sent mine in and I paid the $18, and it is a subsidized. I think that if you were from outside of Maine, you'd find that you pay quite a bit more for your soil testing.
I'd like to ask a question. if I may.
By all means.
Okay, what are the other counties being asked? Are they being asked for the same amount as we are?
That's a really terrific question. It varies quite a bit from county to county. Some counties, their county doesn't own their building. They either rent a building, or or their county association owns their building. So it's hard to sort of like compare apples to oranges because it's very different county to county. I think, in counties, I could certainly find that out for you, what the specific amounts are.
Yeah, I mean, we're housing.
Yep.
And you are serving Waldo County, maybe one or two other counties. What are they being charged? Is there any allowance for the fact that Waldo County is providing a place for you? Free of charge, and that alone is a donation. So, I'm just curious as to,
Sure.
you go to Knox County from here, and what's Knox County been for? I mean, how are these compared to all the other counties?
Thank you for that question. The amount that you see in that fiscal year breakdown, that 3% is not Waldo specific, that's on a state level. So when you look at the whole pie, the 3%, if our budget is 1.1 for our office, then 3% of that would be what?
36.
36,000. Okay, so then this county is, potentially a little bit higher than maybe what some other counties are. Again, some other counties, have shared offices, or they have multiple offices. It's pretty, it's tricky to, I don't know the budget requests from each county, and it's tricky to compare them because some of them are based in university buildings, or they rent a building, or it's just different from location to location.
I think that was an amazing question, by the way. And I have no hard feelings about you, acting like me. So I guess I have to ask the question, what is the return on the investment for my town? Because my town is the town of Unity, and we do have a lot of farmers, and I won't use names, but we've even had a couple of our taxpayers have to shut down their farms, and they're really struggling. And what exactly are you going to be giving to my town? What's their return on their investment? Like, I don't see a true breakdown of all the 25 towns in the one city for the money that they're putting in there. So what are my people getting out of it? And I have been to Tank. What I did do the 4-H stuff. I was totally involved with that stuff. I know that they're great programs, but what about the kids out in the town that I'm representing?
I mean, philosophically, I really appreciate your question and understand what you're getting at. Some of the things that we do aren't things that can be measured monetarily. When you talk about a kid going through 4-H, learning those skills of leadership and learning about how to build community and be a good citizen, it's hard for us to give you a breakdown on exactly what that.
Sure, part of your services is providing services for farmers.
Yeah,
which is
absolutely.
the other opposite part of that. They're now providers in society, and that's a large part of my demographics. So
Sure.
what is the return of their investment?
Yeah, I don't program in that area. And I would love to be able to tell you how many providers were visited last year, how it impacted their operation, but we didn't have an ag person last year. I really do believe I believe that we are positively impacting producers. Rick had a good relationship, I believe, with the farming community, but I don't have that number for you. Okay.
You're totally fine. I have a horrible face. Yeah, you're okay.
Go ahead, Bob.
So I have a couple
Yeah.
questions. How does this money go to the extension?
Well, if
Do you write a check
whatever is approved in this budget, we
Yeah.
write a check and we pay it.
and you pay them the money?
Yeah,
And then
otherwise-
they disperse it as they need
Yes.
to use it.
Otherwise than that, we pay all the bills and everything
Yeah.
like we normally
You don't
would.
pay it to these people, you pay it into the system.
To
University
of
No,
Maine.
Exactly. I can speak to how how the oversight of that money. Indeed, we send an invoice for whatever is approved by the committee. And the county sends us a check. We have a county extension association, which is, 2 of our representatives are here before you. They oversee our budget, and the vast majority of that budget does go to paying our admin staff. Those are the folks who answer the phones. They're there at the door for that person that walks in and wants to know wants to have their question answered. So that's where the bulk of our funding goes.
So one thing, when I look at this budget, we're making a lot of, I would say, hard decisions here as a budget committee. Things where we tell people no, and we think there are good programs, but we still tell them no because, we just can't afford it. It's like being a family, your kids come and they want a bike, or they want this, or they want that. You can't pay them. When I look at this budget, the first thing I think of is, geez, that budget is about as much as a fitted out police vehicle,
Which we got.
which we
You
could.
said no.
So that was just a comment.
If you don't get funded to this, where else will you get money from to cover this?
We'll lose people, lose our two admin staff is what will happen.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
To me, this $58,000, but spread over the 26 towns, that's a little over 2,200 per town. It's a resource that we're funding that's available for anybody in the county. We can't force people to take advantage of that resource, but if we don't fund it, it goes away. And so personally, I think it's worth funding. And maybe us, advertising it better in our own towns to say, did you know that you can also get this through the extension?
Yeah.
And I would also say if this is something that we're gonna fund, then we have to put the onus back on you guys to make sure that you're giving us services and that those services are advertised so that we feel comfortable about what it is that we're getting for our money.
Yeah, I mean, in their report, the year 2022, there was a lot of, there are a lot of hard numbers in here. They reached out to nearly 1,000 kids in Waldo County through traditional club programs, short-term workshops, one-time events, and that's just the 4-H. And like you said, there's the gardening and farming and there's a lot of potential here. And I think we'd be sort of cutting off our nose to spite our face if we got rid of it just because it's being underutilized right now. That's my sense.
Do you have advertising materials like posters and stuff like that that you can distribute to the towns and city?
That is something that we could do. We don't have a budget to do advertising in a more traditional sense of like splashy, but can we
Doesn't
print
have to
like
be.
flyers? We can
Doesn't have to be,
definitely,
because
yeah.
the thing is, I agree. I think if to lose this would be a huge impact that we don't necessarily see, because like I said, I knew personally about how involved the 4-H was. I don't know anymore because my kids are all grown up. But and the same with the nutritional, and I because I was involved in that as well, and seeing the person who went around, she went to individual households to train parents on how to feed their children, so that nutritionally it would be valued, and who knows what would have happened to those kids, or I mean not that they but nutritionally that taught these kids a lifetime habits.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a good program that most people don't see.
I went to Tanglewood.
There's a hand up.
Hi, sorry, I'm Darcy Johnston, and I am the president of the Waldo County Extension Association. And I'm also a K-5 agricultural educator in 5 of the elementary schools in RSU3 in Waldo County.
What does that mean you do? What does that mean you do?
Oh, okay, so I am a teacher in 5 elementary schools in RSU3, and I teach our students all about agriculture. So I'm essentially, we have school gardens in all 5 of our elementary.
RSU3 is what, Unity?
So it's, Mount View in Thornwright, Morse Memorial School in Brooks, Walker School in Liberty, Troy Central Elementary School in Troy, and then Monroe Elementary.
What about Belfast and Searsmont? Those kids?
It's a separate separate school district. So I teach in those 5 elementary schools. And some of the students that I work with, they're, younger kids, so they're K-5. But some have been involved in 4-H, and we have other board member who teaches at the high school level right here in Belfast, and she also has students involved in the 4-H programming. And Sadie Mahurin, does a fantastic job with the 4-H programming in our county, and even being involved, through COVID, having students be involved, Zoom meetings and things like that. So really responding to changing times and things like that. But what I would like to say is that, when I first became involved with the extension, I was thinking, oh, the extension, it's for farmers and gardeners and commercial producers. But what I've learned is the extension really is there from birth to late in life. The Maine Families Program that I've learned about through the Cooperative Extension is just phenomenal. The services that they can provide families for free in our county.
Were you selectmen and council members that are sitting at this table aware of those programs?
Yes, yes.
You're aware of all of those programs?
Not
Yeah,
all of them,
exactly.
certainly not all.
And, right, and.
They're not aware.
Well, and actually, that was something I wanted to respond to as well, as we've been talking a lot in our committee about. How can we, as our committee, get out the word about all these resources and programs that are available to our local community. And we just met actually a couple weeks ago on a subcommittee. We're gonna be starting a newsletter for the extension in the spring, in the new year. Just to get out the word onto what kinds of programs are available to our local community members.
These all new
Because-
programs that have just come out. That you're
No,
speaking
I
of?
mean, Maine Families has been around for a while,
So-
4-H has
So,
been around.
guys, I mean, just understand the frustration at this point where it's like, come on, we don't know if you have these great programs.
I wouldn't necessarily only put it on them. I
Oh,
mean,
God,
this is a
no, no.
wider issue. We don't have
hang on.
decent local news coverage anymore.
Well,
That's,
yeah, no,
you
but
know,
I mean,
robust local news.
We read, that's our main way to get the word out, is to put out press releases that frequently don't get, picked up.
Do you have a Facebook presence?
We do have we have a Facebook presence, we have a website, we try to put up flyers, we do have flyers for the Maine Families Program in all of the pediatric offices. In all the WIC offices, Head Start, that we're.
Newport doesn't have.
Mary's
Yeah,
handling
any
it.
of those things, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't see them.
Right.
Mary, go ahead.
Are you first?
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right, so. I agree and disrespect, and I agree and respectfully disagree with you. As a business owner, it's my responsibility to advertise my services. We're already showing support to your group by giving you taxpayer money. So, I'll say that. Now, on the other hand, there is so many free ways to advertise. And there is ways that you can do about it being creatively. That was one thing. Second thing, kids know about 4-H because they're obviously involved at the younger age, but then they tend to leave. So we tend to lose that resource. The other resource is the people that stay. That's why I was asking, what's the return on my town's investment? Is because not only are you lacking advertising, I'm asking for information on my demographic of my town, and I need that. Because you're expecting to be services. Well, you're expected to be given money to provide services. So that's why I respectfully disagree with you, because we're already giving them support by giving them the dollar. It's their responsibility to give us the resources to advertise for them. And that's.
Can I respond to your
Yes,
point
please.
just a little bit? One thing that makes me think of is that one of our main demographics that we serve in our office tend to be folks who don't have internet, who are elders in our community, who want printed resources, who know that we're there and do come to us for information. And so I do feel really strongly that that population would lose out on access that's otherwise online,
Allow me now to respond to you. If you were to give me, because I knew you were gonna go there with this, if you were to give me that information,
Sure.
I could gladly print that out in my town annual report.
Yep.
Which I do not have from you.
Okay.
And that would go to all those people.
I need to go there as well. I'm
Oh.
one of them older people, and I have used the extension on occasion, not very often, but once in a while. In my town, which is Waldo, we have a website for the town, which is watched by a lot of people in the town. If you talk with our town clerk and have something that will be posted, a significant portion of our town who you want to groom, which is the young people who are computer literate, will see it
To post on your town website.
on the town website.
We, in our town, I mean, unfortunately, we have 5 different Facebook groups, which are all not town affiliated. I will put that out there. Because of some of the content that gets put in there. it, but I mean, we have a town website as well. I mean, all you guys really have to do is be reaching out to us if you wanted something to be posted.
Great.
Mary, go ahead.
Okay, some clarification. I'm back on kind of salaries, I
Yeah,
think.
she's past the warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, really. So, you earlier talked about approximately 10 staff in the office. And then further in the conversation, when I think you were asked about what happens if we don't approve this, what would be the outcome? And I think you said we'd have to,
Eliminate staff.
eliminate 2 admin staff.
Correct.
Did I hear that correctly?
You did, yes.
So there's 10 staff totally,
Mhm.
and it would eliminate 2 administrative staff.
So the way these
Please explain
dollars are
that.
used is to, the county supports our physical structure, right, provides us with a space, an office space. And then the bulk of
And the
this,
county pays utilities and repairs,
yes.
2 to 15,000 on top of the building with no rent. Okay,
The bulk of the funds that we're asking for pays for 2, 1.4. Thank you, 1.4 FTAs, full-time equivalent staff people who, are the administrative support, the people who answer the phones.
Readers
and-
and readers.
Correct, yep. Who track all our finances, who, keep our building functioning, keep our, office functioning. Then the rest of us who are there are program staff who are out doing programs.
and so if you lost the administrative clerical
Meters and readers.
meters and readers.
Let's
um,
reshuffle.
What does that do in reality to the office for the 10 or 8 programmers?
I think it would functionally make it so that we wouldn't have an office. We wouldn't be, a physical presence in the community where people could come in and, with their soil tests, pick up soil tests, ask questions. We get a lot of walk-ins who want to have a bug identified or have a question about a tick that they found. So programming staff can't really sit and answer phones. We have to be out like delivering programs. And so I think it would essentially mean that we just wouldn't have an office. We wouldn't have a need to have an office.
So in other words, you're saying if you lose 2 people, you're gonna put 8 more out of it.
1.4.
Well, 1.4. We'll put 8 more people out of the job.
No.
No, they'll still be working.
Yeah, potentially, I think if the university were to be positioned with not having an office, in this community, those of us who do programming would likely be asked to work remotely or moved to other, reshuffled to other,
So you'd lose your physical presence.
right? Yep,
Yeah, if you said that you're working with other counties. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Yes,
Sure.
you said that you're working with other counties like Knox and Lincoln and them. So how do you benefit from them? Does Lincoln County, or when you go to the prison in Warren, not my county, do they pay you? Are they sharing? I want to know that I'm not paying all the loads. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's fair. So the same could be said for other counties that they, so for example, the nutrition, the Eat Well program that was brought up, that's a program where we don't have a person in Waldo County. That person, the closest person is based in Kennebec County, and they serve Waldo County. So in the same way, there is reciprocal.
Do they have as big a staff in Kennebec County as we do in Waldo?
They have a much.
So we have 10 staff and we don't have the nutrition program?
I might be slightly exaggerating our staff. We have lost 2 people since September, so we have 9. We have 9 right now. A large part of that are the Maine Families program, and that program, they have a program administrator and, 3 home visitors. And that program is completely externally funded. They are funded through, a federal grant that is in other counties, is based with other, CAP agencies. It's unusual for it to be housed with extension.
What do they do?
They're the ones that do that home visiting with people who are expecting or have a young baby.
I didn't know if that program, that's extraordinary. But what scares me is when you have duplicate programs out there that you don't know about. One last question, I promise I won't bug you anymore, Vina. According to the statute, which I was provided, it speaks of counties partnering up with other counties to share expenses. Do you know of any other counties in the state of Maine that partner up?
Knox and Lincoln are
Those
jointly
bastards.
funding. Androscoggin and Saginaw share an office.
Interesting.
I think that's it. I think those are the only ones that are shared. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
I just want to make a comment that years ago, my stepdaughter was very involved in the 4-H program in Knox County. And it was a wonderful, wonderful experience for her. And I fully, see the benefit from that and how it helped her life. But now I'm in Searsport. What do you guys do for Searsport? Do you have anybody in the school system in Searsport? There's no gardens out there.
I don't
mean,
know, I
I
can't
mean,
speak to what they have.
Is
in
there
Searsport, I'm
anything
sorry.
more programs to do with the they have a future business leaders group in the high school. I mean, they could use your help. I mean,
So.
but I don't hear about
These
anything
folks
happening.
are on our board and they don't do direct programming. What I'll say is I do believe that, so one person that comes to my mind, I have a current master gardener volunteer who's going through the training right now, who's based in the Searsport schools, who's really excited about, building out a project at that school. So towns are getting support from us in like different ways. I also work with Carver Library, to have that give and take table that's there.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware that you were connected to that.
Yeah, the
It's a great
bulk of,
program.
my work personally is around gardens and food access work. And so I coordinate the 19 give and take tables that are, all across the county in many of the towns.
Yeah, that's the Waldo County Bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I work really closely with Waldo County Bounty and I coordinate the give and take table in Lincolnville. And, we have one in Unity and
Palermo.
we have one in Palermo. We're continuing to build that program out. We distributed 10,500 pounds of food through those tables this year.
I think there's a lot of times you're not getting the credit that you guys need of the.
That is absolutely true. That is one of
Because if
our.
you're behind the scenes,
Yep.
nobody's gonna shout out and go, hey, look what they did.
We always talk internally about how we're the best kept secret and that is really always to our detriment because anytime you see, a project that happens, Extension is often a partner on it or has some hand in it, but we don't tend to, I don't know why culturally, that's just sort of how our organization often has been, that we don't look for the spotlight in the same way that some of our other partner organizations need to, because of, more grant funded, I think is some of our.
I think you really have to do more on making yourself publicly known.
Yep.
And I would really say contact the city clerk, town clerk in the town of Waldo and get it up on their board. Now, I know that the 4-H program is nowhere near what it used to be. But that's directly correlated with the number of farms that used to be and aren't anymore. I know many producers who have donated animals to the 4-H project. I would be willing to do some of that, but I've never been approached and I don't know who to see. Now I'm gonna get approached. I'm also a firm believer in food preservation and canning. I think that needs to be done. I think the school gardens are great. But coming back to what Bob said earlier, there's what we can afford. And I think we're paying more than what we should be compared to other counties as well. And
Before you go to that vote.
I'm not done yet.
All right.
And before we get there, I would be open to a motion. I guess that's my prerogative. I would hate to see them close out there. I would like to see them have a chance to do better at making themselves publicly known, because they do have benefits. I would entertain a motion at funding them for 1/2 of what they've requested, rather than saying 0, which I know that thought has been running around the table.
I'd like to ask a question of clarification before we go to vote.
Yeah.
The 1.4 or the 2 admin people. Would 1/2 save that? Or do we need to adjust that 1/2 comment? If we're gonna try to save 1.
So one of our folks works 4 days and one of our folks works 2.5 days. If you cut half, I lose both of them.
How would you figure both of them being out? If one is part-time and the other is full-time?
Well, I guess you're right, that there would be a scenario where I would have one at 2 days, but we can't keep the office open 2 days, I mean, I guess I should reframe. What it would mean is our office would likely only be able to be open 2 days a week.
Okay, you picked the part-time person versus the 4-day person.
Yeah,
Well-
the half funding would not even come close to funding,
That's
that
why I
4-day
asked the question
person.
the way I asked it. What would it cost to
To fund that?
maintain the 4-day person? So at least we know what we're talking about here.
Thank you, Mayor.
I don't have the invoice in front of me to break out their separate
Pay scales.
pay scales, but, I think, at half. Or you're wondering what we would keep the 4-day a week person. I'd have to get back to you with that specific number.
We have to vote today. We reached our deadline.
Okay. Can I? All right. You ever watch the show Shark Tank? No. All
I
right.
know of it.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
I
Famous guy, Mark Cuban. He stands up and talks. You should know your business better than anybody else, or you're not gonna be in business. You should know your numbers and you should mind your own business. This is your business, you should be minding it. I completely agree with both of them. I would not like to see your program go away. I do think that, I actually do think that you could cut. Oh, man.
Well, if you take the 51,450 and you
Yep.
divide it by 1.4, you get 36,750
Yeah. Yeah,
for a one per.
For one.
And that's assuming they're
Relatively.
paid the same.
right. I mean, they're gonna be asked to do more of a
Call it
workload.
35.
But the other part of this too is, and probably the most important part of business is that, you're selling your product. Sales pretty much solve all problems, because if you can increase your amount of income or people you're exposing yourself to, you tend to be, more in demand. So I think that presentation is everything. I can't wait to talk to you next year. Cause I have a feeling that you're gonna be much more prepared. And I, from the town of Unity, would love to meet with you so we can exchange emails, cause I will help.
Well, if we cut too much of their funding, I don't know how they're gonna organize.
Well, you know what? I didn't think that I would know how to organize myself either, but I'm 31 and I figured it out. So I'm sure that they will if they have one person in the office.
I'm an advocate of keeping it where it is at the 5850, because there is so much that they do that is not seen. I do think you do everybody's right, you need to do more outreach and be better at letting people know what you do, because otherwise this is the results.
Right.
But that being said, if you're gonna cut anything, I wouldn't do less than what they expended last year. That's what I was thinking too. I mean, it's really, it's next year we can revisit it, see, because we'll know better how they perform.
You're talking about the 44.9.
No, the 51.1.
Well, what they spent last year is what they requested.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know that.
No,
We don't
expended
know.
last year, the grand total was 51.1. This year they're
What did
requesting
they request?
50.
61.3.
Yeah, they requested 61.3, but the commissioner was putting 58.50, but I
57.
really think would be doing a disservice to Waldo County to cut it that much.
Yeah, and for all that you wanna treat it like a business, government isn't a business in the same sense. I'm just saying.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Monkey business.
I would say support your numbers then. Because you'd be in the same situation, no offense, as she is.
What did you come up with when you did the 1.4?
When I did what, 36,750,
It's just the,
add the 6,300 to it, and then you got 43,000.
That would be your total for the 3.
43. I mean, that's assuming that you say, okay, let's get rid of that part-time person.
Well, don't forget, that's somebody that's in Waldo County that's being paid, that
That
we're
we're
working here
firing,
in Waldo County to get.
So I'm not gonna be able to tell you which page I got this from, but I transferred it from somewhere in this information onto the budget page where expended last year, 2022, there was a number that was actually 48,669.38. Not what we're seeing on our printed page, which is 51.1. What expended last year, 2022. 48,669.38.
Yep. I see where you are, okay.
So that's my number that I'm gonna recommend.
That's your recommendation?
you mean this number? The last year?
No, I told you, in all of this here, I can't tell you where I
This is their work.
picked that up from. But I wrote it here, what they expended in 2021 and what they expended in 2022. Is it from here?
Well, those numbers tied to the 51.1, that's why I asked. This is that 11, the November 17th. Appropriations report.
I found the 51.1.
Yeah, it's the
It's
48,669.38. And the year before that was 37,458.34.
But these are numbers that were approved by the budget committee and just paid for the organization. You don't know what they expended.
This is true.
Well, as much as, so was that a motion? Because I will second that if it is.
I'll make it as a motion.
So make the motion again, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we fund them at a total number of $48,669.38.
I'll second that motion because, well, we are a business.
The motion has been made and seconded that we fund them for, county extension at 48.6, correct?
$48,669.38.
We're open for discussion.
Well, she's admitted that she doesn't actually know where, she can't find where she got this.
It's somewhere in this wad of papers on this
Right.
section.
Right.
So if we're holding directly to your, we're a business, support everything. I'd like to see the actual support, but I also think we're spending a lot of time.
Well, Mary.
Again, that backs and straight back up.
I feel like the whole
Show the numbers on.
is an apples and oranges thing.
Well,
Because this is more of an existential thing, and we're putting people out of work by cutting this. And the police cruiser, we deferred for a year, and we have money in reserves, so it's not the same thing.
We're not only putting someone out of a job, but we're also reducing the tax bill for the towns.
by a extremely small amount.
Well,
I was
which
gonna
one
say
would
it's
drop in the
negligible.
bucket?
I
That's
mean,
negligible.
I think I could pay $10 from my taxes.
Well,
to keep the
We took
infection
the,
in
we took the EMA guy down $50 for his postage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're being very inconsistent by then coming along and saying.
Okay, here's where I
I'd
got,
like to
here's
see it.
where I got the number.
Go ahead, Mary.
It's from this horizontal chart we were given. It's labeled Waldo County Financial Relationship with Cooperative Extension 5-year. And the first section down on the page is titled Waldo County Contribution to Cooperative Extension 5-year History. And it goes from 2018 each year to 2022. And the 2022 number, and the line is titled in the small print, local salaries, no benefits, support staff. And it reads across. And it was the 48,669.38, so it did not include
The 6,000.
the 6,000 for
Commodities. and all that stuff.
commodities, office supplies, etc.
But we also don't charge rent or any utility.
Yeah, we're paying
Remember, and I
everything
got
else
you.
to the
We
tune
could have.
of a lot of money. Plus the 103,000 in everything that happened last
Yep.
year.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
I have one. I strongly suggest contacted the county and find out if they have a computer page where you can post this information. I know 4-H can be a whole lot more than it is now. It's a dying dog right now that needs to be resuscitated. And the food preservation candy program, I think, should continue. Where you have 4 program people who are working on prenatal and postnatal care. The number of people we have being born in the county, you might want to put a little more emphasis someplace else and a little bit less there.
On the aging population.
We got a lot of old farts, yep. Any more conversation on it? Seeing none, I will take a vote on the proposal of funding Waldo County Extension Officer Department. What's the line number on this?
2005.
2005 in the amount of $48,000.
$669.38.
All those in favor? Those opposed? Oh dear. That's
Isn't that
tied.
4-3?
I'm sorry, it's a 4-3.
Seven of us here.
It was 4-3.
Okay, all right, I got my own hand. I apologize, forgive me. And it does pass. You gotta do better. I wanna see you back here next year with.
Please,
Yes,
please
we
leave
got
here
it.
and reach us, reach out to us.
Yeah.
Don't leave here and walk with your head down.
I appreciate that you all want to support us and see us do well. I really do. It means a lot to us.
I'd like to see more of you guys.
Well, yeah.
We need you.
Yeah.
Again, as an organization, you guys gotta figure that the University of Maine has to figure out which way you're really heading. and which
Right.
way
Well, yeah.
If you,
It's the tricky part is it's not in my job description. It's not in any of our job descriptions to necessarily, nobody's necessarily on the program level looking at what is our image, how are we getting the word out? It is a tricky.
well, if you really want to make a huge investment, you could always come by Unity College from us and start a program out there.
So I'd just like to say, you have done a fabulous job, and I'm sure that in your 10 years of service, you have done a fabulous job. And even though this has been a hard discussion for us as well as you, we all appreciate that you are probably overworked and underpaid. And your passion for this calling is exuded and much appreciated. So please don't leave here feeling downtrodden. We have a budget this year that we're not going to discuss all the details with you today, but just know there was an extraordinary circumstance that has caused this tough, hard conversation to take place.
I do understand. I sat through the Saturday before.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
In November, I appreciate the task that's in front of you all.
You have the 5 largest towns in one city with the population of Waldo County right here, sitting at the table at Wattsville.
Well, thank you. Really.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
The next, we have 2 gentlemen that have sat in the back of the room waiting patiently. This is Waldo County Soil and Water and Conservation District. These guys are wicked excited to get up here now.
Really, just back to my wife. The interstate went south from Paramount Falls. And a lot of accidents all over the place because it's turned to ice. So we'll make it super fast. No. You can answer any questions you might want. Okay. But go with the extension. I was on the extension board of Pat Pearson, was doing the mother, child. And it really worked out a lot better. And I was on the extension, we asked for tenure for Rick Burdick, which is well known throughout the country. He's lectured in Alaska, all over the United States. So very important. So we'll go ahead. Our request was for we get $26,000 from the county. We went to 10% because we had an increase in 2018. So we thought 10% was not too bad considering that. Because I think everybody at the table in the budget committee, basically, if you have a business or you buy stuff, since 2018, prices have gone up.
What's the 10% reference?
Pardon?
What is the 10% reference? We're looking at 3 years of the
Oh,
same
but
2,600.
it was his request. Their request was.
Yeah. It went up. Oh, okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Gene Randall, I'm the treasurer, and, for the last several years, we've made it easy on you by saying we could go forward with no increase, but, as Andy mentioned, the last 5 years, costs have gone up by inflation by 22%. And everything's more expensive, and our staff becomes more experienced, they want more money. And, so here we are.
This plan.
Right, a small increase this year. We had hoped to add a second person in the office to have some redundancy on meeting critical deadlines, which we do not have now, and we have problems with one of our staff people. Of the volunteers, they have unretired and go back in the office. So we would really benefit by having a second person in the office. We got a recent increase from the state, which was way less than we expected. Against about halfway there. The increase we're asking you for will give us a little bit more way there, and we're just having to struggle to reapportion our budgeting to find rooms for that second person. We're still accomplish that. Finish price, and we may be even find too many grants. They're getting harder to bring in, but it's never sure one year the next. So consistent funding is what we're going to identify. We're going to need a grading on top. Trying to think. Just I'll entertain questions at this point. I just want to add that we had a local working group down in Camden this week. We sent emails, and most of them, our email list plus extension list plus other lists, hundreds of emails went out to these different people. We had a very few people work on a local working group. The local working group is done by the NRCS, but the soil conservation is responsible to get people there. And what it does is it says, what do we want the NRCS to look at and fund in the county? Like Extension services, I'm not gonna keep going on the extension service, but, Knox Lincoln is one county considered on the NRCS. And then NRCS and the strong and the other counties and other one, because they're so small, they don't, get funding. They get one funding from the state for Knox Lincoln and one funding from Saginaw and Scarlet, where each part of the Waldo County and maybe a few other counties get separate funding from the state. County, or Ruther County gets 3 because it's so large, but we have 3 offices. Total, we have 16 counties, we have 16 districts. Any questions?
So what exactly does water and soil do?
That's a good question. I want to answer that. We work with all the towns in the county and we try to, and we work with the farmers the same as the extension does. We work with communities. Now, we did a tree grant for the city of Belfast 2 years ago, a little over $8,000, and we had one of our employees take care of that. And if you look at the city park, they've got trees worked on down there. Okay, and she was also working with the city of Belfast to do a free committee, and she retired. Okay, we also work with the NRCS because we handle some of the stuff they handle. Because our office, we have a person in the office that tries to, when somebody comes in and specific questions or something, they know that it has to do with the NRCS and we'll connect with the NRCS. And we're located in the NRCS office on the River Drive along with NRCS and Farm Service Agency. Which saves the county money because I think we got a grant for the management plan for Unity Pond, okay, which was a $43,000 grant. We're working and that's to future get more grants in order to clean up the phosphate in the lakes. We don't have the eligible, which is going to increase the property values of property on the lake, which increases the town value, which increases their allotment to the county.
So what I saw in your report when I read it, was everything I saw was Belfast or Unity.
Belfast and Unity?
Belfast and Unity.
No, not really.
What do you do in Searsport?
What are we doing in Searsport? We're working with Dan DePaul right now on the Bell Street Dam. You know,
I live on North Street.
Huh?
I live on North Street. I know.
Yeah, it's a Mill Street Dam.
Yes.
Okay. That's a big controversy due to the fact that the owner has agreed to either have the dam removed or have a fish out of there. Dan McCall works for the Indian Nation, and he has taken over the grant funding request for that because he feels that he can get more money than the district can, and he's asked the district to probably hold meetings and stuff like that to get the town involved with it. So we're working with him. Okay.
I think
They have there's a lot more monies available for stream work and stuff like that. And whereas an Alscott nation on Alscott, he feels that he can do better than we can do. So he's going to manage that project. Yes.
Can you tell us more about the CAP program and is it involved in Warport, Searsport?
I don't know that much about it, okay? I can't tell you right now.
Okay. Because I think that that's something that if they were more involved in those local schools in their towns, that they would feel more benefit to them.
I know Leader's working with the schools and she's retired.
Yeah, because the CAP program was, my understanding, was supposed to be a program for younger adults to learn about what you're doing with testing water and soil and such. And then it gets younger.
And we have been going, a leader had been going into schools, and that's why we're looking, and she retired, so that's why we're looking for another company that has that ability. And we've gone, I've gone to the towns on the street smart program, okay, which all the culverts within that come out, basically this county have been pictured, has been, measured and everything, and clearly their, fish didn't get up below dock. I went to the counties. We have not had one response or one question for any of the towns that I went to. Okay, we sent a letter to every town in the county, never got one response from them. Okay, so you can lead a dog to water or a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
When did
But
you
we're
send the
working
letter?
on right, pardon?
Sorry, when did you send the letter?
It was a couple of years ago, you know.
And the stream smart is to replace culverts.
Street bed is to replace culverts. If you put a perch culvert, in other words, so the wildlife, you know, may have, can't get on the other side of the road, or fish can't get up on the side of the road. So personally, I went and looked at every culvert, the other day, every report. At the last rainstorm, due to the lake, we had 4 inches of rain early in the spring. And I went to every brook that was going into the lake and river, and sort of made an analysis of the pollution that was going in there.
The Unity Fund.
I did that. But, you know, you can, what we're trying to work on right now is working on Mid-Coast Cog to, help towns get monies for, and try to train them how to do it and get monies for replacing culverts. That's a big thing right now is culvert replacement because of the amount of rain that we're getting, say. And Unity does not come into that Mid-Coast Cog, Kennebec County does. And, we're going to invite the towns that aren't in it, because Unity's that the district is, the county split, so we're gonna invite the village, particular town to the meetings that we're. I'm glad you answered about Street Smart, because each one of those projects are very complex, very time consuming, which is a big burden on our office staff. And with one person, she is gonna be going crazy if we get more than one stream fund at a time. In fact, she's gonna be going crazy if we get one more than we have now.
So the Atlantic Salmon Foundation put a new dam in at the end of Branch Mills in Palermo, in China. And every time I went down there to talk with those guys, they would tell me about Stream Smart. Yeah, why don't, you know, we gotta go around and look at all your culverts. We ought to talk about this, we ought to talk about that. And, you know, not much happened on it.
That's a program that.
Yeah, right, I
The
understand.
Audubon set up, and I believe the Audubon set it up. Each town can go in it. You can go in it right now, you can go look at Stream Smart, pull out the community. And pull out the culverts and look at, there's pictures of the culverts. Most of the state is covered by that, so it's a good resource for the town. Have you been into it, Ken?
I have not.
And the thing is, you can help people, but if they don't wanna take the initiative, what can you do?
Well, the other thing is, are there onerous requirements on a Stream Smart crossing or culvert, you know? So does the culvert have to be, you know, 12 inches wide, you know, if you could get by with.
Well, I think also when you're talking about culverts, you're talking about all of our towns are very different with how we handle our roads too. I mean, the town of Unity, I am unfortunately assigned the duty of road commissioner. So, I mean, you can say lack of initiative, or you can say I just haven't had a chance. But I also have another road commissioner that has been in there and I've watched him do it. So everybody does things differently, so.
Now, when you say Stream Smart, and you're talking about culverts, you're not talking about regular road culverts, you're talking about road culverts. Now, if you got, I looked at every culvert in Unity, I fell once going down a hill, but, nothing to here or there. But the thing is what they're looking at is, can wildlife get from one side of the road to the other in a stream? You have a culvert in Unity on the Bangor Road that you could drive a culvert, drive a Volkswagen through, okay? But it perched, so it's that high above the stream. No wildlife can get up there. What they're trying to do is when you do a culvert, it says if it's on ledge or something like that, or even a rock stream bed, is to have an arch culvert, so you're not changing the flow of the stream, so the fish can continue to get up there. And, again, you're talking about streams. Streams or brooks or anything. Okay, because most of the culverts that we deal with are just drainage from. Drainage, but if that drainage creates, like rocks and stuff like that in the bed, then you deal with another situation, then the one going off the law. It's stored.
Can I ask? It's a great conversation, but does it really pertain that much to the budget questions that we've got?
Well, that's what we're trying to get accomplished for the county. You know?
Yeah, but it's like one program of many, and I feel like we've been talking about Stream Smart for a while, and I'm not sure that it's.
Well, your town might want culverts.
As an example, okay, this is an example with MCOG, that one of the towns, I think it was Thorndike, they had a culvert wash out. So they went to the government to get a grant to replace the culvert. And they could only replace it with culvert the same size, the same date. The culvert's been in there 20 or 30 years, because the company doesn't make the culvert, so they get denied. So they went to MCOG helped them to go to somebody else with the government to get a bigger culvert. And no sense to replace a culvert, a 15-inch culvert with a 15-inch culvert for the amount of rain we're getting now, because it's just gonna wash out again. And the government refused, and then they finally found somebody else in the government, they okay, they have a larger culvert, and they pay the culvert. Any other questions?
I have one question. Looking at your expenses and income, the payroll is only $20,000.
It was $20,000 from Medea, and we had Leah McCabe was the technical director, which is a private contract. She was an independent contractor, and you'll see it's like 30,000. Down the bottom.
For contracted services?
Oh, contracted services, okay. And they're both still around? Alita
resigned.
Thank you.
She was great. We had her out in our property 3 times. Looking for.
So you live in
Lincolnville. No, I'm in Lincolnville.
Huh?
Lincolnville.
Lincolnville, okay.
Do a motion on the phone.
Any more discussion, any more questions?
Let's ask the question, what happens if we don't fund you?
Waiting for that one. We'll still be in operation, we just won't be able to achieve the goals that we have set for ourselves and for meet the needs of PCM and the community.
So
that'll help. It's only $2,600 and it'll help, but it's still assist where
So you talked about you were trying to expand you've gotten some money from somewhere else for partially another person to help Medea.
The state is a major funder of Waldo County Soil and Water.
So is Medea the person that this new person would be helping?
Yes.
Okay, and Alita retired, so you're trying to replace.
We'd like to get more time in the office.
So if we didn't fund you.
We'd survive, but it wouldn't be great.
Now, when you say we don't fund you, the increase or at all?
At all.
At all.
Oh,
We could not.
we usually go out of business. I misunderstood, I was thinking the 2,600.
You were thinking 600, yeah. I understood you.
26,000.
26,000.
Yeah,
So, were you asking for 2,600 increase?
I got a discrepancy here. One says.
The requested had a 2,600 increase. He was
The
talking about.
commissioner brought it down
I
to
got it.
26,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right.
We've been getting 26,000 for the last 5 years.
No, well, we haven't had the circumstance that we have confronting us this year.
Everybody wants more money this year.
Yeah.
But don't increase my taxes.
Well, that's a problem we're facing.
Yeah.
Any more discussion? I am open to a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the budget at 26,000 for Department 2035 soil water conservation.
Okay, so we've got a motion made and seconded to fund Waldo County soil conservation for 26,000. Discussion?
So if we kill this right now, does it go right back to talking about what we're gonna fund it for?
I'm still chewing on the 26,000 part because I see department requested of 28,600. Commissioners requested 26,000 and approved, it's blank.
Right. Where's the blank?
26,000 is what we've been getting for the last several years.
When we look at the 2022 financial report, all your other kind of attributed income things work in your favor, except for the Lake Winnipook Management Project. I noticed that one's got more expenses than.
Well, that was over a 2-year period, so you didn't see the full accounting.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But you're kind of close to the bone here on your 2022 budget and all these other funding sources. Do you know what the status is of those for 2024?
Well, you have to give me a specific, but some of them are grants.
Well, like
and some
Maine
grants-
Department of Agriculture, you know, the Lake Winnipook.
Yeah, that grant.
Those are the big ones.
They've got, that particular grant completed.
Oh, the Lake Winnipook, so there won't be any expenses.
No, no revenue.
There's another 8 years left on that, but we don't see any money coming into the district on that. That was a big bang between the $43,000. That's gone. And a lot of the districts. It was a compensation for, we gave our time and we were paid for our time, but not money. In other words, I get $25 an hour for meeting I went. I didn't get a cent. All right, that's contribution agreement.
That was the Lake Winnipook Management?
That's liquid management. That's so that they had to have that so that they could get future grants to, they're looking at over $1 million to put aluminum in the lake to find phosphorus.
Point of order. I asked the question. If we vote this down, do we kill this?
The motion we do.
And then we can make another motion. Okay, thank you. I'd like to call for a vote.
Good call for a vote. The motion is that we fund Waldo County soil conservation amount of $26,000. All those in favor? All those opposed? That fails.
Now we're talking serious trouble for our operations. Please.
More discussion, or I'm open for another motion. Tell me what you guys do for PFAS.
PFAS, we have it on our website. We have where to contact the Department of Agriculture, and we talk to people when they come in. We do not have the capabilities to do the test. It costs around $400, and if sludge is put on your property, then Department of Agriculture will test your well and test the soil for your bacteria.
So I guess, because we are a business, you know, you do have to look at the expense and the income report. Really, it looks like to me that this is a program that we're funding and not really getting much of a return on our investments. So I guess I'm gonna ask one question that's really gonna determine it for me. What is the return on this investment? Because numbers wise, it's not worth it.
You don't feel that the state and service is worth it?
When you are looking at your sheet, like I explained, balance wise, you guys are not making. So now I'm asking for what you guys are doing.
Excuse me, I didn't follow that.
If you look at the income, the expenses, they're breaking even.
The only reason they're not is because they had the 2-year income for the Lake Winnicook Management Project was, and they've got, so it didn't match up with the expenses, which, I mean, isn't that Unity Pond? It's Unity. A big piece of this is supporting your town.
I'm here to represent my whole district.
Well, but you keep saying,
So-
what's in it for my town? Looks to me like your town's getting.
Again, my question was directed to them, so point of order again.
Sorry.
If you look at the expense and the income sheets,
Yeah.
they don't add up. So I'm asking, what is the return on the investment? That's not just numbers.
How do you mean they don't add up?
I'm asking them, I'm not asking you. So point of order.
Return on the investment is the trying to clean up Unity Pond.
Yep.
Okay, which is gonna put the value of the property on Unity Pond up, which in turn, the assessor's going to increase the monies that they're gonna get into the town of Unity. It's gonna make Unity Pond a place that you wanna go instead of one you can't swim in during the summertime.
Okay.
Okay, is that where?
What about other lakes?
Pardon?
What about other lakes in our county?
Other links in the county?
Yeah, lake.
He's put a lot of money into the Belfast Park so that people can go down there and enjoy it and see what the trees are doing and for the future trees going to be needed in the state in order to see how they're gonna grow, because they're losing that ash, we're gonna be starting to lose other trees due to the fact of the warming.
What about Swan Lake? You do anything for Swan Lake?
Swan Lake,
All places not in Unity.
Sheep's good.
Sheep's Cut, the Sheep's Cut, there's a big, I think there's like $550,000 that's going into Sheep's Cut Lake to try to clean that up, okay? Through the NRCS. The local work group that we initiate is gonna say how they want the money spent for the NRCS, either farmers, and 60% of the money that the NRCS is putting out for farmers is gonna go into manure storage, which in turn cleans the water and doesn't get the manure in the streams that are going to.
How do you unpack what the NRCS deals with as far as manure storage?
All right, how do we do that?
Yeah.
We do the local working group. And also, I was out to see with the NRCS, the farm that was going up and then putting in the manure storage and also building for the animals. We work closely with the NRCS.
But I mean, what impact do you have with the NRCS? What information do you provide them so they can make decisions?
What information do we provide them so they can make the decisions is, we look at the community as a whole, all right, you know, in the county, and we try to find out who needs what. And then give that information to the NRCS. In other words, the NRCS is here. And they're not going out into that community and say, this is what we ought to have. The farmer might come in and say, I'm having problems with this, can you help us out? And we can direct them to the NRCS. Or then have a meeting with the NRCS. I'm going out Monday morning because a farmer asked me to come out and they're having a meeting with the NRCS. At 9 o'clock, I have an appointment with that. To be the voice of the stormwater conservation.
Any more discussion? I'm still open for motion. I think this is quite difficult because we're dealing with some things that aren't tangible here. Things that are not tangible. It's not like you're buying box of widgets.
I mean, again, I said that, to me, it looked like Belfast and Unity were the ones that were
And I,
getting service.
that's their programs, but they're also an outreach resource, like, I mean, I've never called extension, but I've had a lot of dealings with Alita at the Soil and Water District, looking into drainage stuff around our land and the trees that we've got, like you said, you said.
I was at a meeting several years ago, I'm on the state technical committee, all right, because I'm president of the Maine Association of Conservation Districts. And there was over $1 million that was gonna be allocated into two lakes, one north of Angle and south of Angle. And I brought up Unity Pond. We got over, in all, we got over $1 million. Farmers were in there, which would have been brought up if I wasn't at it.
I mean, you've got a lot of pretty robust volunteer presence from what I'm hearing, that's how a lot of the actual outreach work is getting done.
We also, we do a tree and shrub sale. We decided this year because of the lack of funds, lack of people to do it, we're just gonna do a tree. Sale. It takes too much time, so we can't do that. Or in the other stuff, we just don't have the time.
I think other things that the county commission doesn't see are a lot of our education programs that we've been providing for several years. For example, the Read Me program in schools, we have little pollinator workshops on invasives for farmers, for residents, or whoever wants to, conservation and classroom programs have been offered. Lead us on many planting events, and we support the Envirothon. Those of you kids in school and farming community, you know what the Envirothon is. It's a large program, national program. And
more monies come out on the then our water conservation district to support the Envirothon. I'm the chairman of the fundraising. I get 5 letters. They're going to go out Monday, and we raise between close to $14,000–15,000 by grants and gifts from banks, from environmental groups and stuff like that. No monies come out of our district or the state involved in that. When I took it over to $14,000, like $17,000 the hole, and it took us 2.5 years to get out of that hole because the person that was handling it before, I got on the president, did not raise the funds. That still got paid, so we paid no one to raise funds. I do it all of mine. I own all of it. I'm listening.
Motion to revise the amount of budget for 2035 soil and water conservation to $25,000.
Who's gonna second it?
I'll second it simply for the, not because I support it, but because I want to open it for discussion.
Open for discussion, Mary.
So point of clarification. So I'm looking at the financial report for 2022, I'm looking at the income and the expenses. And I'm looking at the first line, Waldo County income, 26,000. I'm looking at the first 3 lines of expenses, which read 20,000 and then 400 and then 3,500, totals 27,900. And so for point of clarification, is that 27,900? What was that paying for? Was that paying for Medea Steinen? Is that her?
Well, the 20,000 there. And the payroll taxes and workman's comp all support that position.
Right, that adds up to 27,900. So that's if we don't approve the 26, that basically is what makes up that 27,900.
Correct.
And she's out of a job.
We're income or salary based organization. We have very few other expenses besides except when we get a grant and have to provide services and material for a grant. But, yes.
I'm trying to specifically understand.
Yep.
If we don't approve that 26,000, what does it relate to first and foremost? And what I'm looking at in these expense and
You're
income
absolutely right, that's what it
is that it's her salary, basically, it needs a little more.
Those three numbers don't add up to 27,000, those three lines. And even
They don't, I put the.
And even
I
putting
put
the
this,
fourth
I
line
put
in
that one in the wrong place.
there, it's 20.
It's 23,900.
And she's getting, she got a raise in 23, so that, it's just a 22 income.
How much raise? did you get?
Well, let me find 20. Well, I don't have a full year here, so,
Give me what you got.
pretty sure it's about $1 and I haven't had to do anything.
Your office is down in the building for NRCS and the states. How does that work out? Do you pay rent to USDA for that? No.
My new salary in 23 will be about 23,000 plus taxes.
Plus the related, I'm gonna use the 35 and 4 just because of what we got. So another 39, so that brings it up to 26,900. So there's our 26,000, buddy, gotcha.
So what happens, we're still talking, right? So what happens if this goes away? What happens to?
The entire 26,000?
Well, not the 26,000, I mean, yeah, what happens to anything that you all the time? Like, you're doing all this cleaning the lakes and stuff like that. What happens?
If the 26,000 goes away, we're out of business.
I'm asking, is how big an impact is it gonna have?
It puts us out of business.
It will put you out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So there would be nobody to clean the lakes or, at the education,
There'd be nobody around the office. Yeah, I'm failing retirement as it is with my volunteer work.
I think I was missing the point when I was trying to explain the expense and the income. So I'm gonna backtrack. Andy, out of respect, when I asked you the question of the CAP program, what I was looking for more of, what else are you guys doing in your communities? Because that is the return that we are making here. So I'd like to retract that and make sure that I clarified on that, is that, you know, when you're looking for the bang for the buck, that was kind of what I was trying to allude to, is what else are we doing in our communities? You're doing your research for the soil tests, the lakes, the culverts, school programs. That's because I mean, I actually do agree with Rob. I think that you're spending an awful lot of time in this packet talking about Belfast and Unity. That's why I brought up Winterport and Searsport, and I guess even Lincolnville. So I just wanted to clarify on that.
We're having our annual meeting in Sears on the 14th, okay? And we're having it in Searsmont so that we can bring in more people from that lake region and people from that part of the district. That's why we're having it in Searsmont. That's the main reason we're having this thing. And we're reaching out to all the community. I mean, if we reach out to Unity to do Stream Smart in that program, and Unity's never done it, that's not our fault.
Correct.
Okay? And the thing is Unity Pond, we've got a lot left to do on Unity Pond. Okay? And we've got a lot, if another community came in and said, we need some help, we're there. Or like in Searsport, okay?
I don't disagree with that at all. All I was trying to explain was this. No offense, take the money. Town manager. I think select board. So I mean, some of these other towns do have more resources than Unity.
Oh, Winterport doesn't.
when you have a town manager,
We have a town administrator.
Oh, we have it.
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. I know.
We are only select board.
Oh, okay.
We are only road commissioner. We are only animal control officer when the ACO doesn't do it. I have to respond to those. So I'm sorry that I'm not using your program. But keep in mind, every town is different.
You're not the health officer too?
Actually, there is something in there about that. But
We went to Searsport and talked to the town manager and showed him the program on Streamspark. We went to Troy, we went to Unity, we went to Freedom. We went to, Thorndike, all right, and then other people, that's what I did. Some of the other people did some of the other towns.
And those are
They get that
volunteers.
out there, huh?
And it's volunteers that did that.
It's volunteers,
Right.
it's our board,
Right.
okay? And we agreed to do that. I've spent 80 hours in the last month and a half, putting together all the emails that we had concerning something. All right, that's my time. All right? Dean does all the accounting. Right?
Are you a volunteer as well?
Oh, absolutely.
So the only actual full-time person that we're looking at is the lady who sits down there.
That's correct. We get no pay. The only pay we get is we get mileage to come to a meeting. That's the only thing we get. I never submit mileage. And I have another person on the board, is in Thorndike, and we meet in Knox, and he rides with me. So we don't have double mileage.
is there, through fundraising, is there a way for you to get back to this 26 number if we were to go with a number like 13 or 15 instead? Or is it just no, it's too far outside the realm?
It is, we just never know when grants
Right.
come and go, and it's cash as cash can. Usually a grant will fund us X number of dollars, but there's expenses that go with that.
Right.
There's no profit. So, you may see it on the income side, but there's an expense offset.
Yeah.
That's way out of our.
I figure I'd at least ask.
Well, yeah. I think is Unity looking at through the business development, right? Hired somebody just to do grants.
Are you asking?
I'm asking you, is part of that to raise money for Unity, is hiring someone just to do grants?
I guess I don't really understand what your question is directed towards. Because we haven't talked anything about us
Economic
hiring.
Development Committee,
Correct.
talking earlier about hiring someone and paying
I
someone.
think that if you're gonna go down this road, you should at least educate the group, but however, right now, we're in a point of conversation of
Right,
this,
okay.
and it's actually in discussion on a vote.
I'll forget
So I know where you're going with this, and
I know.
yes, we do,
it.
and it has nothing to do with the TIF.
Okay,
so-
I'm not going anywhere with it. I'm just saying, if you hire someone to get grants, you're gonna pay a lot of money. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Chair, can I ask that we call for a vote, please?
We have a motion before us about funding Waldo County Soil Conservation for $25,000. It's been made and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, so we need to kind of cut to the chase here. What's the idea? What are we looking for
I'd
now?
like to make a motion that we approve them at $13,000 for this year and review things next year, maybe we can do that.
I can't hear a number, I'm so sorry.
13,000.
For 13.
13,000, okay, is your motion.
Yes.
Second anywhere? I have a motion made and seconded that we fund Waldo County Soil Conservation amount of
Call for a vote,
Why?
because it gets right past the discussion and we can go right straight for a vote. Do you feel like we haven't had enough of a discussion on this?
Because we've turned down two higher numbers before, so I guess based
Well,
on that. Go ahead, Robin, knock yourself
Yeah,
out, make it
have,
quick.
have the conversation.
I feel like we've turned down the higher numbers and nobody would even second this one because it doesn't make sense. They've given us a very detailed income and expense thing. They have stood here for an hour and talked to us about all the good stuff they do on a shoestring with mostly volunteer stuff. I don't understand the sense of this committee that thinks that this 26,000 is gonna break the backs of stuff when we've, very blithely accepted a lot of other stuff. And I just think that you cutting 12 or 13,000 out of this, where we've already cut, so far, we've saved a lot of money in other places that truly was stuff that could be saved. I think you're nuts to be bringing this down to this, and I don't understand why you felt compelled to second a motion. There's nothing that says motions have got to be seconded. It could have done.
It has to
But
be
this way-
seconded to be open for discussion.
It doesn't have to be open for discussion. If nobody else thinks the motion is worth it, it just dies and we
Okay,
move
we've
on.
had the
Well,
motion.
we've now had a discussion. Can I now call for a vote?
I will call for a vote. All those in favor of funding Waldo soil conservation in the amount of $13,000. All those opposed?
Thank you for not putting us out there.
Well, we're not there yet. 'cause we
You may
still haven't
be dead.
voted.
All right.
We're aware of that.
I'm ready to move on with this. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve for budget 2035, a budget amount of 20,000.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
What was your number, sir? 20,000?
20,000.
Motion's been made and seconded. We fund Waldo County soil conservation amount of $20,000.
What is that gonna do?
Will you survive on that?
I'm trying to figure that out as we speak. That's gonna be very
I'll give you a
difficult.
Well, I knew I couldn't get you at 13, but if you're at 20. Trying to find 5 or 6 is a lot easier than trying to find another 13.
We're just haggling price.
Yeah, and I really think we need to look at what they do is whether it's worth it or not. There's obviously some people here who think they do because they wouldn't have volunteered their time if they didn't think it was worthwhile to begin with. I myself, I am not educated in Waldo County soil conservation enough to have a qualified opinion one way or the other. I suspect I've got a lot of the people in the same boat with me.
You do. I don't see a lot of it. And I think a lot of the services that they may offer can be found in other places.
I also, like you, think the same way. However, I feel like that if they didn't provide some kind of value, like you said, they wouldn't be here. And being ignorant, I would much rather keep them at a lower price than get rid of them altogether.
Mary?
I do know what they do and the value of it. However, my concern comes from a little bit different place. I'm looking at the year 2022 financial report. I don't have any other years to look at, so unfortunately, I'm not as informed as I should be. And from this, they're struggling to not drown. They are not making it.
Thank you.
And I'm looking at 2 very passionate, involved volunteers. I know what that is because I'm in their age range and I do that for 3 organizations. I know all about that. And I know that we have a whole state that's run by passionate volunteers that don't get paid. And it's why we enjoy the quality of life we do. And when we all die or get ill, things are gonna start to fall apart because it's gonna take 3 people to replace each one of us. So I understand these 2 men who are giving, once more, their passion, standing up while we're sitting. But the numbers just don't make sense. We have 1 employee left who's getting paid, and at 2023 salary, it's $26,900. That has nothing to do with the other expenses. 20,000 isn't gonna pay her 26,900. They are struggling, they're not even breaking even, to pay the other things with grants, basically. And my concern is, one of these 2 men gets hit by a car, or gets cancer, or God knows what happens, falls on the ice when they walk out of here today. There's the other work people that have disappeared. And there's 1 paid person who we're not even, well, us and whatever else is not even paying at a piddly wage. And my concern is, are they gonna survive another day, another week, another month, or another year? That's what I'm seeing here that saddens me. And we don't have the funds because we have an extraordinary circumstance this year that we're not talking about because we shouldn't with you. But it's extraordinary and it's going to affect your taxes. And that's why we're having to have these horrible conversations. And to put you through this agony and us through this agony, and we're sitting. So it's just a horrible situation all the way around. And my concern is, from a purely bottom line, black and white business point of view, are we throwing good money after bad? Are you gonna survive till next year, no matter which number we pick out of the conversations?
Are there other volunteers besides the two of you?
There's two others on the board, plus we have people that give their time. I had over 20 years with the Soil Conservation District. When I was in college, I was an associate supervisor with the Soil and Water Conservation District, and I went in service, and I pulled out some stuff from my Vietnam stuff that I was getting the minutes from when I was in Vietnam. I came back from Vietnam, I got on the extension service, and then recurs for and then I went back on, it only allowed so many years on the extension, then I went back on the soil water. I've been there ever since.
I have to, with respect, I don't understand your characterization of this as them struggling and they're sinking and stuff, because a lot of these lines in the income have associated lines and expenses, and with the one exception of the Lake Winnicook, they're making more money, you know, they are netting a little bit from each of these other income sources.
Let me clarify that just a little bit. Over the years, we've essentially broken even. The year before, you don't see we made a little bit, like the subsequent year, we lost a little bit of money, to pretty much offset it. So we are about at a break-even point, and that cutting budget puts it back into the market.
So you're a going concern the way you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
I hate to be that guy, but point of order, Mr. Chair, I called for a vote. Robert's rules, baby.
All right, we've got a motion made and seconded in front of us for, I don't remember the amount, Rich, a second.
It was $20,000.
$20,000 to fund Waldo County soil conservation. All those in favor? All those opposed?
May I make a motion?
Yes, you certainly can. It's your turn anyway.
It's my turn. Well, even though my inclination would be to go with actually what you guys requested, I'm gonna make a motion again to fund them at the recommendation from the Board of.
We've already done that.
We've already done that.
When we voted it down, but we. Okay, then 26,500. I make a motion that we fund them for.
I'll second it.
Motion has been made and seconded. We fund Waldo County soil conservation amount of $26,500 and seconded. Is there discussion?
Call for a vote.
No discussion. I call for a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Yikes.
I think we're dancing around the subject here. So I don't like it, but you guys made me chairman, so I'll come right out with it. We're talking about life and death for you guys. So if we're not gonna fund those amounts, is there a motion out there to fund them for $0 and let them be done?
And you can disband them?
That's where we're headed.
That's not
not
our
our
responsibility,
not
your
our-
responsibility as a budget committee to say what happens to
Right,
these
right.
groups.
I
They
get
have
that.
their own, yeah.
Do you guys get to override us? If we.
Oh my God. Can I call for a bathroom break if we're gonna have that discussion? Because I don't want to even be a part
Yeah,
of it.
that's happening in just a minute, one way or
Yeah.
another.
I know.
Yeah, no, I need to go get my firearm.
I only asked because I was confused by an article
No,
in
it's
the
fine.
Bangor Daily.
We
that
had the
said that
same
in
issue.
Worcester, the county overrode the budget.
Sure, we had the same issue back in the early 1700s, so the county
So
government telling people what to
the
do.
bottom line is if we're not gonna fund them at a reasonable amount, then they're not gonna be able to maintain a full-time person down there, correct?
You don't have a full-time person now.
Well,
She works 20 hours a week. They're trying to increase
Right.
her a little more and try to find someone else.
so you might as well either fund them at 0 or 26. And I'm still open for motion.
I make a motion that we go take a break, 5-minute break.
I gotta agree because my
Second.
ladder's killing me. right
Thank
now.
you. All right.
We'll take a break for a couple of minutes.
Stop now. Oh, thanks, thankness.
I waiting that long.
No, well,
I'll take
technically,
the chairs covered.
we're in break, our motions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
although nobody's.
We're waiting for people to finish their motions.
From those other motions.
That was a good one.
I don't know
Yes.
if you know
Okay,
this or not,
I just
but-
wanna say that we're talking about $26,000. So basically, we're saying that's $1,000 per town in Waldo County, and we can't afford $1,000 spread over the residents in our towns to keep the soil and water district going. That doesn't make sense to me. They've said they need the 26,000, and frankly, I believe them. And that's why I tried to make a motion to go back to something like that. I would like to hear from the people who have not made motions. Well, actually, from everybody as to what do you see are real alternatives?
What I think is that we're dealing with some organizations that are on the decline. We looked at the extension. And they don't look like they're moving along with what's happening around them. And I think the same with water and soil. And
With all of the
all
stuff
of
that
this
they've got.
wonderful
to show
stuff,
for it,
sure.
That's not the sign of.
Well, what did they do for Palermo? I'm just asking.
I don't know, maybe some of the
And-
residents
and-
called like I did for
Yeah.
Lincolnville, because I saw something in the paper about the
About
soil
that.
and water district, and I had
I know, I
problems
get,
with my land.
yeah.
That's worth
Yeah.
it to me, I probably saved myself a lot of money.
But
with
there
it.
are other organizations that can help you too. The state agriculture department can help you.
They don't have somebody local that can come and spend an afternoon, walk my land with me.
I think,
I-
in all fairness, though, you're asking a question. So let's just let them, I do wanna hear what they actually think. So. Like, you're kind of watering down the question by having a debate with someone about their opinion. Thank you.
I think we're dealing with some organizations in decline. That they need to probably go back and see how they ought to reorganize. So that they can offer what they think are valuable services to our county.
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but if there's anything that I do know, it is numbers. And when you look at their income versus their expense, they're a dying horse. Now, there's a couple different ways you can handle it. They can either reinvent themselves like most entrepreneurs do, or they have to figure it out from within. There's no amount of, we can keep on throwing money all day long, but if they're not fixing it on their end, it takes two. And I wasn't trying to touch a nerve, but I do know numbers, and their numbers aren't working.
Could you explain it to me? I don't see.
It's
how they're
already,
not
no,
working.
because it's already been explained by 4 different people at this table about how it doesn't work. The numbers aren't matching up. So it doesn't matter if it's me or the other people. That's my opinion. I'm allowed to have my opinion, and that's my thought. Moving on.
Okay, as I said a few moments ago, I see this as a go, no-go situation. $26,000 means they continue another year. Anything else means they don't continue another year. We've already voted 26.5 down a couple of times. So I remain open for a motion.
This is gonna sound horrible, but I'm gonna make it. I make a motion that we either decide to fund them or not. At their 20, well.
At their requested level,
At
is that
their-
what you're saying?
Yeah, at the requested level. So we can just be done with this and move on. It's
So-
either we fund.
So your motion is, should we
Up or
fund,
Yep.
water and soil?
So you're saying 28.6?
I'm
Their
saying
request?
no.
Wait.
No,
I'm just confused.
backtrack,
Can
no.
we use?
No,
like, actual
stop,
numbers?
stop, please. I'm making a motion that we fund soil and water at the commissioners requested 26,000. Or we do not
Fund them at all.
fund them at all. That
And
way we have a
that's
one
based
vote,
on a
yes or a
no.
no, and we can just move on because we are taking up too much time.
I understand the motion now. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so now the motion has been made and seconded that we either do or do not fund Waldo County Soil Conservation. The amount is $26,000. Any discussion?
Call for a vote.
Call for a vote. All those in favoring them, myself, the word, forgive me. Of funding them for the amount of 26,000 or not funding them at all. If you're in favor of funding them for 26,000, show of a yes hand.
And if you wanted to not fund them at all, and
That's the next half. If you're in favor of not funding them at all, show of hands. Motion so passes with a couple of extensions. You guys did not get funded at all.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it.
But the time that we have spent working in the county, that the county does not support it. That's all I'm saying. We do everything we can for the county. If you feel that way.
The next, jumping back up to what would have been 1245, the Waldo County Firefighters Association. I don't know if any of the boys have snuck in and left, or I don't think they've had the opportunity. I'll speak on behalf of this and do as you wish.
Which one is it under?
Waldo County was approached by the Firefighters Association back about 5 years ago. And the problem that's under advertising, I'm sorry, 1080. Because towns were struggling very much to pay for their firefighters and they had to send them to the firefighting academy and so on and so forth. And what these boys did is they got trained up so they're their own academy. Problem is most towns and municipalities and stuff, one of the first things cut is funding or training or whatever for the firefighters. So in the past, we have funded them and recommended funding them for $5,000. It's shared all through the county. I believe last year they put 19 firefighters through firefighting school. And we do it on our own location.
I make a motion that we fund the Waldo County Firefighters Association.
Second that. I second it.
What was the amount?
5,000.
Motion has been made and seconded that we fund the Waldo County firefighters. Excuse me, the amount of $5,000 is their discussion.
Call for a vote.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Mr. Chair, if I may, that is Department 1080. At this point, you need to vote on the department itself, which,
WCAP earlier today.
Before we
We
do.
haven't done yet.
could I-
what's that?
Before we do,
Okay, I'm sorry, Lynn.
before we vote on it as a whole, I do see that Camp Capella had requested $9,500. Considering the fact that we had denied Waldo Cap the $5,000, I would like to make a motion that we put that money into Camp Capella.
What is Camp Capella?
It is a camp for handicapped children and young adults.
Is there a sheet for it or anything?
Yeah.
It's right there on the front page of 1080.
Cinder, if I can speak on behalf of us, you'll see that the commissioners didn't fund that, and the only reason why, it is an extraordinary place. But we were sticking with just Waldo County, and unfortunately, I think it was in Penobscot. I'm not sure.
I know some people from Searsport who had greatly benefited.
Oh, really?
Yes. Unfortunately, one of them has passed away.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Had spina bifida. And it was like the most wonderful thing for them to be able to go there.
Well,
So Linda made a motion. Was it seconded? I've lost track.
It was
I'm
not,
waiting for a second. Was it?
it was not.
So did it die?
It dies.
Okay, it died. Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, now you guys have to vote on Department 1080, which is a total of 5,000 now.
Motion.
I make a motion that we approve Department 1080 special appropriations for a total of $5,000.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded that we fund 1080 Department, Waldo County Special Appropriations in the amount of $5,000 and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed, it passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
There are requests for other numbers. You're just using the commissioner's recommendation or the
Yes.
departments have requested. I think you need to at least acknowledge that there were some
Other
amounts put in but the commissioners they voted to say, it's a zero, so.
Are you referencing Belfast Creative Coalition?
I'm referencing,
All of them.
There's others, yeah.
Mid-Coast, Belfast Creative Coalition. We did put in one, but we asked for zero, so, from above, there's another one, and then, the one that you just, stated. So I think they have to either be,
Voted on or not.
voted on. And you can, take the recommendation from the, commissioners if you want, for your motion.
Do we need to take those up individually?
It's up to you.
At least do them individually.
I'm open to a motion. Start with Eastern Maine Development Corporation.
We didn't ask for them.
16.
Right, but neither did Time and Tide.
Then I don't think they need it.
No.
But Mid-Coast did also, Mid-Coast did.
Okay.
Okay.
line 4720.
Yeah.
So we're gonna leave that at zero,
Well,
prove it as the commissioners at zero.
Is there a motion for that? That's what we're going to.
I make a motion that we go with the commissioner's requested amount of zero.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded that we fund Mid-Coast, Council of Governors, line 4720, in the amount of $0. Any discussion?
I do. Out of all the COGs that I've dealt with, and I've dealt with several of them, these guys have been the most helpful. And I understand why we might not fund them, but they've been very helpful to me.
That's good to know.
Okay.
Commissioner's absence.
Oh, okay.
Any other discussion?
I know they've been extremely helpful for the town of Lincolnville. on several fronts, and I think it would be worthwhile to bid on them personally.
Do you have any examples?
They are helping us with getting, grants for affordable housing. They're helping us with, big state thing related to the ferry and upgrading the ferry and our harbor. And there's a third thing that I'm blanking on right now. But, well, the moratorium that we're doing tomorrow night, about, box stores and chains coming in and stuff. They're, helping us with that.
And I would like to say that even though the town of Palermo is not part of Midcoast, I think maybe, I'm talking about the broadband, work that I've done. They gave of their time to us. Now, I know Island Institute gave them some money to help us out, but they were very helpful. And that's 5 towns in Palermo. That's Palermo, Freedom, Montville, Liberty, and Searsmont. And I think Searsmont and Liberty might be served by
And Montville.
and
They're all in
Montville.
there.
But Palermo and Freedom are served by KVCOG. So, but I don't want to fund them. I just want.
Is there any other discussion?
Call for a vote.
Seeing how there's no other discussion, a motion has been made that we fund Mid-Coast Council of Governors at $0. That is line 4720. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Whoops.
Still pat, no,
Yeah,
it still
that's-
passes. They are not funded. They're funded at $0. Good. Okay, line, I got a question. What was line 4722? It
We
says,
haven't done that one yet.
From
no,
above.
it says from above.
Yeah, that's an organization.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
What do they do?
They have a
There
very
is-
nice
there's
thing.
a thing in here.
They're helping.
It's a really good organization, and folks, in all honesty, the way we got involved with them is we had a situation in one of our towns of trash beyond like what you can imagine, styrofoam and trash blowing everywhere on the property. The town did not have any funds to pay for cleanup. And we're not in the business of paying for cleanup for towns, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know who they are. They did
We
some work
contacted
before.
these folks.
Yeah, I didn't know the name.
And it's
Oh, I saw from
it's
above. I thought it meant.
it's a very good organization, and they went and they cleaned it up, and they asked for a donation, which Waldo County did. Our office did give a donation. And then they came back and asked for funding, or if they could have a position in our budget. And we didn't fund it because of all the years to come and ask. This was really not a good year for it, but.
So you said there's a letter statement in here from them?
Yes, yeah. Looks like this.
I believe there is
Keep going.
somewhere.
Several more
That's just
pages.
before.
Mary, I think they asked Belfast for what,
Yes, they do.
37?
That might be the second.
They do every
page.
year.
That's the second.
We haven't funded it at all.
And they put pictures in as well, some of the sites they cleaned up.
The money would go for trash removal, building repairs, gloves, garbage bags, rat traps, lumber, hygiene supplies, socks, and any other issue we need to fix.
I'd like to make a motion, line 4722, organization from above, that we do not fund them and that we put 0 in the budget.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded that we fund line 4722 from above at $0. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Bill passes.
So that's everybody.
So overall,
Oh, hang on a
the
second.
budget of
Oh,
1080.
Creative coalition.
So
They
They were-
withdrew
They
any
had no
requests.
request.
Oh, okay.
I got a question. How come the hit is not involved in our budget.
That's the Creative Coalition.
It's
That
Creative
was Creative
Coalition, and we chose not to ask for money this year because of the budget being so tight.
Okay.
We are working very closely, you know, with the jails and the hit and so forth. And developing, we're really working.
Okay.
So,
All right.
possibly next year we will come.
Okay, so our vote before stands at $5,000 for the total.
So the only thing we voted on was just to fund the firefighters association.
Correct.
And we voted not to.
Fund anything. Everything else is wrong. County commissioners.
I hope we have 2 of these next year. The stress ball.
We do have more.
It was a joke. It was a budget. It was a budget joke.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I could take one.
Right behind you.
Who's coming to me?
Yeah.
I don't think that you're ready for that yet. Wrong hand.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
if you would,
fidget balls.
Mr. Chair, if you would vote, if you folks would vote on the overall budget of 1080, which now is, $5,000.
We did that.
You did, you did the,
Yeah,
okay,
we-
okay.
and then we went back. and
Backwards.
didn't-
And then, I know, I got confused, because then you revisited stuff. Okay. No, it's the only thing that they funded. Yeah, is it? Okay,
That's the only one.
moving back up to Department 1020 Commissioner's budget.
Nothing, we didn't have.
I wanna know.
Sell it to us. What's our ROI?
So we've done our own internal survey. I love how Barb's had it. Amy's cuts, Bill and Betty's cuts.
Oh, I didn't, Mary put that together.
Um,
Tree lighting to do tonight.
So. The other day, I think I had offered you some of my ideas and solutions, and I'm trying to reach compromise with my 2 partners here. Some days we struggle, but it is indeed what it is. I mean, our budget technically looks like it's down. You all understand that we've moved HR to their own department. You all understand we have cut professional services significantly, Bob, which I think that was one of your questions. Because HR, we found, utilizes the majority of the professional services dealing with new employees, insurance questions or anything like that. And Bill is our chief negotiator. And how many contracts do we have left to negotiate, Bill?
2, maybe 3.
So, and he feels confident. We've learned if we can negotiate in good faith, not that you negotiate in bad faith, but, and not include lawyers. There's usually a better turnout. In the past, and I might be getting ahead of myself, I don't have my numbers. So you'll notice when you look at our lines that, what ones are in the red: overtime. So again, understand that we were without a finance person and an HR for quite a bit of time in this current budget. So therefore, that's why you'll see these lines have run over. Generally, looking back, I couldn't find a time that we've ever utilized our overtime budget. So that I'm saying was a one-time thing. The next one, the full-time budget is still fine. The part-time budget, recall I spoke when Annette was up for HR speaking, that we had to bring in a new person that we call a float person. So that's why that part-time line is run into the red, because we didn't have another line for it. But that line shouldn't ever be touched because that is now in Annette's department. It's already in.
But you asked for 3,000.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
You asked for 3,000.
So I didn't know. We always have asked for 3, I guess.
But when Annette did hers, she said it was split into 3, sharing with 3. Wasn't yours 1,000?
Barb, I think that was the line that you always kept at 3,000 in case you needed someone to hire a temping agency.
Yes, in case
So
there
it
was
kept
somebody.
it at the commissioner's line.
So we've always had a budget of 3,000 there, but we generally never, ever had to use it because we just haven't.
So could you go back to the overtime line? Could you go back to the overtime line?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying your end result of your conversation just now is 0, or are you leaving it at 1,500?
I would compromise with my two commissioners.
I'm not in a mood to compromise.
Oh,
They had
boy.
said, yeah, no, 1,750.
Yes,
You said
seven.
you said-
1,750 is not compromising, it's higher. Do you mean 750?
Yeah.
750.
Okay,
Was that 3 okays?
You and I.
okay.
It's two.
I mean,
I think I heard 3.
Yeah, okay.
So over time, you're reducing to 750.
Yep.
And you're leaving you're leaving the part-time at 3,000.
Yeah, I think we need to,
Okay, so at 1,500, then
yeah.
we're not going to do it now.
You don't want to go down to the 1,500? So,
Well, I think, we got some situations coming up that I can't talk about, but, I wouldn't do that.
Okay, so we're
okay,
gonna,
that was your map. Mine was
Right.
this one.
that was our agreement,
15,
yeah.
was I crazy that day?
I mean, if you feel that we need to leave it, and, I think you know them a bit better than I do, yeah. So,
All right, let's go with your numbers.
So what are we going with for part-time?
15.
So on the part-time, we're going to cut 15 from that. So that number will be 1,500.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
And the full-time is staying at,
The same?
right,
so the full-time is staying at 750, I mean 1,500?
yes, ma'am.
No.
No, full-time
No,
is
full-time stays full-time.
126,854.
126,000.
Sorry, I meant to say
yeah,
overtime.
full-time hasn't been changed.
Overtime 750.
So you're changing overtime and part-time.
Yeah,
Yes.
overtime
Okay.
is gonna be cut by 750
Got it.
and part-time is gonna be cut by 1,500.
Which brings us to 415 professional services.
415 professional services. So this is the one that I guess made me nervous and I don't understand. Because I mean, we've spent a lot. You can look at our numbers. We've spent a lot of our professional services this year and Annette's taking 10. And we're only taking 9. Why, Barb?
I'm wondering if there might have been a miscommunication, because if you look at.
Can you speak up?
I'm sorry, yes, if you folks want to look at the explanation sheets
Yeah.
I gave you. I think when Annette and I were talking about how to divide this up, and Annette, correct me if I'm wrong. It was my understanding that you wanted to put the costs related to payroll into the human resources budget, and that's what I had written in here, so that's 15,000 that was removed out. Bond counsel, you actually increased by $1,000 to 4,000. County attorney was reduced down to 5,000 because the majority of that was going over to HR. And the ID machine also went over to HR. That's how I understood. If I'm wrong, please let me know.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about the 15,000 on the payroll service line, because if so, I really undercovered my budget because I only took 10,000, if that's 15,000 for payroll, then.
Just forget about it. You won't need it.
No, but I mean, like I said, that made me nervous when we went from 49,000 to we only need 19.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the payroll, it would make sense if it come over to mine, but I didn't know about if that's an annual fee. I haven't come across anything on that. I'll have to vet that out, but.
And that might have been allowing a possible increase in case they went up a little. So you're right. If we can forensically look at that to see what we're paying and find out from them if there's gonna be.
So our payroll, a payroll program just started, was deployed January 2022. And I obviously wasn't here for that, I've yet to see any invoices that have come in for 2023 that's billing us a flat amount of like, say that 15,000. I haven't seen anything, and if it's come in during that month of January when I wasn't here. So I would have to vet that out.
Yeah, I don't.
I know
how
they
they're
charge
doing it.
us, do fees every pay period. We pay a certain, it's a nominal fee too, that they bill us for processing payroll on a bi-weekly period, but,
So
yeah.
maybe it's
So where
less.
are we on professional services?
because I can't answer that question right now, Bob, I would say leave it in there. I don't know how else, because if you cut it and there is a fee, I don't know, I'd have to go to the commissioners and say, where do I get this 15,000?
So we're adding
If
5,000
we're
to
at
the
19.
9,000 for a total of 14,000.
Ah,
Professional services. How much is the? How much did you say we were at?
I took 10,000 out of that professional service line to come over with me for background
Okay.
checks and
You
whatever the
put
total amount
9,000
was.
Bob?
I put 15,000 just as because it had been 10, I had no idea if they were gonna be going up, so.
where's the 15? I don't see the.
That was my best guess at payroll.
Oh, so. But
It's,
she
it's
didn't
on
know.
the detail
Part of
sheet.
that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
on there.
I think in our.
But doesn't that, so is it in our budget or not?
No, it's not in your budget.
And it's not in mine.
So
It's
what-
not in
What
hers,
did you
it's-
have for payroll in your?
Just
budget?
10.
I
Anything?
did, I
Okay.
didn't have anything
Okay.
specific identified for
Save money.
payroll, sorry.
So last year, this current year, we spent 49,000 in
Yes, we
professional
did.
services.
Yeah,
So,
Before-
Do you
Yeah,
know what I mean? So if she's gonna need another 15 to her 10, there's 25. And then 10 for the commissioner's office is 35. It's still less than what they're doing this year.
But the year before, you only spent 25 or 24.
But if he's got two contracts that he's negotiating, I
Oh,
mean,
still,
we
right.
try to,
what contracts?
pardon me?
What we're gonna wind up knocking on some doors too,
Union.
you know what I
contracts.
mean?
I'm
It's-
sorry, I didn't hear you, Bill.
It's a tough year. Union's a tough year this year. We do the best we can, but I can foresee some professional services to be required down the line. Before we get on. So I'd be worried about what I do with that line as far as cuts.
Oh, I think we've determined we're not cutting it.
That's
I
right.
think we realized.
You've
there's
got 19,000 in total that used to be in this line, that used to be in the commissioner's line. 10,000 in HR and 9,000 in commissioners. Is that 19,000 enough
No,
for professional
no,
services?
no, because this past year, we have spent roughly 49,000.
Right, I understand.
And that was from our office, because all the professional services was in our office,
Okay,
and she would utilize that service.
so how much more do you need than 19,000?
Well, if Barb is saying 15,000 more for her payroll program, which none of us are aware of,
right.
I think if we add 15 to her line of 10. I know, I'm
That's
talking a different
25.
department, is
Okay.
25.
Yeah,
And then if they feel 9 is sufficient here, that's still less than the current year that we're utilizing. And it would still be less than what was appropriated the year before, 24 and then 36. So you can tell those were negotiating years.
If I can throw that out here just to talk about, so if we look at what was expended in the commissioner's line for professional services for 2023 thus far, it's, if I have the right one, appropriations, it's 42,239.58.
49.
It's already
Oh, you have
49
49? Oh,
hours.
so I don't have a current one, my apologies. But if
And
you have
that's not
already,
even current.
yeah, if
And
you
there's
have
one more
49,
payroll left.
And there's one more payroll, but I would take that current number, subtract my 10 and leave it as is, just because of that payroll unknown. Just, I wish I could answer that question,
Part of that 49 would have been like background checks.
but if you take that 10 out of
Oh,
mine, yeah,
Okay,
so,
so
cause I pulled 10.
for just for that kind of thing, background checks,
Right.
but not for payroll.
Correct,
So,
because I didn't know about that in one-time invoice that they charge us annually.
so maybe for us in our budget, we need to make it 15 instead of 9,000. Just to, give some protection.
That will leave 4,000 for, okay, so let me say, it's comprised of
4,000 from bond council, which you have to do for your tax anticipation vote. I'm not sure why that's not in finance, but it never has been. And that leaves, and 5,000 for an attorney. Commissioner Shore, do you think that's enough?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's why I wanted to,
We're
okay,
working on water rate with this one because we don't know.
yeah. When we put this,
15 and 20 won't do it.
okay, when we put this together in August, it was a different world.
Oh, as I said, but I still think that somebody's dropped the number because you don't go from 50,000 down these two numbers. Do you understand?
I understand.
I mean, it looks awesome, but I don't buy it. So I would say professional services.
Well, this.
I mean, the lowest
This-
numbers and I know Mary's got these numbers in front of me, in front of her too. I mean, the lowest one was last year and it was 24,000 that we expended.
Okay.
The year before that was 36,000.
This is not, any recommendation.
And I don't know what this, I like to think I got a pulse on a lot of stuff, but I don't know what this payroll money that
Yeah.
Barb's speaking of is. So that makes me nervous.
We've always had to pay the payroll company something.
Guys, what if without sounding too greedy, what if I said, can we make this line 30?
30, which line?
Make the professional services instead of 9,000, make it 30,000.
Because even with the
You know,
invoices I
Do
have
you know what I
copies
mean?
of
Yeah.
for this current year from just Bernstein Sure, one of the attorneys that I've worked with through HR type stuff.
I guess respectfully, I would ask
Yeah.
the 30, and the reason being is I think that's a fair balance between the year before and last year. This year is significantly higher. I will say we've had a couple suits. Lord knows, if you think you can get sued for anything, you can. That we've been nailed with this year, which we're very unfortunate, but so I'd like to compromise and go 30. And I say that because if it turns out that she does need 15,000 that Barb speaks of, that I don't know, we can always cover her.
So you're talking about not going back to her budget, leaving it the way it was voted on, and we do the 30 here.
Yeah.
And so if she needs it, then we shift it over.
You would do 30 here, or you would do?
Leave hers alone.
You would do
Let's
20
not-
here, 20 here, and 10 there for a total of 30?
No.
So
Thirty
what
here,
I'm
30
hearing is
here.
what they would like to request is 30,000 instead of the 9,000.
He's got 10, so that's still 40, which is still less than our ask in the past.
Yeah.
But
So you're asking for an increase of 21,000 from what you're originally.
I can't hear you.
requested. You're,
Yeah.
you're asking for an increase of 21,000 over the 9 that you
Yes, ma'am.
asked for. Okay.
You guys
So
okay with that?
Yes.
You all right with that, Bob?
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
okay.
I'm allergic to increases.
I don't blame you. I really don't. The next line is mileage. Guys, it is what it is. Some years it's extreme, some years it isn't. For several
you're-
years when there was COVID, it wasn't bad because we didn't have any meetings and we could do.
And they're starting now to want you to attend everything in person. There's still some hybrid going on, but a lot of them.
Could you go to
Right.
6,000?
Right.
Yeah, could you guys just start carpooling more?
Actually,
It was a joke. It was
Yeah.
a joke. It was a joke.
I was gonna answer that.
We
So,
could get you all into one vehicle.
Mileage.
Station here.
A lot of them are.
Year-to-date pay for mileage
It's actually over that.
is $6,745.59.
Yeah.
But you move 500 of it to HR.
No, actually, I don't know if she ever fell under this. No, she didn't take any mileage, I don't think. I
Well,
don't think
you
you-
had you had a class.
Yeah, I took a mileage one. Yes. I did.
I have not been going to my association meeting because I just haven't had time.
And I don't go to any risk pool meetings because I don't even like people. No, no, but ever since, that is one good thing with Zoom. It's like, you don't have to sit in that room with them. You know what I mean? You can go, oh no, bad reception. But, guys,
And because right now, this is what I'm hearing on the ones that I sit on the boards, the state boards. Because. And it Brunswick, Augusta, you know, those are, you know, now not hybrid. They're getting to be, now you have to be in person.
You know, and that's a problem. They should offer both.
They should.
yes, agreed.
And some
I
do,
think
and
by law
some
they're
don't,
supposed
but,
to.
they're tending to go that way. Which is annoying, because I love the Zoom.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with the 7,200. They reduced it already a little bit.
Next.
Meals.
Okay. The next line is meals. I will say, folks, I love to go to a meeting. If there's food, generally, you'll probably get me there. I had made cuts. Bill and Betty respectfully hadn't made as significant, but I have changed my tune and I will explain to you why. It has been our pleasure taking care of you folks for our budget committee. But I will tell you, it has cost us.
Putting it back on.
You guys aren't cheap. You're not cheap.
And the mileage too.
It figures out to be almost 120 every meeting. So next year, we're either gonna make you bring your own lunch or, so I mean, yes, that's where it comes out of is our line.
So what's your number? What did you change it to?
What's that?
Which wants to know what your number is?
My number, I kicked it down 500.
Yeah, I would
You
say
kicked it
500.
down to 500 or 500 down?
I kicked
550.
it down to 500.
She
500.
was 1,000.
I was originally cutting the whole thing.
250 for us, so I'm raising it to make it 500. So
That makes sense to me.
So meals, total number, everybody's in agreement is $500.
500, yes.
So we've reduced it $550.
Next year, Tom, your wife better make us some lunch.
No problem.
I'll pick you up.
Yep.
Hope for it.
Lodging.
Okay, moving right
What
along.
was that?
Lodging. Just,
Oh, okay, so in the past, we've had, we have like the MCCA conference, obviously that didn't happen.
Not
For a
this
couple of
year,
years.
'cause I was gonna go, but I had surgery, so that wasn't expended this year.
So, I mean, I had cut it because quite frankly, I had just thought when times are hard, the last thing you do is go to conferences, but Betty was shooting for at least 600.
okay, we're looking at 1,200 on our paper.
She
Oh,
wants
you
to
don't
drop
have it, their cuts, my cuts.
Right.
I'm sorry.
So
He
you're
wants to
saying
drop it to
600?
600.
So none of you are planning on going to the convention this year?
No, I'll go remotely, they have to, by law, look at your statutes, if it's a public meeting, it has to be offered to you by Zoom or in person. It's the law.
I
guess I'm
plan,
not going.
and
and you
plan
don't
to
want me to
go
go either,
this
Ro.
year, some, right, yes.
So you're cutting that by 600.
So-
To 600.
So that would be 600.
Okay.
Equipment repairs and leases.
Oh, Bart, that's your thing.
You heard Mike Larrabee talk about the Xerox machine he no longer has?
Yep.
We have it. And the reason is, we have, and Annette, heard her mention that she's having difficulty with her little printer. The finance director is also having a problem with her desk printer. The printer we all have shared now for 13 years in the break room is also a photocopier and a scanner, and we've been told it's on its last legs. So the commissioner's office used to have a color printer to do budgets and all of this. That died 2 years ago and was never replaced. So when Mike called and said to me, I have one, it's got another year lease on it. Would you folks be interested? I asked the commissioners as a preemptive, because if that thing dies, we're in trouble. And that lease, hang on a minute, is $89 a month and supplies are $59 a month. So it's a total of $1,776 a year. We have the option to buy it in a little over a year if we choose, or we can talk about a lease of another machine, but this would get us through 2024.
So your number is oh, wait a minute, sorry.
Oh, and the other piece to that is three of our departments, finance commissioners and HR share, the maintenance contract on the existing machine that we all share. So that's the other piece of that.
So that's 2,200.
Yes.
So we're staying at your 2,200.
That's the bare bones, absolutely.
Okay. Liability insurance. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's correct.
Next one.
Equipment repairs and leases. Oh, you're saying, yeah, liability. You have a quote?
We have just an estimate from Malcolm at this point.
It's only an estimate, and I've never known an estimate to be less than what it is.
So, so is this reduction from 46,000 to 6,300 because of IT and HR being moved somewhere?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So I'll ask you the same question that we asked the probate court.
Please.
How come you're not covered under your general insurance policy?
No,
That
this is,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
No, this is,
Oh, that's your general insurance.
And this is why I kept asking the judge of probate, because I didn't understand what additional coverage she has. We have the blanket coverage that
If she has E&O, that would be it.
if she has what?
Errors and omissions, each
But we all have
professional.
that too.
But it
And-
wouldn't be under
and-
your liability. It would
and
be
the
unless you
bond
have
and
a
everything else.
It's under her judge's thing. It's like.
It
was a special judge.
Yes, it's a special insurance.
Okay, but this is
Okay.
the
So
blanket
that's
coverage.
the estimate you got.
Yes.
Didn't do much there.
Advertising and personnel, you'll see that Barb has zeroed that because historically in the past, remember HR was under
Right.
us and.
Yeah.
Advertising, she has to have something because we have to post certain meetings and such.
Okay.
Rebinding, she didn't put anything in that. Because we're, trying to save where we can. Dues, just like everything, dues go up every single year, I think, and even though you don't attend or go or whatever, you still have to pay for them. I think Barb does a great breakdown. Barb, don't you, for dues?
yeah, so Maine County Commissioners Association dues, that's who we have our liability insurance through, so we have to pay those dues. That is estimated at $11,003.
Yeah.
I have $100 for the County Clerks, Administrators and Managers Association, and that's very helpful to be able to be part of that group. That's all we have on there.
Okay.
And just for the record, we have to belong to MCCA. Therefore, we have to pay those dues to be insured by the risk pool. It's a snaggly catch-22.
So,
MMA does the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, it does. It's frustrating, but it is. They've got you there.
so those two things total $11,103.
Yep.
And you're asking for,
$12,050.
12.
there's a discrepancy there I'd like to discuss.
Oh, good. Barb, what's up with that?
Probably I bet I.
12,050.
I bet
Is
I
that the
didn't
amount
sub- I
that
might have not subtracted.
MCCA just went up?
No, I think I might not have subtracted,
So what's
the
our,
500.
oh, my goodness, HR dues. I might not have subtracted those out. So. if
Okay.
You can reduce that.
So it's
To
1103 and 100 is $11,103. Is that what you have, Mary?
Yes.
Okay. We can, how's that sound?
Sounds good. Gooder.
Mostly.
Gooder.
Can I add a little comment, just because I'm trying to respond to the question about the payroll annual fee? I did reach out to my predecessor to see if she recalled anything, and she is responding that if memory serves, there is an annual fee outside of the bi-weekly fee. It was comparable to Bangor Savings payroll. So again, going back to, we're gonna need the 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to help, and I did send an email to the company, my contacts there to see as a follow-up, because they had told me something different months ago.
So we're taking 947 out of the dues line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The next line is postage. 500, I mean, we split it, we try to split postage as long as I'm not running the postage machine. Because I try to put it onto other people. So that kind of is what it is.
Okay.
Printing and engraving, again, it's letterhead, it's business cards, it's plaque for retiring employees or something, or they have
Year-to-date spend was 555. 300 went to HR, if that's still what it was.
nope, that's a great point. So how
You drop it to 200.
This is what the commissioners actually spent. I don't know that HR spent anything out of printing and engraving. Is that correct? Or am I wrong?
No, I didn't do anything specific.
Yeah, so this is a true commissioner expenditure, and I think when you and I talked, you had said that you would like to be able to have some things to do some acknowledgement.
Yeah, like we were saying, like those employees were.
we had three
were
retirees,
canceled,
3 or 4 retirees last year, like long term. So you gotta like buy something nice. Sorry, Tim.
And we did Spirit of America awards too, that came out of that printing plaque line and did certificates.
So I'm just saying between the commissioners and HR.
Can we compromise and make it 400?
Yes, that would be good.
Good.
Okay. The next line, safety committee supplies. Annette, I thought that was under you.
I'm sorry,
300 went to HR.
Huh?
I'm sorry, what was that? Amy?
Safety committee supplies.
Oh, that 300 went over to me and I took on that safety committee.
So you're taking on the safety
Okay,
committee?
So we need to
Yeah.
reduce that to 100.
Or
100
is it
for the
zero?
safety prize. You want to just reduce it to 100?
Yeah.
I didn't really.
To 100?
Well,
Well,
or just
or
the
three,
safety-
or
If
zero.
he's taking it on, then it.
But
Yes,
we
so
only
wouldn't it be
took-
0?
The monetary award for the employee, it came over to 300, came over to HR.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
I wrote,
so
I just
don't-
wrote some.
Can we zero this
Well, what's
out
the
is
other
what we're
one?
asking Annette.
Oh, I mean, unless it's something that Barb can think of
No.
that you folks pay for outright, no, it can go to zero.
Okay, zero.
I didn't
Okay.
realize, it had gone up. I'm sorry.
So what does it go to?
Zero.
Okay. Safety committee, so this is 0, right?
Yep.
The next line, postage meter. I don't wanna try to explain technology. I mean, it is what it is.
Well,
It's
except
shared
you
between
moved
the-
100 to, you
I'm
moved
sorry?
100 to HR, so wouldn't
you
we
drop it
take
to
the whole
2?
100 out of?
It's a real figure. Because there's 2 people, oh no, I'm sorry. I thought I reduced it, let me look.
Postage meter, 100. See, I get confused, guys, with postage and postage meter.
Yeah.
We can
So
try
in
dropping
that's-
it to 2, I don't know, it's a 5-year lease and that should, it should stay.
Here's what I would suggest.
Should stay.
What's that, Bob?
Leave that at 300, but go revisit postage. 4835, 300 went to HR.
Yeah,
Can
we're
you
all,
drop that to,
Well, that's why they dropped it to 500.
yeah, we dropped it and we're already 500 over this year, which I think this year was unusual. I'm hoping
Just,
this year was
just for the record, Bob, postage is already in the red right now.
okay,
Can you just leave this? I mean, it's not, we're talking about a negligible amount of money. We can just leave both those lines just as they are.
all right.
Okay, postage. MCCA convention planning, I mean, guys, is it, we can zero that out, Years ago, we hosted the convention and we have no intention of doing that again. It was wonderful, but anyway. Office supplies. 47. Office supplies.
That looks like a good number.
It does. Keep going.
Annette, didn't you take office supplies with you?
Some.
Took some.
But none.
She took 1,000.
Well, 650.
650, I dropped it to 650 based on,
Yeah.
I'm good holding that one where it is.
yeah,
Six hundred
thank you.
seventy-eight over.
And
So,
again, this, yeah,
so what are we recommending?
I'll leave it as. is.
4,700.
You're leaving it there,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't.
okay, training and education. 1,200.
Since you extended over 13, it's probably good. Right.
1,000 went to HR.
Um,
And that would be anything that, because finance has their own training line, so it'd be just what Barb does for training. Because a part-timer went with me for any training that part-time would do.
It's not just me, the commissioners take
Oh,
different
okay.
trainings, so.
I
it's
take
up
them
to
all by
them.
Zoom if I have to.
And we have a
Well,
couple
sometimes
that
there's
are
a cost even
required.
with Zoom.
Yeah.
It depends.
You take the forward training that MMA requires all elected officials, that's also, would go under that.
And I have to take that every year.
So.
You don't have to take that training. You can read the,
Yeah.
So if it was 1,700
Set,
before,
question
that covered HR too, and then that's taken 1,000. What if we say 400?
okay, 400.
Dropping it to 400?
Yep.
Yep,
I think that's a little bit steep.
statutes over the years, Barb has come very smart and crafty on that. They used to convince us we had to buy them every year. Every year it was thousands, and we finally figured out it's not necessary. We have nothing in our capital outlay.
I think we're done.
Yeah.
Add her up.
So. If we can go over the lines together and I'll add. The first one is overtime, and we have cut that by $750.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes,
The next line,
held.
we didn't touch. The next line, part-time personnel,
Cut by 1,500.
yep. The next line we touched was, there was an addition of 12,000.
21,000.
Oh, 21,000.
Bringing it up.
No,
Yeah,
so
we-
there was
yeah,
an
it was
additional
30,000.
12,000, which made it 21,000.
So we
Yeah.
Went to
Oh,
30,000.
we did go to
Went to
30.
Yeah, we went to 30.
Okay, so 21,000.
We didn't cut enough.
The next one is line meals. We've cut them by 550.
Yes.
The next one is lodging, we have cut by 600.
Yes.
Correct.
The next one, repairs and leases.
No, we're down.
We
to
haven't
dues.
changed anything
Down to
until
dues.
dues,
Okay,
4820.
dues, we have cut by 947.
Correct.
So it's 11,103.
Yes.
Just making sure.
The next one is printing and engraving, we have cut by 100.
Yes.
Correct.
The next one, safety committee supplies, we have cut by 400.
Yes.
The next one is MCCA convention hosting, we have cut by 200.
Yes.
Correct.
The next one is training and education, we have cut by 800.
Yes.
Correct.
And that's the only changes on that. Okay.
Okay, have your figure. Up to 243, 507. Did it again? Oh, yeah, $243,507.
$58.47. So currently I show $58.47 in cuts.
Yes.
And then an additional 21,000. Which would make this budget. Okay, so the commissioner's budget is. Okay, so 228. So that budget should be, if my math is correct, 243,507.
Yes, ma'am.
So I gotta tell you, my eyes are bugging right now.
243,507.
Thank you.
Motion,
Make a motion that, the commissioner's budget. Department 1020 be approved by the budget committee for $243,507 for 2024.
Second.
motion's been made and seconded that we fund the Commissioner's Office line 1020 to the amount of $243,507. Let's say discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? There's no name.
You made the motion, didn't you?
No, you didn't.
Be careful. If you make a motion and vote against it. Can't do that.
On the 10 though. We received 2 bids. We reached out to all the local banks. We received 2 bids.
We still got 24 to do, right? I know it's just a formality. but-
Yeah, it is a formality. I'd like a motion that we do records preservation 0 as recommended by the commission.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded that, record preservation be, financed at $0. Any discussion? All those in favor? All opposed? And then so it passes.
I was in favor.
I apologize, Mr. Chair.
No problem at all. Line 2000, tax anticipation note interest budget.
So we put requests out to any and all of the local banks. We got 2 bids back, one from Camden National and one from First National. We have accepted the bid from First National Bank. And the interest on the 10, in which we will have to pay back next year, is $308,245.
What is the percentage? Interest rate?
The percentage, sir, is 5.18.
How?
The next closest, Camden National, their interest was gonna be 365,000 and the interest was 6.6.
That's a fixed rate.
And that's for how many months?
12.
12 months?
You need the full 12 months? You don't know.
You know, thank you, Tom, for asking that. That's a gamble. And remember, I don't want to play finance ever again anymore, but I will tell you, in years past, we've kind of prided ourselves in seeing how long we can go without borrowing money. And a lot of times we can get into like the second, third week in February at this point. Now, remember, we were able this year, so I don't want to get us all giddy and gambling, but we were able this year to not expend 600,000. Which, you know, helped us that we didn't spend, so it was interest that, you know, we didn't utilize, but after the figures of this year of 265,000, that's why initially we gave you a $500,000 figure, because we were panicked. Carrie and I kind of gambled and said 325. So, as I say, at this point, it's 309.
Is there a penalty?
Which is still ridiculous to pay back in
And it's
interest.
based on 6 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on what?
I thought
6
it's-
million, sir.
Oh, it's not
6?
5.5?
No,
What?
it's 6. We did,
They
we
asked.
gambled on 6.
Okay. Is there a penalty for early pay?
No,
And you did pay off
That
early.
needs to be made known to all of the town.
well, and this year, guys, and like, we didn't want to be like desperate whiny, but you know, I do know we got to the point where Carrie was like, you know, sending like, hey, you, and I would send like thank you notes, like Knox and those guys, they paid right off. I like send them a handwritten thank you or whatever. We've kicked around the ideas because we've been where you are, where what if we had the towns pay a portion, you know, now or whatever, so we didn't have to borrow. But you guys know as well as I do, and because you're in the same business, if you're doing that, you're charging it somewhere else. So it really wouldn't benefit you.
Well, the towns have some flexibility. Waldo has some flexibility with that. If we know there's a savings in paying you as soon as we can, as opposed to somebody else, then we would be open to that. We're just feeding ourselves that way, saving ourselves money.
Because I mean, Carrie has, she's approached us with some of these because she comes from a municipal background. Because it's the only way a Waldo County budget runs is on the town's money. You know, so, I mean, trust me, you know, come September, October, it's like, oh, good God, please pay, you know?
Unfortunately, it was my district that didn't pay right away, but I also have the highest tax towns in the county.
So Betty's saying that to redeem herself because it becomes a joke every meeting when it's like Knox paid, you know, this one paid. I'm always teasing them because they're my towns. But Betty's right. She does have the biggest expenditure town.
Thanks a lot, Betty.
Does the town, the county have, and I know we've talked about this, you don't have a lot of money in reserves?
No, sir. Historically in the past, Tom, we were kind of excited because we've tried to squirrel. That's why you guys have no debt. I mean, the public safety building, 2.4 million, we built that on our own and have saved everything. We've tried to expend any money from the ARPA funds to do the projects that we can't afford to do otherwise and cover all of that. Ideally, I wish we had more in reserves. We are very grateful. We've been working with the city of Belfast. You understand they have purchased or are purchasing, and we're taking that in payments. Because I mean, we're also conscious of the fact we don't want to strip them of their savings because they need to be able to do such and such. And that's why we're trying to do the reconfigurations of all of our buildings out of the ARPA funds and everything else. So we don't have, we've used a lot of the savings that we've been trying to. Municipalities, you can save and hold what you want. There is no strings attached. Counties, we can save 20% of what our previous budget was.
The reason I asked that is if in the future, and this year it's already done, if there are reserves that the county could use, I would recommend that you take those reserves and use as much of them as you can and pay the county, pay back into your treasury, the interest that the bank would get.
Oh, yeah, oh, no, that makes sense.
Screw the bank. I mean, if we can pay ourselves.
No, we did. I mean, Carrie paid it off early, so we saved significantly. I'm sorry.
So can you just clarify for me, because on the last reserve balance sheet, it says we've got 111,797 in the TAN reserve.
Oh, no, technically, there's nothing there.
That's not, okay,
That's
so
gone,
that's
that's
not
been
going.
paid, yeah.
That was, where it was building up to, okay.
I mean, like, and Tom, I agree, and we funded, because you have our reserves, you can see what we've got. We pay for the technology out of the reserves. The 2 cruisers, those will come out of the reserves. We've got it in the reserves. I mean, so we do, we've tried to be very, very conscious of that. I mean, I got nothing else to sell, but if I did, I'd sell it, you know.
Well, that takes us to the final line, if I understand it correctly.
So this,
So we had put down for interest, Carrie, just for math to make it easier, said 309.
so we're changing the 325 to.
So from 325 to 309. I mean, it's not much, it's a difference of 16,000, but it's 16,000.
What are you talking about?
On this guy.
Overall sheet. Oh, which has us for 500,000 in there.
Well, that was the old one.
Yeah.
They passed out.
The other ones. The yellow highlight.
We got the same. Linda, are you doing matching numbers?
I'm sorry.
I'm showing for. The first one I come to is the commissioner's budget. I show a decrease of 5847. I'm not doing the increases yet. For human resources, I show in a decrease of 5940. In probate, I show a reduction of 200. In the comm center, I show a reduction of 5305. In the interest, I show a reduction of 16,000. Humane extension, I show a decrease of 9380.
And 62 cents. Didn't we do?
I see a
Well,
reduction 26,000 in soil and water. I see a $4,100 deduction in a grant in jail. And then I have to add in 21,000. So in deductions, in decreases, I'm coming up with 77,925.
Repeat that.
No, because people are looking at me funny.
Well, because there was that one line that got changed to the tune of, what was that? In the extension, we
That was your-
voted to change it to something that ended with 38 cents. So the reduction is $9,380.62.
I don't.
Right.
know that at all.
Mary's motion was to change it to
Yeah, which was their last- yeah.
$48.38. And that's what was voted.
Right, so 5847 plus 5940 plus 200 5315 6 9 3 6 72,772. And then. Am I the only one with a calculator?
No, but you've got your number that you said didn't apply with. I'm not doing it the way you did, where you're separating additions and subtractions. I'm just doing it net.
Okay, but so let's try to match numbers from there.
Well, I got 71,925.62.
71.
Yeah.
I never got a 71.
I know, that's why it was when you said 72 something. So,
What did you have for the commissioner's total budget?
243,507,
Okay,
and the human resources is 115,029.
okay. I'm sorry, yep. I don't know where I'm at. this
Outstanding
time.
new totals down, see if I crossed.
Barbie, have you been adding and totaling? No, no,
Nope.
no,
You don't want me to.
no, that's okay, no pressure here.
No, I thought Annette was doing that
We thought you were the
So-
interim finance.
I,
director.
yeah. Did we not go over that? I
Where's
thought that-
Carrie when you need her?
Never mind. Let's call her.
Would it work just to go through each budget bottom line and have them?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay. I have to do things very.
I
simply.
trust Robin.
Did we put the money that we were going to put back, or put into human resources, did we do that?
Did we do what?
Well, we were gonna take so much from, and from the commission.
No,
And they have to go for.
No.
You know,
Where am I? Oh,
so we need to do that.
We kept
do
it all,
have
we kept
human
it all in the
resources.
commissioners,
what's that?
kept
Bob?
it all in the commissioners.
We kept it all in. That doesn't really-
The additional 21,000. We
Yeah.
kept it in commissioners.
We can always move it from there if we had to.
Right,
Okay,
cause I thought one of them we moved, but.
No, we left it and put it all in the commissioners, so you'd have control of it to move it if you needed to.
So I was going, any other the totals like of the each departments that we were, I'm sorry, I was packing up chop suey for you folks to grab and go.
Thank you.
Cause Carrie had given me some Excel sheets I was trying to maintain for different departments but she had warned me not to, sorry,
No,
just
don't give 'em up yet.
don't commit to any, because she would do it when she came in on Monday and she'd email you everything,
Oh.
just so we could review and answer the questions or details, and then that way we could compare all the notes. We just didn't want to give you wrong numbers. Or take your time up and coming with Amy and I.
I did have a question. You said Waldo County Soil and Water. What was it you funded them at?
you didn't fund it,
Right,
correct?
Zero.
Right, yeah.
So it's zero, so that's a
I thought it
savings,
was
of-
say something
that's a
else.
savings of 26,000. So I'm showing 72,772 cuts were made today.
Okay.
Anybody? No.
Is that a-
Need a bottom line number.
well, is that net? That's not net. of
That's
addition.
cuts only. Right, right, Amy, cuts only. Not the 21,000 plus,
I can add that in. I
or
mean,
did we do that? We
20
did
I
others
did,
too.
I did it net, so I
Yeah.
can't, I mean, other than going back.
Okay. 7, 8, 9.
This budget didn't go down. I'd like to make a motion that we give the sheriff's department that vehicle. So that they leave us alone.
What are you gonna do about the DA?
I was gonna say, I
It is
think
what
we
it
should,
is.
I still think we should give them back their funding for that position that we. cut for a reason I still don't understand.
It was just a joke, so.
Yes. We can't get stopped by the sheriff, we can't go to the DA.
Well, not if they don't
We
have a
cut the
vehicle.
probate court,
Go home and stay there.
can't die.
You're in trouble.
I think we really don't have anything to worry about, because they're not gonna be testing our soil. It's,
So, all you can have all the pieces.
A figure for each department before, that's what Amy's trying to.
We
get
got
to
each
you.
department,
We
we're
did
looking
that.
for the total.
Yeah, if
827.
If you, Gary, if you have your, so Carrie did give me an Excel sheet where it just had each department, but when I look at my binders, because I was up and going, I don't have true figures. If you have true figures for departments, I can plug those in. Like starting with EMA, for example.
No, I got a net number of 56,772.
30.
62 for today's.
Adjustments.
Right.
Mine was as a whole. What she shared with me was broken down for the right budget, not it included just grand.
I don't think we're gonna come to a number here that we can, that is safe.
Yes.
to
Well,
try-
yeah, no, seriously, guys, and I'm willing to
Karen
own
gets
that.
back.
So as of right now, I'm coming up with a budget with the cuts that were taken into consideration today on a shitty solar calculator that's missing its thing of $8,274,023.38.
That's what I have.
Say that number again.
Whoa.
Say that number again, please.
$8,274,023.38.
Wow. And then when we add the jail,
That's county budget.
right,
And then the jail, remember. Did I already?
What was that figure one more time?
3,640.675. Ending, take away 41.
That's what I got.
Wow.
Right. Wow.
360.
Yeah, calculator with my pencil, just the same.
I'll tell you what,
Okay, so and the jail is now $3,636,575.70.
Okay, now slower.
yes.
You say that one more time. Slower, right?
Yeah.
Amy, can you tell us one more time, slower?
I'm sorry, Mary. 3,636,575.70.
That's a fabulous from Schwinn.
Plus 827.
Came up with 11,910,000.
Okay, hold on.
If Excel works for me, so 11 million,
Wait a minute, wait.
and then you can double check it.
Now we're in grand total.
11 million what?
I have 11,910,599.
Yep, 910. Yep.
And 8 cents.
Oh, I had 10 cents at the end.
Oh, I
Otherwise,
don't
I
have
have
it.
exactly the same.
I have it cents, but
Okay, that's
11
me.
11,910,599.08.
Yeah. Wow. That's fabulous. Thank you.
so.
I have a question. What contracts this year are coming up for negotiation on wages?
Well, we got the Palm Center coming up. We've got one that's probably, and in December or November of next year, we'll be doing the sheriff.
The sheriff's department and jail, those go for a number of years, don't they?
Yeah, they go for what, I think, 3 years.
It's 3.
3 and 4.
I think it's 3.
For 3, usually it's shorter.
I would like to make a statement to the commissioners. The wages and benefits, we can't touch. You guys do the negotiations on all of that. The way things are headed this year, as far as the economics of this country, I would highly recommend that you aggressively keep those wages down. Because when we come back next year, we can't do anything with wages, but when we come to the total budget, If it's not acceptable, I'm gonna make, if I'm chairman again, vote not. I'll make a motion that we vote it down. And that's gonna leave you guys in a shitty spot. Because if the wages are high, you have no place to cut but someplace else.
Yeah.
I know you're probably gonna forget me saying this,
No.
but please. This is the single biggest line we have. You get somebody who's making, and I know this might sound cold, but you get somebody making more than $50,000 a year. We live in Waldo, Maine. They got it pretty good. And if the economy does anywhere near what I'm afraid it's gonna do, they're gonna be riding high at the expense of a lot of other people in the county. And I'll tell you what will happen. In my town, we have had more requests for general assistance. We will have more liens placed on properties. We can't get the money with a lien on it. A lien can go 3 years and we can't collect. So what will happen? The biggest line item we face is the school. The next biggest line is the county. You won't get the money. Because I don't know about the other towns, but we won't sign the warrant and you just simply won't get it. So bear that in mind when you're negotiating for these contracts.
Again, keep in mind, next year we'll fund an extra vehicle, so they'll leave us alone.
Well, you know, Tom, I appreciate what you're saying. And, believe me, that we do try to keep these contracts low. We've got people coming to us from unions thinking 6, 8, and 9%. I fight that every day of the week when I'm going there. We're doing the best we can. Anybody can do any better, they can have this job.
Well, and I understand that, but I think there's a fundamental problem here because the budget is coming from the top down. And that doesn't work. In a deflationary economy, that does not work. It has to go from the bottom up. And it's just like you guys at home. If your checkbook says you have $100, you can't write a check for $200.
That's right.
And not to be mistaken, I am pretty sure that isn't there a statute that says that you can't be a select person and a county commissioner at the same time?
You can't be a lot.
There is an actual statute that says that you cannot be a select person and a county commissioner. at
Yes,
the
that's
same
because you
time.
have
Right.
financial
So
abilities.
Right.
Why, you want this job?
I don't know.
Just saying.
Well, my term as selectman is up. I have taken my papers back out, but I may or may not be back next year, so it's been fun, guys.
I hope so.
Happy
Well,
holidays.
well, don't get excited, because we're still gonna see your sorry selves
Oh, that's.
Yeah.
One more Saturday.
Still have it's been
on
fun.
the 30th.
Yes,
Yes.
at 9 AM.
Is it at night?
Yes, it is. I listened to that tape 4 times to be sure.
And can I zoom into that meeting?
Well, that's right, you have a life, whatever.
You can't.
Yes,
People have
you
lives,
can.
but I'm the only one I think
That's-
whose
that's why I
life
think I asked-
conflicts on that
I
Saturday.
think I asked one of you towns, and I don't remember, maybe it was Elaine Higgins. Because after, the whole COVID thing and the legislature and its wisdom said, any public meetings have to be afforded in Zoom or in person. And I thought, I wonder how many small towns can afford that? Because
Well,
I know it
I'll
costs
tell
us-
you how we afford it in Palermo. We have a laptop computer. We get on Zoom and we turn it around to the different people we're talking. We don't have this.
Yeah.
Oh, the cloud, yeah.
Yeah, so yes, you are more than welcome and you enjoy your time.
Yeah, I know, I
Fortunately, lost
asked,
our
I
IT guy.
led the conversation with the wrong question, because I led with how many people makes a quorum, which made everybody think I was planning to not come. But I was more just,
And we'll try to
but
move
I
it.
can do a Zoom.
We'll try to move it along. So what will happen at the public hearing is, Mr. Chairman, you'll open the meeting and you'll open it up, I believe, to public comment. And truthfully, guys, I can think of maybe a handful of times in my life, and I've been doing this for longer than I want to admit, that there was actually people that came.
Sure, maybe different.
I think maybe Waldo did. No, I'm teasing. And then he'll close.
Most of the time Waldo did come.
And then you'll close the meeting to public comment. And then you go through every single budget like you did, but oddly, easily enough, like you'll start budget 1010. 167,000, you'll make a motion to approve, which you already have done. It's kind of like a refresher, but you'll go through every single budget and approve it. And then I don't have the paperwork in front of me, because that's Carrie on the LD cap, where we're at, you know what I'm talking about, Mary. And then depending where we're at on the LD cap, if we've exceeded the cap, I think we all have to vote. And if we haven't exceeded the cap, then we hug and shake and say goodnight. And
We
then
better
that's
not be saying goodnight if we're starting it.
I hope not. See, all right, I'm exhausted, Mary. I need junk food. Or a cocktail.
So I have a question in relation to next year's scheduling. I know there's some kind of a timeline format that you all follow. We have the August letters from the organizations coming back to you. Is there any way, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm asking, is there any way that next year we can have these meetings in November and not December?
So literally, and there's a couple people on here that can back me. Historically, in the past, what we do is Barb will call you folks in like August. And we'll have just a light luncheon, just to be able to say, as a heads up, Mary, 2 cruises blew up in a science lab, just.
Also vote on who we
Well,
want.
yeah,
to
and if you
elect
need
for
new
election.
members,
If you're.
there's votes and stuff, but, so that's in August, where we just kind of say, everything's looking good this year, or insurance has hit the fan or something. Then
I was
Barb
the
has,
only one that showed up this year.
I know you did, and we ate like on the hog, didn't we? But anyway, and then
Yeah,
Barb will have
Mabel.
the department heads put together their budgets,
Okay,
usually
that's
by
great.
like September.
By
They come
September.
before us in September, we yay or nay, cut and don't cut. And then from there, reach out to you. I don't know what happened this year, guys. I think it was a matter of,
No, I
Aren't
think
I supposed to be on a budget committee?
I don't
I
know.
mailed
What does this
them.
mean?
But trust me,
So I don't
Mary,
know where they were.
we usually, we're usually not here. We're done, usually
Double
before
check the town
Thanksgiving.
office Addresses and make sure that's.
This is weird.
This year was painful. Next year could be considerably more painful.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I like to make a motion that we end.
Make a
Yes,
motion to adjourn.
yes.
Second.
Second, that motion is not disputable. All those in favor?
Sorry,
What is it?
I'm ready to
We
move
just
on.
adjourned.
We just adjourned.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you, guys. Seriously. And on Monday, Carrie will correct all of my errors. So